Hello, welcome to the Guardian Football Weekly, part 2 of the Premier League predictions. We've replaced a Lou and a JJB with a Wilson and a Bruin. Can Leeds become a force again in the Premier League? To do that, they have to stay in the Premier League. Can Daniel Farke surprise even his owners and do it this time around? Liverpool have recruited bigly and well, although the Community Shield second half might have the experts rethinking a second title in a row. Could Man City win the title? Pep is still Pep. They've bought some more after going big in January, but have they fixed the defensive frailties that cost them last year? What of Manchester United? Big Sir Jim has given Ruben Amorim cash and he's brought in some fun players, but how heavy will the shirt weigh on this lot? Newcastle have not won the window, but they still have Eddie Howe. Forest have been promoted to the Europa and have kept Morgan Gibbs White. Blink twice, Morgan, if everything's okay. Will Thomas Frank add more trophies after Ange opened the floodgates? Brackets note, we are recording before Spurs hammered PSG on Wednesday night. And how nervous should West Ham and Wolves fans be, not only for their seasons, but the fact that yet again the alphabet has cost them and will have run out of time to do them justice. This is the Guardian Football Weekly. On this panel, Barry Glendenning again, welcome.
Hi, Max.
Joining us as well, Jonathan Wilson, hello.
Morning, how you doing?
I'm very well. And John Bruin.
Hello.
The hot takes that you missed from yesterday, chaps, is that Barry and Jordan both relegated Everton. I don't know how you feel about that one.
So you new stadium, more misery is the vibe you're going for.
That's the vibe. That was my most surprising part.
Even deeper misery, I suppose, would be the way of putting it.
Thoughts, Wilson?
I mean, obviously, I speak slightly with my Sunderland hat on here. That you're looking at teams who might be worse than Sunderland this season. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have Everton top of that list, but they are on that list.
So there we are. Sorry, Everton fans. And let's begin this part with Leeds. They have brought in a lot of players who I have never heard of, and hopefully some of you have. They begin at home to Everton. They go to Arsenal, Newcastle, Fulham and Wolves in their opening game. They won the Championship last year. John, you said on a recent podcast you'd be happy to see Leeds back in the Premier League, existing in the Premier League. You didn't necessarily say you want them to be successful.
Yeah, I like the idea of a Yorkshire and proud club in, I'm all for devolution to the regions. And Leeds represent, funny enough, Leeds have this sort of diaspora of fans from right across the span.
They're huge in Australia because of, Viduka and Kuhl.
Yeah, and also if you go from almost like Lincoln across to West Yorkshire, they have this sort of, a certain type of fan. But they obviously the 1970s and maybe the early 90s have given them that cachet, and there's something of a fallen giant of English football, and it's nice to see them back. And this season it's going to be difficult again. I think it's because they don't have the Bielsa magician. Daniel Farke is a good manager. He's a great manager in the Championship. We know that. And I think, as I've said before, there will be, if Leeds struggle early doors, considering the fact that the owners considered replacing him at the end of the season, I think, Farke is going to be a manager under some pressure from the very start. He knows that. He knows the game. And he'll accept it, and he'll accept the challenge. But I'd like to see him do well.
I think we all hope that the promoted sides make a better fist of it than last season, Will. So I've sensed they might have more chance, and specifically with Leeds, how do you see them?
Yeah, I know they finished level on points with Burnley, but they were certainly the better side to watch last season. I think it's interesting what Burnley have done, that they sort of play the defensive football last season they probably will have to play this season. Leeds are much more traditional. We're better in the Championship, we're going to attack them. And I remember the game when Sunderland played at Elland Road, which would have been, the March time. And Sunderland were 1-0 up till the 70-something minute, ended up losing 3-1 because Leeds had Mena Solomon, they had Dan James, but then they could bring on Rabatani and Willie Gnonto. And no other team in the Championship had that level of attacking quality. But that sounds very different when you put it in a Premier League context. So, Daniel Farke, it's his third crack at the Premier League. I think the sense before was his teams were quite good going forward, but not necessarily that good at the back. And I think that could easily be the problem again. They have replaced Ilan Meslier, which I think was necessary. Whether Lucas Perry is a significant improvement or not, we'll find out.
Lucas Perry Suckling, could he be that good? How do you see Leeds faring, Baz?
I think they'll struggle. I think they'll be in a group of 6 or 7 that will the relegated three will come out. I do think they'll go back down, but I wouldn't be hugely surprised if they stayed up. This guy Anton Stack, they've bought in, the defensive midfielder from Hoffenheim. I've heard people raving about him. I don't know much about him myself. They've brought in Sean Longstaff from Newcastle, who's a decent player, but he's getting on a bit, I think. And
Is he?
is he?
How old
Don't tell
Sean
me
Long?
Sean Longstaff's
27.
Oh, okay, he's not getting on about. Who am I thinking?
He was
of?
born in 97. He is 27.
Right. Well, I should
1 point
probably
to
shut
Wilson.
up now. He's a perfectly decent midfielder, but I don't know if he'll start in that side. It'll probably be Stack, Ampadu in the heart of the Leeds first choice midfield. There are question marks over Farke, obviously, but this is a different proposition, I think, to Norwich. Carrow Road's quite a gentle environment. Ellen Road's a bear
They
pit.
wouldn't say that, you know. Have you know? Carrow Road can get going, you know.
Where
Not like Ellen Road, but yeah.
I've been to Carrow Road a few times. Well, look, everyone is saying, you know, the Ellen Road factor is a big factor.
Yeah.
And I think
And no one has
that's-
ever said the Carrow Road
No,
factor. That's
no,
a
they
good
have
point.
not. In any other world, I'd like to see them do well, but I want them to be worse than Sunderland. Whether they are or not is anyone's guess. But they, I don't-
They have a player, a Japanese player, Tanaka, who I'm really looking forward to seeing in the Premier League. He was really good in the Championship last season. Declan Rice is a huge fan of his.
Right.
So that shows you that he said, I'm really looking forward to seeing him play in the Premier League next season. So watch out for him.
Okay. Where have you got them, John?
17th.
17th. Barry?
18th.
Jonathan?
I haven't written numbers down, so 17th.
Okay. Numbers feel like an important
Yeah,
part
that's
of
the-
predicting a table.
Yeah.
But just put them in order. Now,
Lads, you literally had one job.
Okay. I
I just thought I'd be reading out the table at the end. I didn't
Right, I
realise I'd
see.
have to kind of.
well, I have them 15th. I'm trying to keep Leeds and Sunderland up. I'm trying to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I would say of the 20 teams in the league, Leeds are probably the one I know the least amount about. They're very much.
I mean, the bar there is high or low.
Well, that is the kind of condescending comment I was expecting, which is predictable but entirely unfair.
I didn't want to put you
There
in
are
a bad
20
mood.
teams in the Premier
Yeah.
League. I know a lot more about some of them than I know about others. Leeds are the one I know least about.
I didn't want to get on the wrong side of you, Barry, this early in this podcast. Will you accept my apologies?
Well, is it sincere?
It is sincere, yeah.
I don't think it is.
It is sincere.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of yours, Barry. I spent too much time with you not to be. Liverpool have obviously brought in a lot. Florian Wirtz, Hugo Ekitike, Milos Kerkez, Jeremy Frimpong, Alexander Isak, not yet, but, you know,
Yeah.
the rumours suggest he will get there. Obviously, Luis Diaz, Gerald Quansha, Kevin Kelleher, Trent Alexander-Arnold have gone. And, of course, they lost Diogo Jota in that tragedy. They begin at home to Bournemouth on Friday night. They go to Newcastle, Arsenal, Burnley and Everton. We've talked a lot about Liverpool already, Wilson. Has what you saw at the Community Shield changed? Any of your thoughts on there?
Well, slightly. So I thought that I wrote a piece last Saturday night's website, now that there is no Sunday paper, suggesting that the level of change is not just they brought in 4 players, 5 players, depending exactly who you count. It's the nature of the players they brought in that probably would take time to settle. And even if that goes perfectly, it's a process. It'll take 4 or 5 weeks. It could cost them 4 or 5 points, and if it is a tight title race, that could be decisive. I think you look at the squad, particularly if Isak joins, it looks incredibly exciting. But they're changing shape. They're going from more of sort of a 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1 hybrid to a 4-2-3-1. That puts more pressure on the 2 players at the back in midfield. I'm not sure that that's going to be an easy process. I know that on Sunday Gravenberch wasn't there, McAllister wasn't fit enough to start. The area's going to be under pressure. You haven't even got your first 2 choice players there. But that's why I think Van Dijk kept on getting dragged forward into that space where Gravenberch should be. So that I think was all quite predictable. What I hadn't sort of appreciated was the issue that we're going to have getting the ball to Mohamed Salah, which I think is partly because Alexander-Arnold was so good at that you sort of, not you took his passing for granted, but those sort of 30, 40-yard accurate passes he would play, which would get the ball to Salah quickly, get Salah breaking. There's not really anybody there to do that now. Frimpong is a totally different type of fullback. He's always going to go on the outside. That should suit Salah in that he wants to come infield, so that creates space, creates that channel for Frimpong to go outside. But you then have to balance that defensively, and also Salah coming infield needs a centre forward to get out the way. And Ekitike, so it was the worst of both worlds. He got out of the way in the sense he spent a lot of his time over on the left, but he wasn't getting out of the way in the sense of dropping deep, creating the space for Salah. So Salah was left very isolated. So I don't think it's a massive issue, but it is an issue that needs fixing, and therefore I've kind of slightly downgraded my estimation of him.
Yeah, I was at the Community Shield. I would echo much of what Jonathan says, but you have to trust Arne Slot. When Liverpool appointed him, when Richard Hughes turned to him, they did so because they thought he was one of the best tacticians in the game. He's obviously will have seen what's gone wrong in the Community Shield. He seemed pretty unflustered by that. But, as Jonathan said, the title race may come down to small margins. Now, I watched Florian Wirtz, and, he's not a Rolls-Royce of a player. He's a Mercedes S-Class.
Right.
He's a brilliant player. God, it was like, okay, this guy is special. But there may be some sort of Juan Sebastian Veron vibes in there, where he's so good. And the fans are going to love him. Mm-hmm. Remember how Liverpool fans were with Thiago Alcantara?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Mesmeric, I think was the word that they used.
God, the way Thiago kicks the ball, though, it is nice.
Yeah, but it didn't quite work, did it? Because it didn't quite work with the way that Liverpool had become used to their team playing. And if you put a player like that, who is so, by his nature, dominant, it may take time for the rest of the team to fit around him. And Salah, in that game, and that's not to say it will happen every game, Salah was isolated. Now, Salah has been the player that's carried them for many years. And also, Wirtz being in the team, as Donald said, also meant Virgil van Dijk, the other, totem of the team, is pulled into that position. So there's a balance that needs to be struck there. And I suppose it's a question of how long it takes for Slot to find a solution to that.
Barry, Liverpool.
I suppose the one thing to add is they look very light in central defence. If anything happens to Konate or Virgil, then I could see that being a problem. Obviously, there's 20 days of the transfer window remaining, so that they may bring in someone. Mark Gay's been talked about. I think in pre-season they've had Andy Robertson do a shift in the heart of defence. Gravenberch has played in the heart of defence. Maybe Endo as well can do a job. But I do think they are at the moment completely over-reliant on Konate and Van Dijk, which is fine as long as they're fit. But if either of them suffered a injury that was going to keep them out for a long period, I could see that being a problem. But otherwise, I think they'll retain their title.
You have them first. I have them third. Wilson.
Third.
Bruin.
Second.
Second. Okay, how exciting. Okay, then Manchester City, who've brought in Reinders from AC Milan. Ryan Nouri's coming from Wolves. Ryan Cherky as well from Lyon. James Trafford from Burnley. And Sver Naipan, a midfielder from Rosenborg. They've obviously lost Kevin De Bruyne and Carl Walker. A lot of experience in there. They begin at Molineux, then they play Spurs, Brighton, Man United and Arsenal in their opening 5 games. Presume, Barry, the hunger will be back for City.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Obviously, every City preview has to be accompanied by the big charges asterisk. But I think much of their it's kind of Pep's third iteration of City, isn't it? With no De Bruyne now. Much will depend, I suspect, on whether Phil Foden has a good season or not. He was weirdly bad last season, I thought, and he needs to step up, I suspect. The signings they've brought in I suspect James Trafford will definitely challenge Ederson for the first choice goalkeeper position. They've just got so many good players. There's no real mega buck signing. They're all around the 50-60 million mark, I think. But I think they will challenge for the title, but I don't think they'll win it. But I could also see them finishing maybe 9th or 10th. I don't know, but
Well, Johnny Liu had them 6th, Wilson, which surprised me. But how do you? And I think they will win the title this year. I certainly have them top. But how do you see them going? And how do you see them changing from what went wrong last year?
The signings both in January and summer reflect this. I think they probably tried to get away with 1 year too many, with too many players who were getting towards the end. Rodri being injured obviously was the huge issue, and I think a lot depends on how well he comes back. I mean, if Rodri is back at his imperious best, then absolutely no reason why they shouldn't win the title. I think a lot depends as well on Guardiola, that he clearly found last season very difficult. That interview he gave to GQ, he sounded very tired. He was talking about the break he was going to have when his contract's up in 2027. Well, he didn't specifically say when his contract's up in 2027, so when he leaves City, his contract is up in 2027. So you assume he's looking at that as the end. I'm never sure it's a great sign if you're embarking on quite a big job of rebuilding. You're bringing in, is it 9 new players this year? And you're already thinking of the hole you're going to have when you're finished. That doesn't sound like somebody who's got bags of energy. But, you know, it may be this is a new challenge for him, and he is sort of energised by that. It's almost a bit, I don't know if you've read Stuart Lee's autobiography, but he talks about how he's doing this long tour in the Southern Hemisphere, in fact.
Right.
And how he got bored. Mm-hmm. And he would then liven up for himself by deliberately losing part of a room in New Zealand just for the fun of getting it back. And
I mean, I've lost many rooms, but not quite so
have you ever
deliberately.
got one back? But imagine how good that would be, right?
Yeah.
And Guardiola's in the rare position. Most managers, when things start to go wrong, they just get sacked because he's got so much credit in the bank. He's got this chance to rebuild, and it may be that does sort of give him this sort of renewed sense of purpose. It does sort of recharge him. But he's been a manager for at the top level for 16 of the last 17 years, and that is a long time for managers to be at the very top. So it's very difficult to know whether he will be recharged or whether he won't be. If he's recharged, yeah, they can win the title. If not, then it could be a difficult season for them.
So it's interesting that they brought in those players in January who have had time to settle down. I think Marmoush is such a brilliant player, and if him and Haaland can sort of find a way of working together, can they?
They did seem a bit of cross purposes a bit this season, didn't they? I mean, it's funny when you look at those January signings. I mean, Victor Hayes has already gone to Girona. Now, that normally isn't a positive sign for City, is it? Though he's very young. I mean, City are the great intangible of the season, really, because previously City have signed players that you thought ready-made. This guy will come in and be brilliant for them. And we're buying players that we knew all about, like Jack Grealish. And Jack Grealish is one of the people that has supported the club, like Kevin De Bruyne, like Kyle Walker. So they're not particularly recognisable. But the question is, as Jonathan said, it's in Pep. And Pep's been pretty, public-facing this summer. Big GQ interview, hanging around at the Oasis concert, videoing himself singing into his iPhone at the concert as... I've never done that, but, whatever lights you
Which
can.
song did he choose to sing along to?
I think it was Don't Look Back in Anger.
Fair enough, okay.
Which is the Manchester anthem, so
Fine.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Because to be fair to Pep, I don't know if you saw this tweet over the summer, which was about how Pep has become part of Manchester, and you never saw that from Alex Ferguson, which is nonsense, because Ferguson's still lives there. Mm-hmm. One of Fergie's best mates was a guy called Fufu Lamar, who was basically a drag artist. Right. His real name was Frank.
Got it.
Yeah, who in the gay village. And so, you can't get more invested in a city than hanging around there. So there's this whole sort of... Because Manchester is about City v United, right? Yeah, as you can tell by my own dribblings on the subject. And But when we're talking about greatness as a manager, why do we think Ferguson was a great manager? It's the reinventions, isn't it? It's the coming back again and again and again. And if Pep does it this time, with this group of players that we don't really know what tactics he's going to adopt. We don't know if because he's talked, hasn't he, about maybe it's about being more aggressive, maybe it's being like Bournemouth, maybe it's being like Newcastle. If he does a tactical revolution with this group of players and wins the title, well, all hail Pep.
That's just defensively. You're right. They will not look like. It's when you think of City, you just think you know all the players. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
Well, Ayat Nouri, I think, is a really interesting signing because I would never have picked him as a Guardiola player.
No.
Like at Wolves, great to watch because he gets up and down. He's kind of fun to watch as a neutral. Is he really going to be able to sort of adapt himself to the discipline of the Guardiola side? That smells immediately to me of one of those signings that Pep has two looks at him and then...
Does he get Grealished?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or maybe even earlier, does he get Calvin Phillips?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the thing is, Pep is good at burning bridges with players, but it's like, not interested, and there's a long list of those players.
I suppose we don't know at the time of recording. Savinho's still there, and I suppose if he does go, they could bring in Rodrigo and...
I mean, Rodrigo, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, guys.
Yeah.
But the Savinho, if he does go, City had this spell of... I don't know how long it would have been, like, say 7-8 years, where they didn't get a transfer wrong. They were brilliant at signing players, and that just seems to have gone slightly wrong in that last season under Chiqui Begiristain. Obviously, Hugo Viana's come in now. These Hugo Viana signings, and it does just feel. I mean, the profile of the player seems younger, less proven, which is fine. I mean, that's a logical way to do it. In many ways, a lot of clubs are doing that. Ryan Cherky, I think, is a hugely exciting prospect. Not quite guaranteed that he'll fit in straight away, but he's definitely a player you would like to have at your club. But I think there is a question mark now over City's recruitment in the way they just hadn't been for a long time.
Have we done their positions?
No.
Barry?
Second.
Fourth.
Third.
Top. That'll do for part one. Part two, we'll begin with Manchester United. Welcome to part two of the Guardian Football Weekly. Yes, please come to our live show on the 11th of September, playing the Troxy in London. Wilson, you're part of the panel.
Yeah, very excited.
Along with Johnny Liu, Nicky Bandini, lots of cameos. Fancy coming down, John?
Yeah,
Do a bit.
Absolutely.
There you are, John Bruin coming down. This is great, getting everyone in. Tickets can be purchased by heading to theguardian.com/Football Weekly Live. We're live streaming it across the world. No excuses for any of you lot to watch it at some point. And lots of videos, etc. Plug in what we're going to be doing on our Instagram, Blue Sky, and TikToks. Manchester United.
Sorry, you did not mean no excuse not to watch it.
What did I say?
No excuse to watch it.
Both are fine. Yeah.
If I find out any of you have watched it, I'll be very disappointed. Manchester United then have brought in Brian Mbeumo, Matthias Cunha, Benjamin Sesko. They're interested in Baleba. Rashford has gone, Christian Eriksen's gone. They begin at home to Arsenal. Then they go to Fulham, home to Burnley, away to City, home to Chelsea. They came 15th last year. Dwayne says, how many points will Manchester United win the league by? Danny, can United fit in a title parade before the World Cup? Come on then, John. They've spent a lot of money. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm surprised they've spent so much money. That's the first thing to say. The players that they've brought in are all good players, but they're not top players, because that's not the market that Manchester United can exist in anymore. Because
you almost went full Merce. Top players.
Top.
Yeah.
But they can't. Say Rodrigo, you mentioned before. He's not going to sign for Manchester United. No. But they are still capable of picking off players from smaller clubs. So Mbeumo, watched a lot of him at Brentford. Good player. Can he make the step up? Cunha.
Or the step down.
Barry, it's undeniable, yes. Yeah, I'm just getting used to it. All right,
Sorry.
It's been 10 years, but it still hurts. It still hurts. But see,
Been 12.
whatever. God. But there was 2 years of hope. But there's 10 of misery. Oh, I mean, they didn't win trophies and it's still miserable. Oh, God, we'd like to do that again. No, but, Cunha, brilliant play for Wolves. explosive. So you've got this sort of idea that you're looking for like the new firebrand, the new Cantona. Let's not give him that label already. That's absolutely ludicrous. Sesko, it's funny, isn't it? A player like that there's a lot, so many clubs were linked with him. Manchester United end up with him, and you already get the back channels where, he's a lot of clubs have looked at him, he's no good, and So it is funny that they've just gone, big Sir Jim spending has gone for broke. They've gone for strikers. They've just gone for it.
Gone for bit, as Lars made the point. They've gone for lots of players who just shoot from anywhere.
Well,
it's going to be fun.
Well, it's showbiz. It's showbiz. It's Manchester United. Let's bring back Manchester United as an entertainment franchise rather than, a black comedy. It's
Can be both.
And it is likely to be both. The other aspect, of course, is that this red hot manager that they signed, back in October, November last year, almost, it appeared, gave up on the domestic season and gave up on a lot of players. He now has to work with those players that he's got at the moment. He has had the summer to train them as he would like. He's had the summer to fit them to this formation that for some reason he is utterly wedded to. I think one of my predictions for the season is that at one point he will not play that formation and he might just be a little bit better, or it's worse and he says I was right all along, or whatever. There'll be some variation there. But Amorim, my observation of Amorim over the summer is this. I was away, came back from holiday from my black metal weekend, got home, and just as I got there, they're showing the Premier League, the summer series, and I didn't catch any of the game, but I did see, they were like, oh, we're just waiting to speak to Ruben Amorim. And they cut to Ruben Amorim, face like thunder. And they took a while to get Ruben Amorim on because he was obviously annoyed about it. It was an own goal, wasn't it, in that game? He was annoyed. He also has already developed the curse of Manchester United. He looks about 15 years older than when he took that job. Remember when Jose Mourinho went from salt and pepper to white?
Yeah.
And
it happens to the best of us.
Yes, well, quite, yes. But it's let's see how the Manchester United process. David Moyes turned up, strawberry blonde, left a very grey man. So we'll have to see.
I didn't think you'd be that enthusiastic, Barry. How do you see them?
It's one of the tougher ones to call. I personally think Ruben Amorim will whip Manchester United into shape and make them a force again. I could be wrong. He could be the equivalent of the monorail guy of The Simpsons.
At least he has built a monorail in Lisbon.
Yeah,
that actually did happen. So
well, I
think
think
left quite a good monorail sort of heritage in Lisbon as well.
I think the monorail guy in The Simpsons built one in Shelbyville as well, but it wasn't. It wasn't a very good monorail. But then there's the concern. The players he has brought in, or United have brought in, are clearly good players. But then Manchester United have brought in a lot of good players over the last 10 years who have suddenly stopped being good players and become very bad players. Will this happen again? Only time will tell. So I'm inclined to think I can't see them plumbing the depths of last season. I just cannot see that happening, as funny as it would be. But I think they'll be fine without pulling up too many trees.
Give us your thoughts, Wilson, and where you have them.
I mean, Barry says they've brought in very good players, but I'm not sure they have. They've brought in players who might be very good. Like Cunha is very tempestuous. Mm-hmm. That could easily go. Might be fine. He might be a Cantona, but it could go wrong. And Burmo has only really had one season of being anywhere near as prolific as he was last season. Brentford, I think, is a club where last season everything worked. Every aspect of it was working together. The squad was incredibly well crafted, and I suspect you take any unit out of that, they might not be as effective elsewhere. He might be fine, but there's a question. Šeško, he's big, he's quick, can't finish 1-on-1. No, he's young, that might come. So there's a doubt there. And is he any better? Maybe he probably is better than Højlund was when he turned up, or Xerxes when he turned up. And Xerxes completely different type of player. But you saw the thing that those players couldn't do immediately is highlighted at United, immediately exposed. Each of these three players, the same thing could happen. My other question is, how much were they paying for those packed lunches? Because if this is a club that's on the brink of bankruptcy, as Jim Ratcliffe told us, and then they stop for packed lunch and suddenly they can spend 200 million quid on three forwards, that doesn't sound,
I don't know, if you go
200
to
million
Pret every
quid.
day, you'll be skinned quickly.
Actually, a Pret box is now 10 quid.
Yeah,
I had a shawarma box yesterday. It was good, but £10.
They weren't giving them Pret, though, were they?
Say again?
Well, they weren't giving them Pret, were they? Surely they were just in their own kitchens. They
Don't
were.
Had
So-
a green goddess juice, and that is Joshua Zirkzee.
Oh, that's madness. So much sugar in there. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
That's what you needed, maybe.
I think that the fact they don't have European football as well is
Yeah.
quite an important factor.
That is a big thing, and I think the one advantage they've had or should have had is they had all the last 2/3 of last season for Amorim to look at the squad, assess it, start to put things in place. But then you'd have hoped, with all that sort of preparation, as soon as the window opens in July, but it got in the 4 or 5 players they want, crucially got rid of the players they want to get rid of. I mean, don't forget that Anthony's still there, Sancho's still there, Malassia's still there, Garnacho's still there. So 4 of the 5 players they want to get rid of are still there, taking their wages, draining resources. I mean, sorry, that sounds like it's their fault. It's not their fault. It's that United have created that situation. And as long as they're there, it's obviously hampering what they can do elsewhere. I don't think if you'd looked at the squad last season, you necessarily have said that the front three was what needed the big change. I mean, their best player over the last 4 or 5 years has been Bruno Fernandes, and you would think he'd be one of those three. Maybe the plan's to play him deeper, but then you need somebody with an incredible engine to play alongside him. Ugarte really hasn't looked like last season. He didn't look capable of doing that. Made the big mistake against Everton in the summer series. I mean, Baleba would seem that profile of player who could do that, but he's still young. There's a lot of pressure to put on him. Where does Kobbie Mainoo fit? It seems, this great young talent United have, but they've got a system that doesn't really work for him. Ahmed Diallo looked really good in parts last season, but is he really a wing back? It seems like he's so short.
Oh God, this is so miserable. Oh no,
He's so he's so short. You sort of think, if he's playing right wing back, as the opposition, all you do is move the ball down the other wing, pop it up to the back post, and then
Duncan Ferguson heads out.
if you've dragged the back three across, then Jallo. What's Jallo going to do against a 6'4"? What would Jallo do in training in Sheshko? Nothing.
Where are we putting United? I have them 7th.
8th.
6th.
After all that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, I think the lack of European football, that time will help.
I'm so optimistic they're going to come 5th.
5th. Wow. So the predictions don't really fit with the discussion, but that's fine. Newcastle then. They've bought in Anthony Elanga. They bought in Aaron Ramsdale. Malik Thiaw is on his way in from AC Milan. They want Johan Wissa as well. They've lost Lloyd Kelly, who wasn't there anyway, I think, last year. Sean Longstaff and Callum Wilson have gone. They go to Villa and then play Liverpool, Leeds, Wolves and Bournemouth. They came 5th last year, where we have 2 Sunderland fans on this panel. David Ornstein tweeting this morning, he's adamant he will not play for Newcastle ever again. Even if the window closes, no wish to reintegrate. God, they should have had him at that barbecue, shouldn't they? So presuming he goes then, John.
Yes.
How do we view this Newcastle season? Johnny Lew had them 3rd, saying, look, beyond the noise, they're still a very good team with a very good coach.
I don't doubt that it's a talented group, but it's a much lessened group without a player like Isak. We've got to suggest that is the end for him. They're just going to have to get that deal done and then buy in the players to replace him, or rather flesh out the rest of the team. Borrowed Aaron Ramsdale, didn't they, on loan? Goalkeeper's been a problem for them, hasn't it? Nick Pope, they've sort of lost trust in him and...
I suppose he doesn't play out. Depends how you want to play, right?
Yes, yeah. Does Aaron Ramsdale play that well out?
Well, I mean, that was the Raya Ramsdale.
Yeah,
that was what I was. But he's better than Nick Pope.
He's also a relegation specialist. So.
Yes, well, yeah, you're into sort of Nigel Quasi territory, aren't you, with a goalkeeper? But listen, Newcastle, it's almost like you can't talk about the football with them because it's like this soap opera has taken a different direction. It's the realisation that maybe the Saudi ownership wasn't the golden ticket. Maybe the diversification of Saudi Arabian interests maybe has Newcastle a little further down the priority list than before. It's a situation that will amuse quite a lot of people because the way that the Saudis were received with such open arms, though you have to have sympathy for Newcastle fans who felt that the Mike Ashley reign would not be repeated. Eddie Howe is a manager who has done a great job for them. This is a severe test of his ability to pull the club together. You'd expect the public to be unified behind him. They've got someone to hate. That's Alexander Isak now, the guy that was their godhead last season. It's going to be very, very difficult. They're in the Champions League as well. So in the reverse of Manchester United having a clear look at things, being able to play week to week, they won't be able to play week to week. I'd expect them to drop out of the top 5. We're going to have to see what dealings they can do. The other thing is, compare the Saudis to the Abu Dhabi arrangement. Abu Dhabi, when they went into Manchester City, got the setup behind the manager correct. That's what's gone wrong at Newcastle. It's been a mess. Paul Mitchell, sporting director, has left. Amanda Staveley left the club, which people say has had a big effect. It's been a mess behind, and you've had the recruitment policy not working. You can have all the money in the world, as Manchester United have proved. If you don't spend it properly on the right people running the club, then you've got problems, and those are the problems Newcastle have got.
Yeah, I've got them down in 10th now.
I've done 11. And the weird thing is, if a couple of days after the end of last season you'd asked me, I just thought this is going to be a big summer of recruitment for them, and they will definitely be in the shake-up for the title next season. And now I think they'll do well to finish in the top half of the table. I'm not going to pretend I haven't. I've found this whole Isak saga and then this apparent reluctance of so many players to go near them hilarious. I'm not going to pretend anything other than that. But there's just something weird going on there. It's not. I don't think it's a northeast thing.
No,
it's specifically a Newcastle thing. I'm wondering, is there some big footballer group WhatsApp chat that they all know something we don't? I'm only guessing, but I think Newcastle, it should be a very attractive proposition.
Yeah,
and players won't touch them with a pole.
It's a great place to live, and we will visit it for Jonathan's wedding. It's a fantastic place. And I love Newcastle as a place. I'd happily live there, but footballers don't seem to want to go there to play for Eddie Howe.
So where are you putting them?
I have them 11th.
Wilson?
8th.
And because Johnny had them 3rd, in the sense that we do get so carried away with transfer stories, and
well, I just think there's been so much focus on Isak and Wissa, and they're very woefully short in other areas. Like, they need a couple of centre backs. They need a
Botman isn't the fittest,
But I think there's a mood issue there as well. I think that's what's so frustrating for them. That they win a domestic trophy for the first time in 70 years. They're back in the Champions League. This should have been all positivity. And instead, there's this. Their sort of iconic player wants to leave. I think a couple of other players are looking at that and thinking, well, if he wants to go, maybe I also want to go. Their struggles to bring players in, I think, mean that that tier of players just below Isak are thinking, well, is this place building or not? And I think I've got sympathy with them there, in the sense that Amanda Staveley left for reasons of health, and that's very sad. And she clearly performed a very useful function there in terms of being some kind of liaison. And it appears that Paul, besides the briefings, it's very, very hard to know exactly what the truth is. But it appears that Paul Mitchell took a much harder line with Isak than she would have done. And maybe had she been able to remain, that situation could have been resolved. They could have come to some kind of agreement. Do us one more year and we'll let you go. We'll put in a release clause or whatever. Rather than this really toxic standoff where it's very hard to see how he could come back now. I know players have come back. Luis Suarez wanted to leave Liverpool and came back and was
Amazing.
It helped he was banned for first seven games of that season, so there was a natural sort of cooling off period. But it does happen, but it's very hard to see it in this circumstance. Also, Darren Eales, the CEO, is
He's leaving, yeah.
well, I mean, yeah, he's in terrible health, and yeah, that's a tragic situation. But that possibly means they haven't quite had the leadership they might have had, and then the fact that the complication that the Saudi PIF. I mean, one of the things Paul Mitchell got frustrated with, I think, was things had to go through a whole series of committees. He could never really take a decision. It always took ages to get done. And the less interested the Saudis become in Newcastle, and they do seem to be refocusing on Saudi-based sport, then the further down that priority list they slide. So, I think the issue is not really the quality of players in the squad. Although I think Barry's right. There are a couple of areas where they obviously are short. It's just this sense of, hang on, this has stopped moving forward. And as soon as you lose that momentum, the better players are always looking, well, hang on, where can I get a better deal? Where's the next place to go? And the fact that they're have not recently been a regular Champions League qualifier means there's always that doubt. And still, it appears Benjamin Šeško preferred the offering at Manchester United, which, assuming he's got a...
He didn't listen to our bit about Man United, though, to be fair.
But assuming he's got a cable channel in Leipzig, he must have seen United play. But even then, that is a more... I mean, maybe they offered him more money, I don't know. If Isak was only on 20 grand a week, maybe it is purely financial. But anyway, Manchester United's package was more attractive than Newcastle United's package.
Nottingham Forest have brought in Dan Ndoye from Bologna, forward and a winger. Igor Jesus from Botafogo, and Jair Cunha, centre-back from Botafogo as well. Alanga's gone to Newcastle, Danilo's gone, a couple of others have gone as well. They begin at home to Brentford, they play Palace, West Ham, Arsenal, Burnley. They finished 7th. Jim says, as the headline in Wilson's recent article noted, analysing pre-season friendlies is maddening, but right now it's all we have. With that in mind, Forest scoring 1 goal in 7 games feels suboptimal, don't you think? And they did massively overperform expectations, certainly me and Barry's expectations. We had them relegated. They have to compete on multiple fronts. They have kept hold of Morgan Gibbs-White. Elliot Anderson was perhaps England's standout player in the Under-21 Euros. I know Harvey Elliott got player of the tournament. How do we think they're going to go, Barry?
I'm not relegating them this season, but I do expect a massive drop-off from what they achieved last season. I think Elanga is a huge loss. I don't think Chris Wood will get anywhere near 20 goals again. Morgan Gibbs-White appears to be being held there very much against his will. So I suspect he may not perform as well as he did last season. They have had a clear out of quite a lot of dead wood, I suppose you could call it. Milenkovic and Murillo, if they can be as good again this season, or as they were last season, that would be a big feather in their cap. But I do expect just an overall drop-off, and I can't see them troubling the top half of the table. But I'm not relegating.
Well, I've actually got them 8th, Wilson.
I've got them 14th.
Okay.
For much the same reasons as Barry said. I think having to play in Europe will put a stress on that squad. Chris Wood had the season of his life last season. He may well get 10 or 12 or 15 this season, but it's not going to be as good as last season. I'm not convinced that Dan Ndoye is an upgrade on Elanga. He might be. I mean, he's played very well for Bologna, but whether he's exactly that sort of very direct, sort of somebody who's very good in transition. Elanga was perfect for that, and Dan Ndoye may not be quite perfect for that. So I think there will be a drop-off. And I sort of sense around that club. I mean, I'm saying that like this is some great wisdom that only I've defined, but there is a volatility around that club.
Could you put your finger on where that comes from? I
don't know.
Okay, fine.
It tends to come from the top, these things. But who knows? And so if you're, was this one of the questions we had to answer? Who's going to be the first manager to go? But Nuno, for no good reason, is pretty high on that list just because
it's not
Marinakis. He likes sacking a manager.
Where have you got them, John?
I've got them 14th. I think the European, being in the European routine will affect them, as it has done so many teams over the years. They haven't really strengthened. This striker Igor Jesus. That's using this. Marinakis appears to have this hotline to Brazil, doesn't he? In which they got Murillo. what Forest did so well with a couple of players is that they have, whereas, say, smaller European clubs pick up Brazilian players and then own them up, Nottingham Forest are going straight to the producer, and that's to the original line of it, and picking up that talent. Let's see how he goes. Was it Brentford had signed a player called Igor last season, and he got injured?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that doesn't happen the same.
We need a fit Eagle.
We need fit. I want to see both fit Igors this season.
Two big Igors.
Brentford aren't going to need their Igor.
They are going to need their Igor.
Has there ever been a good Igor? Igor Stepanovs wasn't particularly
Igor
good.
Shooter.
Igor Tudor's a good player.
Igor Stimac?
But in the Premier League.
Igor
He was a
Igor
Derby, was he
Stimac
at
was
Derby?
good in Derby.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, fair enough.
The best Eagle.
Best
Thank you so
Igor,
much.
Best Igor.
I'm here. There is a reason for me. All right, that'll do for part 2. Part 3, Igor Bishkan as well, says producer Joel. Yeah, of course. There's a plethora of Igors.
Biscan was better in the Champions League than he was in the Premier League.
I mean, he was so good that game away against Juventus.
Brilliant.
We're tight for time. We can't go into the Igors of Premier League history. Part 3 will begin with Sunderland. Welcome to part 3 of the Guardian Football Weekly. If you're a regular listener, you'll know that this month Football Weekly is being supported by TNT Sports. In the ads, we've been talking about how TNT Sports is the destination for football's not normal moments, whether it's the Premier League, the UEFA Champions League, or the men's and women's FA Cup. Every match day has the potential to deliver drama, fun, and excitement. And as this is a prediction pod, we thought we'd ask the panel for a forecast of their not normal moment of the season ahead, something that would never happen. Man United finishing 15th, Spurs finishing 17th, Big Sam coming back, Aston Villa signing Rashford and Asensio in January. Something that would never happen, but actually might happen. John, I'll start with you.
I've got a couple here.
Okay, good.
Okay. I was watching Everton, unveiling their new stadium, Hill Dickinson, and it was a veterans game. Everton v Roma. I'll tell you who was the best player on the pitch. Leighton Baines.
Oh, yeah.
I think Baines could still do a job for Everton.
So Baines back.
Baines back for Everton. I'd like to see it. I think he could grace the Hill Dickinson. And another one. I was sad to see that Juanma Lillo, Pep Guardiola's, almost like his comedy partner, his chorus line partner, has stepped away. He's been replaced by Pepin Linders, formerly Klopp's. So that's an interesting wife swap, if you'd like. But Pepin Linders is an ambitious guy. I could see him taking a club job somewhere else. We know there's been a bromance going on recently. I know who the new assistant should be for Pep.
Noel Gallagher.
No. Neil Warnock.
Neil Warnock.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's a great idea. Barry?
What would be nice if we could get through an entire season where Arsenal fans are not in any way upset by any refereeing decision that goes against them at all over the course of 38 games. They're perfectly satisfied. There's no talk of conspiracies of any kind from on high, from Stockley Park or from the PGMOL. It's a pipe dream, but it could happen.
I'll say I at no point in the season will get frustrated by the handball thought. Wilson?
Like John, I've got a couple. So I'd quite like especially a big team who have a bad start of the season, and in January they say, you know what, we haven't really been performing, so we're going to lower the ticket prices to reward our fans for their loyalty.
Perfect.
The impossible.
Or, and this is even less likely, a journey from London to the northwest for a game to run smoothly. Or, and this is perhaps, I think this is vaguely plausible, and this, to be fair, this was somebody on Twitter that asked us a question, what stimulated the thought. After Newcastle have got rid of Isak and they're desperately scrabbling around on the last couple of days of the window for a forward, they re-sign Ivan Toney from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that is interesting. And you could see that happening.
Prodigal son returns,
With the Premier League, UEFA Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup all in one place. TNT Sports Not Normal. Stream TNT Sports on Discovery Plus or watch TNT Sports channels on EE Sky and Virgin Media.
Subscription required. Age 18 plus. T's and C's apply.
On to Sunderland. They've brought in reams of footballers, including Granit Xhaka, Simon Adingra from Brighton as well. They've lost Joe Bellingham. They've lost Tom Watson. They begin at home to West Ham. They've then played Burnley, Brentford, Palace and Aston Villa. They won the playoffs in dramatic style. Certainly the playoff semi-finals in dramatic style. Chris says, "How the Newcastle fan? How delighted are Barry and Jonathan knowing they've arrived in the Premier League. The exact season Newcastle's wheels fall off, finishing above us is surely on the cards." I was speaking to Kevin Hatchard yesterday, European football expert Wilson. He was saying a lot of the players that you brought in are quite physical. It could be quite a dirty big boot, hit 'em hard Sunderland.
Fine.
I'm excited about it.
The best recent Sunderland was the Sam Allardyce Sunderland, and they didn't mind a tackle.
Yeah.
So whatever it takes. If you'd asked me immediately after the final whistle on the day of the playoff final,
Through the tears, you would.
through the tears, I would have said, I just said, well, I'm just going to enjoy the day because next season's going to be terrible. But the signings have actually given me I hate this about football. It just gives you hope. Just when you think I can write off this season, it's fine. The aim is actually to be the first team to get in single figures points. To set a record that will last the test of time. A record sort of held twice previously. But actually, I think the signings have been as good as you could realistically have expected. There's a nice range of ages that they're still going for the young players to develop and sell on, but they have brought in some experience. I mean, Granit Xhaka, I think, particularly looks a pretty smart signing. I mean, how bad must Eric Ten Hag's first training session have been at Leverkusen? but suddenly Granit Xhaka discovers his lifelong ambition to live in Sunderland. But anyway, I'm grateful that he has. So look, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them, but there's a chance. I think the start is pretty kind. So I think the stats show that newly promoted teams, if they don't get 8 points in the first 5 games, they don't stay up. Well, starting at home to West Ham, then Burnley away, then Brentford at home, there's a chance.
It's 9 points right there.
And then is it Palace away and then Villa at home?
Yeah.
So that's 15 points the first 5 games and nearly halfway there.
Barry?
Yeah, I presumed that when they went up, they would go straight back down. The number of players they brought in has astounded me. Some of them look. Working on the presumption that every player you bring in will be really good is quite a foolish one. But if even a third of them work out, that would still be really good. I think the signing of Granit Xhaka could be an absolute inspirational one. Interestingly, in 10,000 simulations of the imminent season run by the Optus supercomputer, Sunderland were the only team out of 20 who didn't win it once. So up your supercomputer. But I'm my sights are set slightly lower than winning it. I think Regis Lebris has something about him. I really do. And he's very calm. He's authoritative, and very tactically flexible. I won't mind if Sunderland get relegated, but I certainly expect them to give a much better account of themselves than any of the 3 teams that came up last season.
I have them 17th, John. You?
I have them bottom, chaps, I'm afraid.
That's okay.
I'm not sure why I came to that conclusion. Regis Lebris, obviously a very talented coach, though he does remind me of someone who could work on MasterChef, The Professionals. Maybe it's just the name.
He sounds like a linebacker for the Buffalo Bills to me.
Yeah, or a game show host. Or something like that. Yeah. Granit Xhaka, that's an interesting signing. It feels to me that he's got the slot that should have been Jordan Henderson's. Yeah. And then Adingra, really talented player. I wonder why Brighton have let him go. That's my...
There's rumours that he's not the most dedicated trainer. I think it's...
Yes.
Sorry, who's this?
Adingra.
Yeah, and when you consider that the managers he's worked with at Brighton, De Zerbi and Hertzler, they like things their own way. Let's see how Regis gets on with him.
You just sack him in the end zone, and then that's it.
Well, he'll get him peeling potatoes in the corner like a commie chef.
Come on down.
And Sunderland's pre-season's been dreadful as well.
Oh, has it?
They beat Augsburg and they beat South Shields as much as they've beaten anybody else.
There's a big local derby then.
4-0 as well. Got beat 3-0 for Rayo Vallecano at the weekend.
Where have you got them?
20th.
Oh, you got them bottom.
Oh, realistic. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Baz.
15.
15th. Good for you. Okay, then. Tottenham are bought 17th.
And
I had them bottom.
Spurs have brought in Mohamed Kudus. Matthias Tell and Kevin Danzo have signed permanently. Luka Vuskovic, a centre-back, from Hajduk Split as well. João Palhinha's come in. Heung-min Son has left. Højbjerg's left as well. James Maddison injured for most of the season. They begin at home to Burnley, then they go to Man City, play Bournemouth, West Ham and Brighton. We are recording this before Tottenham's victory over PSG in the European Super Cup. I had more enthusiasm for that until their social media account was like, Bayern Munich score 2-0. Bayern Munich score 3-0. Bayern Munich score 4-0 in a pre-season friendly. Thomas Frank, look, Spurs have ruined the lives of a lot of high-profile managers. Can they ruin the life of a lower-profile one, Barry?
Probably. I have high hopes for Thomas Frank, I have to say, at Spurs. He has a hard act to follow insofar as Ange Postecoglou won a trophy. He doesn't have a hard act to follow insofar as Spurs lost more than half of their Premier League games last season, was it?
22.
22,
Yeah. I think he's been around long enough and is smart enough not to be phased by this step up, bigger stadium, more demanding fan base. Spurs had a big problem last season, I think more so than any other side. They just throwing away points from winning positions. I think that won't happen this season. I think they will be far more defensively solid under Frank. I think they'll be better at set pieces. I think they'll be absolutely fine. I think he'll have them motoring up the table. They won't be anywhere near the relegation. So
the problem Frank has is that his history shows he starts slowly at clubs. It takes a while for players to learn how to do what he wants them to do. I think at Brentford he won one of the first 10 games. I think is the start. And because he is, as you said, he's a lower profile manager, there is a danger that a section of Spurs fans who are already a bit, why are we getting a bloke from Brentford? Surely we're better than that. They see that and they immediately turn on him, and it becomes a bit like Nuno, and he's drummed out by October. I think that is a genuine risk. I hope it doesn't happen, because I think in time he would be good. But already things are sort of ganging up on him. Not getting Gibbs White when it looked like they got him. Losing Maddison.
I think
Kulusevski's knee is still damaged, yeah.
They're exploring Eze and Savino and El Canus. They explore a lot of players.
No club better at exploring transfer opportunities. It's funny, I saw Daniel Levy did that interview with Gary Neville and talked about the money they've spent, but then I actually looked at it, and actually it was money they'd spent previously on players that were already coming in, like Danso and Tell. Listen, I'm a huge admirer of Thomas Frank, as I've said many times on this podcast. I do fear for him. I do think he has the wherewithal, the constitution to deal with it. At Brentford, there were a lot of difficult times over those years. He dealt with them all. When Barry says that they'll be better at set pieces, I think they can't be any worse than they were under Postecoglou at set pieces. Thomas Frank will actually concentrate on set pieces and not dismiss them as some mere frippery, as dear old Ange did. The thing is with Frank is that he is a pragmatic coach, and he can play different styles. I think...
And he changed how Brentford played.
Yes, because he played that very passing game. Then they arrived as the sort of new Wimbledon in the Premier League, and by the end of it, they were playing this really attacking football. I think Tottenham fans will quite enjoy that if he plays that. And he's innovative, and he has the ability to improve players, which is a big skill in managers, and Tottenham need that. They've got quite a lot of good young players coming in. There's a lot of hope for the Japanese guy that's coming again. I think they'll be fine with Frank if there's patience there. Patience at Tottenham, in short supply over the years, but also beyond Frank, there's been a big shifting in the boardroom and the sporting director and head of football and all that stuff. It's a club in transition. Funny enough, winning a trophy was supposed to be the achievement of a dream. Well, football doesn't work like that, does it? It's on to the next thing.
I have them 5th.
6th.
7th.
7th.
Right. West Ham, then. We are running out of time. Who could have foreseen this, West Ham and Wolves fans? As is customary, we apologise.
I suspect West Ham Wolves fans won't be that upset we've run out of time.
I have them bottom.
Have you?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not quite sure why, but I don't think it's going to be... I mean, they've bought in Jean-Claude Todibo, a centre-back from Nice.
But he was already there.
Yeah. El Hadj Diouf, not that one. Left back from Slavia Prague.
Yeah.
Carl Walker-Peters and Callum Wilson. Kudus has gone, Zuma's gone, Danny Ings gone, Mikel Antonio, of course. Great news for Barry, Lucas Fabianski's gone. So, no
Are you
problems.
sure it's him that's gone?
I can't be sure. They start at Sunderland, then they play Chelsea, Forest, Spurs, and Palace. Came 14th. Does feel, Barry, like a tough season for Graham Potter. This.
Yeah, you look at the signings they brought in, not even remotely inspirational. I think West Ham's most remarkable moment last season was the Nicholas Fulkrug rant after they failed to beat Southampton. I think they beat Manchester United as well, and they're the only two things of note that West Ham that registered with me last season.
They did change managers and everything, and you.
Yeah.
But I mean, their form didn't change at all, did they? It was 23 points from 20 games on Lopetegui and 20 points from 18
Absolutely,
games
yeah.
under Graham Potter. So it just kept going at exactly the same rate.
It's a classic West Ham misery summer. Again, we were talking sporting directors. One came in, he's gone. The same guy that's been doing pretty much running the shop for many years is doing it. David Sullivan. There is disquiet amongst the fans. Maybe West Ham fans wouldn't have it any other way, but you do fear for them. That game against Sunderland, 6-pointer.
Isn't it?
12 points.
12-pointer.
I do think that the one ray of positivity is Lucas Paqueta. He's off the hook for that gambling charge. Hopes will once again be pinned on Jared Bowen. Jared Bowen has twins who are just gone past 2 years old. Jared Bowen's going to be very tired.
Well, do you know what? I on the same note, did you see James Maddison, who has 3 kids, has twins and another kid, and then they did an announcement saying we're having twins again.
Oh.
So I was like, obviously, I'm really sad that he's injured because I love him as a player, but I was worried about this season for him anyway, or in 9 months' time, because you can't have twins and not be
Two
absolute-
sets of twins.
2 sets of
Wow,
twins.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. Oh, so Bowen will be absolutely
Bowen's
broken.
going to be broken, man.
He's worked hard enough as it is.
Yeah.
For them. Great.
But the thing is, like, I was looking at West Ham, that I researched the age of Jared Bowen's twins in the course of this because there's so little else to work with. Graham Potter was sold to us as this, he's a genius, and he did an undeniably good job at Brighton, but I'm beginning to wonder, has he got that?
I think the West Ham fans are wondering because it's not a lack of charisma, it's just that he's just a normal guy, and that isn't
That
how,
doesn't fit at West Ham.
That's not how football works, and it's not how it doesn't work at West Ham. You're right. You
need Harry.
You need Harry. You need Slaven. You need someone that's got a bit of
Where are we all putting them?
I have them 17th.
18th.
19th.
So 3 of us relegating West Ham. I'm also relegating Wolves. I have them 18th. Jorgen Strand Larsen signed permanently. Fer Lopez, John Arias, and David Moller-Wolf have come in. Cunha's gone, Ryan Aït-Nouri's gone, Gonzalo Guedes has gone. They begin against City, then they play Bournemouth, Everton, Newcastle, and Leeds. Look, Vitor Pereira Wilson did a brilliant job with them last year, and it looks like it's going to be tougher this season. The thing that they can hang their hats on is him, right?
Under Gary Neal took 8 points from 15 games. Under Vitor Pereira, 34 points from 23 games. It's a massive improvement. That's almost trebling the points per game. If they can sustain that, then you're talking about getting into Europe. But I suspect they can't sustain that. But he clearly is a very charismatic bloke. He seems to be good at motivating not just the players but the fan base. Once he'd come in, once that first 3 or 4 weeks had passed, you didn't really think Wolves were going to get relegated last season. So if they start well, I think they'll be comfortable mid-table. But they're one of those clubs who you could see falling off a wall.
Look at his CV. Look how long he's lasted at his various clubs.
It's a long CV, isn't it?
It's a long CV. There's a lot of clubs. He's managed in Brazil, Portugal, Asia as well. He's there for a good time, not a long time, I think. And he likes his pints after points, doesn't he? Even when they were struggling to Gary O'Neill, I always thought there's a lot of talent in the squad that's sort of very latent. Fer Lopez that they brought in, quote from Vitor Pereira, he has the magic we need. So let's watch out for him.
They have a brilliant midfield, I think, with Andre and João Gomez. John Arias, they brought in, he lit up the Club World Cup. Will he be able to carry that form on to the Premier League? Time will tell. I don't think they'll do as well as last season, but I'm not relegating them either.
Where do
I
you
have them 16th.
13th.
I have them 15th.
15th. I have them 18th. Quickly, let's have your top sevens. Barry, your top seven, please.
Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal, Brighton, Chelsea, Spurs.
And your bottom three.
From the bottom, Burnley, Everton, Leeds.
Wilson.
Top seven: Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, City, Villa, United, Tottenham. Bottom three from bottom upwards: Sunderland, Burnley, West Ham.
Arsenal winners, Liverpool, City, Chelsea, Manchester United, Villa, Tottenham. Bottom three, Burnley, West Ham, Sunderland.
Right. And I have Man City winning the league, Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, Spurs, Villa, Man United as my top seven, West Ham bottom, Burnley 19th, and Wolves 18th. Apologies to these three sides. And that'll do. Thanks, everybody. So you have Chelsea, you think will win the league?
I think they need to bring in a centre back, but I trust their ability to buy players. Yeah, I think you're watching the Club World Cup final. They were so good, and that was such an obvious Maresca triumph that I think last season Maresca got a load of grief. Oh, his football's boring. But if they take the lead in the first 15, 20 minutes of games, and you're being slightly boring, protecting a 1-0 lead, I think fans are much more accepting of that. And a lot of the problem last season was they just didn't take the chances. And I know a lot of Chelsea fans got quite upset with Nicholas Jackson. They've clearly upgraded him. João Pedro and Liam Delap, I think, are both upgrades. And Nicholas Jackson, I just feel really sorry for. He's one of the people who's been chewed up by that whole way of doing business. He came in having played 16 games in La Liga, and suddenly, you're a first choice centre forward for a Premier League club who expects to get in the Champions League, and it's a ludicrous expectation to place on a young player. He's never had a time to develop or a place to sort of. He hasn't had the right sort of curve of education. So I still think there could be a player in there. I think his movement's pretty good, just not that good at finishing yet.
I'm being told we have 2 minutes to get out of the studio. I don't know what's on next, so whatever thought you had, John, you can't have it. And that'll do. Save it for the next pod.
I will.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Wilson.
Cheers.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Max.
Leave us a nice review on Apple or Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, etc. And we'll be back next week. Hello and welcome to the Guardian Football Weekly. It's our world-famous Premier League preview pods, alphabetically, Arsenal to Wolves. Bournemouth begins with a B, Barry. The Gunners have a centre-forward. Does that just mean second again? Aston Villa have been quiet, but Unai Emery is still Unai Emery. What impact will selling virtually their entire backline have on Bournemouth? What impact will losing their manager and some vital players have on Brentford? Brighton have bought lots of people we don't know much about. No doubt they'll all be brilliant. Burnley have bought a whole team, but lost James Trafford. Chelsea are the best team in the world, and they bought some excellent players. Palace have had the best season in their history. Might the demotion, however unfair to the Conference League, actually work out in more silverware? Everton have a shiny stadium and a shiny Grealish, and Fulham are Fulham. We'll predict where they'll all finish on today's Guardian Football Weekly. On the panel for part one today, Barry Glendenning, hello.
Hi, Max.
Welcome Johnny Lou.
Hi, Hayden.
And Jordan Jarrett Bryan is here too.
Hello, mate. Can I just say, sorry, this is the first time I've done a podcast with you guys in person.
Ever. Wow.
This is exciting.
Will the takes be hotter?
Oh, they're flaming.
Oh,
They're
okay.
coming.
Just to say, we're recording this on a Tuesday, so it'll go out, I think, on Wednesday. So, if something's happened to Alexander Isak or something else, and we don't reference it, it's because it's Tuesday right now. Shall we begin with Arsenal? They brought in Martin Zubimendi, Victor Gyökeres, Noni Madueke, Christian Mosquera, a centre-back from Bilbao. Kieran Tierney's left, Jorginho, Thomas Partey, Raheem Sterling, Tomiyasu have gone. They begin at Old Trafford. They have Leeds, Liverpool, Forest and Man City in their opening 5 games as well. They finished second last year. We'll, of course, predict the whole table as we go. Barry did very well last year, didn't use pressure on you to repeat that.
Yeah, and I found it really difficult this year. Perhaps because I know there's a listener out there now collating these predictions, making note of them, and he has decided with firm evidence that I'm the best.
Did you win though? Did you?
We're used to not the worst of the bunch.
I mean,
No, I
you
was
predicted
by
Liverpool,
a distance
you
the
predicted
best.
Liverpool to win, which was
Yes.
and that's the headline. But also, didn't you predict like Forest to get relegated?
Yeah, we
I
both
did, yes.
As a category error, that's arguably worse.
It is worse.
I think my worst error was predicting Manchester United to finish 12th, which drew a sharp intake of breath from Max, and it was completely wrong because they were even worse than that.
It just depends on the metric because Max actually got 3 spot on and you only got 2.
Are you the listener who studied it?
I did my research.
Good stuff.
I mean-
Let's start with Arsenal. Jordan, you're an Arsenal fan.
I am.
Second for 3 consecutive seasons.
Yay.
Can they go one better?
They can. Will they? It's probably the more interesting question. I have concerns. I think the summer feels like a summer of remaining competitive. I think they've reloaded, if you like, with some players to ensure that they can go again. I'm not convinced that they have done enough to make me think that they are the team that come May will lift the Premier League trophy. They've done some good business. It's not business that if I'm Liverpool or Manchester City, I look at and think, it's business that I look at and think,
Okay. Right.
do you know what I mean? So I'm spoiler alert, they aren't my Premier League champion this season, but I've got them in the top 2.
Okay.
I.e. second.
Yeah.
But it's a couple of the players, just briefly before the gentlemen come in. Is it Gyökeres or Gyökeres?
Gyökeres is what I'm saying.
Gyökeres. Okay. I'll wait till I hear him say his name before I butcher it. I'll go with Gyökeres for now. Good signing. I'm not sure it's a difference-making signing. I think he'll score goals without being the difference, i.e. in those games where low blocks, in the small gaps, half chance, turn, bang. I'm not convinced he's that guy.
Are you convinced? I mean, because the talk about Arsenal is, do they need a striker? We're going to have to think of something new to ask this season. But they have Victor Gyökeres, and that is it's important that they found somebody to stand there.
Yeah, well, I think he is a game changer. And I don't know, I don't know whether he's going to score 9 goals or 19 goals or whatever, but I think he's a game changer for the reason that he takes a huge amount of pressure off Saka. I think the way you play Arsenal, the way you defend against Arsenal, is you double team Saka, you push him out to the side of the pitch, you crowd him out, and if you keep him out of the game, you know that they don't have the central threat to hurt you. Gyökeres is a nuisance. You can't do that with Gyökeres because, however, you think Portuguese Premier League form is going to translate to the Premier League, he's a nuisance. He is very good at sticking out a toe, knocking it off his tibia. He will occupy defenders and he'll create space for Saka. And it wouldn't surprise me if Saka has a Salah type season. He's basically been producing at 15, 20 goal standard while being double teamed, while being his team's main threat, and everybody knowing that. If he gets unleashed, it wouldn't surprise me if if he has a 25 goal season.
Yeah, and I suppose if you are a centre forward, it's quite harder. It's harder for the defence to push you out to the byline, isn't it? If you're Gyökeres, it's hard to say, listen, we'd like you to go over there. I mean, how much pressure do you think, Barry, is on Arteta?
I think there's a lot of pressure on him. He's got everything he wants. He's got his number 9. He's got cover all over the pitch. So he doesn't have any excuses not to win the league for lack of personnel, for example. If there are any excuses available, he will obviously grasp them with both hands, as he always does. But my concern about Arsenal now that they have got these good signings, I think Christian Nørgaard's a great signing. I know he's only going to be a sort of reserve midfielder, but I think he's a great man to have in reserve. And Madueke, despite the petition launched by those weird Arsenal fans who signed it, I think he'll be a good signing.
Has it reached 100,000? Do they have to discuss it in Parliament?
I don't know. He'll take some of the pressure off Saka. Saka won't be obliged to be, flog him every single game. So I don't think Arteta has no excuses, but Arsenal, I think, still probably won't be good enough, and I think they lack the mental fortitude to win the title, and I think that's largely Arteta's fault. They need a calming presence as a leader, and he's not a calming presence. He's the most animated man in in or around the squad, and I think their over-reliance on set pieces could be their undoing as well, because they focus so much on them, and every corner is like a set play in American football. It just takes all the rhythm out of their play, and I think they're going to come up short again.
I thought because Wilson's on the second half, we would survive someone saying Arsenal have mental weakness and we wouldn't get yelled at. But Jordan, you were nodding.
I was taking my point. My thing is, I don't think the issue is Arsenal's personnel. We talk a lot about transfers and players. Arsenal have a very, very good team that can win the league if you look at their personnel. My concern is it's that thing that you can't really, it's that intangible, the mentality. I have concerns about whether Arsenal have that thing, they have it, that it really takes when it really matters, when the pressure's on. Can you really go that extra mile? And I'm concerned they don't have it. Just quickly as well, finally for me on Arsenal, I have concerns about Martin Odegaard. I think it's a big year for him, and I predict that he won't finish the season in the starting 11 in the same way I think Madueke after 15 games will take that left wing spot from Martinelli and Trossard.
That's interesting because Madueke doesn't normally play that.
He doesn't, but I think unless they sign a left winger, which I don't think they will, I can see Madueke taking that spot very quickly.
Okay, then where are we putting Arsenal? Barry?
Third.
Johnny?
First.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think, like, Zubimendi, we need to talk about Zubimendi. He's an incredible signing. If you can't get Rodri and you can't get Vitinha, he's the guy you get.
Agreed.
And Arsenal got him. Zubimendi, Rice, Odegaard, that is the best midfield in the league. And there is this kind of idea that Arsenal, basically it was the injuries that did for them last season. Actually, they lost the league in November. They lose the league when Saliba gets sent off against Bournemouth. They go on a run of 4 without a win. Liverpool go 9-10 points clear, and Arsenal lose their fucking minds. And this is that's what's gonna do for them if it comes to that. This idea that it has to be this season. It has to be the season. Arteta's got to do it. The whole project. Why is there not going to be other seasons? If there are other seasons after this.
You're ruining the phone in. Do they need a trophy? Aren't you? You're ruining it.
There's other seasons after this, but also they're an incredible team, and I think Arsenal fans just need to chill out a little bit about this. They have an incredible team that stand for something, right? They play a style of football. They represent their city in a way that previous Arsenal teams just haven't. I think Arsenal fans should just chill out about this stuff a little bit. I think if they get a really good start, and Arteta can, I think, learn from some of the mistakes that he's made in previous seasons, they have 1 to 11 or 1 to 18 or 1 to, I don't know how many substitutes is there, 1 to 20.
Who knows?
They have a team that can win the league.
Okay, Jordan, where are they?
Second.
I have them second as well. But the more I look at my league table, I think, man, I've made some mistakes this year. All right, Aston Villa then. I haven't done a lot of business. They brought in Evan Guessard from Nice for 30 million, a striker, Yazin Ozcan, a centre-back. They've brought in Rashford and Asensio, Disasi as well, who were all on loan, have gone as well. They begin against Newcastle in the PSR derby, play Brentford, Palace, Everton and Sunderland as well. So quite a nice opening 5 games. They've had a quiet summer, Jordan. But they have Unai Emery, so it's interesting. It feels like a sort of air of calm, quiet summer, as opposed to the panic in Newcastle.
No, for sure, and I think having a summer where you don't bring in lots of transfers is underrated. We get so excited about we haven't bought anybody.
Sure, Liverpool last year.
Exactly. Sometimes that stability can be better than just bringing in 3 names for the sake of it. Everything I'm about to say is predicated by the fact that I think they'll lose Watkins this window.
Oh.
I think Newcastle will take Watkins by the end of the window.
Okay.
So that's why I've got them a little bit lower than I think most people probably will. But I think your Unai Emery point is valid in that I think he's a leveller, in that he's a quality manager. I think when you've got him on your team, you're good for 10 points already because he's that good a manager. Defence is decent. Is Martinez still there or is he gone?
He's still there.
He's still there. Okay.
Those tears were for nothing.
Yeah, they've got a very good goalkeeper, decent defence. I love their midfield. Kamara, Tillemans, Morgan Rogers, Jacob Ram. They've got really good midfielders. And if they can, I don't think they will, if they can keep Watkins, they've got a guy they know they can get 15 goals minimum. So I think they'll have a decent season, but I do think they'll lose Watkins, which I think will impact them.
Johnny?
My concern with Villa is that for the last 2 or 3 seasons, they've been relying on a core of players. I get, that spine, Martinez, Konsa, Tielemans, McGinn, Watkins, who have basically been, I think have been playing at their ceiling. And these are guys who've been playing out of their skin for 2 or 3 seasons. And if 2 or 3 of them have a drop-off, I worry about who's going to step up for them. You know, who's going to give them the little boost that Rashford and Asensio gave them in the second half of last season. Is Marlon going to step up? Is Ian Matson going to have the season that he's always been threatening to? Is it going to be someone like George Hemmings? You know, because they've got a very good academy, and you know they talk very highly of some of the young players coming through.
Who is George Hemmings?
He's
Son of Eddie.
No, exactly. He's got a name like a Victorian industrialist, but I think he's 18, 19. Midfielder, they speak very highly of him. I can't say. I think they signed him from Forest a couple of seasons ago. But yeah, I mean they have, and they're going to have to rely on those fringe players. But I don't see that core turning out another season like they have done. And then Emery, fourth season, you know, a little bit of a drop off at Sevilla. They still won the Europa League, obviously, but you know there was Emery in the fourth season at Valencia and Sevilla. There was a noticeable, not a huge collapse, but a drop off.
Right, the famous fourth season drop that I didn't know about until now. But they are in the Europa League, and Emery wins the Europa League, Barry.
He does, and if he wins it this season, it'll be the fifth time he's won it, I think. I'm inclined to agree with Johnny that I expect a drop off from Villa. They had a good season last season, but it ended badly. They missed out on place in the Champions League because of their failure to beat a terrible Manchester United team on the last day of the season, or a failure to even draw with them. And they got walloped by Palace in the FA Cup semi-final, and I would imagine that was quite a blow, or a couple of hammer blows to come at the end of the season. I'm concerned by their lack of activity in the window, and they very much need to improve away from home. But I'm inclined to agree with Johnny, and I have them in ninth.
Ninth, Jordan.
10th.
Johnny.
Ninth.
I have them sixth.
Right.
I should have done more research. Shouldn't I?
You might be right.
I might be right. Bournemouth then have brought in Georgi Petrovic, a goalkeeper from Chelsea. Could Chelsea afford to lose one of their goalkeepers? Interesting. Adrien Truffert as well, left back from Rennes. They've obviously lost their entire defence, basically, apart from Tavernier at right back, haven't they? So Dean Huijsen's gone to Real Madrid. Zabarnier's on his way to PSG. Kirker's gone to Liverpool. Kepa's gone as well. Jadon Anthony left as well. They begin at Anfield on Friday night. They play Wolves, Spurs, Brighton and Newcastle as well in their opening five. Barry, look, they flirted with European places for a bit last season, didn't they? But it is difficult if you lose basically your entire defence and goalkeeper.
It is difficult, but I still fancy them to do well this season. I think they have one of the best managers in Europe in charge of them. They're one of those teams like Brighton and Brentford who don't seem to suffer unduly when they lose big name players because they've got more waiting in the wings to take their place. They haven't brought in too many yet. I expect them to do more business. I think they'll be okay, actually, because if you look at their likely starting 11, it's still a good side. I do notice Lewis Cook is injured again. He's a mainstay for them. He played a lot at right back last season. He's got a knee injury. I don't know how bad it is. I hope it's not too bad because he's already had two bad ones. The record high point tally last season of 56. But I think they'll be fine. I think their manager is so good. Anthony Areola, I'm struggling to remember his name there. He's that good, man. I just really think he's the real deal, and I expect him to be absolutely fine.
Johnny?
Yeah, I think the issue is last season is that they had a terrible block with injuries. So, you know...
yes, they had that Perspex box. They put like the David Blaine box where all their injured players were, didn't they? And actually went on a good run when they had all those players out.
Yeah, but obviously I think they ran out of steam a little bit towards the end of last season. Yeah, like I say, they've lost the whole defence, but I think a certain amount of churn is built into the business model. New signings seem quite good. Truffert from... Rennes, right. He's a very attacking left wing back. He's their Kirker's replacement. They're bringing in, I think, Diakite from Lille. Yeah, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Barry's like your assistant, Johnny. You're excited. You could just follow him around. Finish his sentences
No, I
for
just
him.
have my notes at a better angle.
But he was basically Lille lost Lenny Yoro last season, and he kind of stepped up. He's a real leader. I think he is the Dean Howson replacement, I guess. So yeah, I think if they have better luck with injuries, I think no European football is a blessing in disguise for them, to be honest. And they are multi-tooled, and they have enough goals from enough different sources. I think they'll be fine.
Jordan?
I think they'll have a worse season this year than they did last season, but still a good season for Bournemouth, if that makes sense. I agree with Barry. Their manager Areola is a really, really top manager. And if they have another good season, I'd be surprised if they keep him for another year. The point of recording, they've just sold Zabani
to PSG.
for 55 million. You wouldn't do that unless you have thought about what you're going to do with that money. So I'm assuming they've got plans to bring in some players. And I don't know if it's patronising, but if a team like Bournemouth stay in the Premier League, is that a good season?
I think so.
Is that? They're not a big club. They're still newbies.
Don't be nervous. These are your hot takes, Jordan.
They're not a big club. So if they stay up, that for me I've still got them in the just stay in the Premier League kind of mindset. I don't know if that's piss off a lot of Bournemouth supporters, but
You've pissed off other fans before,
I
Jordan.
have.
There aren't any.
It's been it's gone one more than me.
That will piss them off.
Where are you putting them?
I've got them 12th.
I've got them 14th. Johnny?
7th.
7th.
Wow, that's a big gap.
Holy moly. All right, that'll do for part one. Part two, we'll begin with Brentford. Welcome to part two of the Guardian Football Weekly. We've got a live show on the 11th of September at the Troxy in London. Johnny, you're coming?
Yeah, am I?
Yeah, on the panel.
Oh, great! I'll just check my diary.
Please check your diary. But hopefully, the fans, the Johnny Lou fan club can shift 1,000 tickets.
I don't know that many people.
Right.
It would. I think they would generally have to know me to come along.
Okay. And we have obviously lost all Australians in London by putting Johnny on the panel, but that's okay. Jonathan Wilson, Nicky Bandini as well. Cameos to be announced. Can you make it to a cameo?
Of course.
Great. Tickets can be purchased by heading to theguardian.com/Football Weekly Live. We're live streaming it as well. Tickets from the same link. Link will be in the pod description. You can find it over our Instagram, Blue Sky and TikTok. So Brentford then, they've brought in Antony Melambo, an attacking midfielder from Feyenoord, Michael Coyote, a right back from Fiorentina, Caoimhin Kelleher from Liverpool, and Jordan Henderson as well on a free. They have lost Brian Mbeumo, Christian Norgard, Mark Flecken, Johan Wissa might be off as well, Thomas Frank, of course, and some of his coaching staff. They start away at Forest, then they play Villa, Sunderland, Chelsea, Fulham in their opening 5 games. They came 10th last year. It feels, Barry, like a tricky season, this, for Keith Andrews and his wonderful hair.
They may struggle, but I have literally got no idea whether Keith Andrews is any good as a manager or not. Most people know him as a pundit from Sky Sports, and
Is he a Keith or a Keat?
Keith.
Right. Because some Keiths are Keats, right?
No, I don't think so.
They say,
Well, a lot of Irish Keiths are Keats.
This is the key stuff that people are going to this.
So I've no idea whether he'll be any good or not. I mean, Brentford, very good at scoring from set pieces, very good at defending set pieces. He was their set piece coach. So, he's clearly good at that aspect of the game. Otherwise, I've no idea. No one knows, apart from Brentford's players, one presumes they'll have a fair idea at this stage. In terms of who they brought in, Michael Coyote was already there. He looked really good towards the back end of last season. Jordan Henderson, he'll probably...
He's good to have around the place, I've heard.
Is he?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there was talk he might return to Sunderland. I'd have been happy enough with that before I became aware that Granit Xhaka was on the radar. But yeah, he'll probably be all right. I wouldn't be surprised if they really struggle and get relegated. I'm not relegating them.
Jordan?
The 3 Bs in the Premier League, there's an element of trust that I have with them, the Brighton, the Bournemouth and the Brentford. And yeah, as Barry started by saying, the narrative seems to be, they're gonna go down, they're in trouble. They've lost all these goals, it's a lot of goals. They've lost their manager, but I trust them. I trust that they kind of plan.
Where are Burnley in your Bs? You don't trust them. That's the untrustworthy B. Yeah,
they're the rogue B. Forgot them, yeah. But I trust that they have a plan, and they would have foreseen that they may lose some of these key individuals. So I don't think they'll have a great season, but I don't think they'll go down.
I don't trust them. I think people lump in Brentford with Brighton and Bournemouth. I think largely through alliteration, as we've discovered.
That's what I did.
Because of, obviously because they're small teams, or smaller teams punching above their weight because of the recruitment model, and fair enough. But on the pitch, there's one big distinction I think that marks Brentford out. Bournemouth, as we talked about, they have a lot of goals from different sources. Brighton, they have goals from all over the pitch. They have very multifaceted threats. Brentford's playing model, by contrast, has basically been we will construct a team to get the ball to these guys, and these guys will score. And obviously it was Burma and Whistler last season. Previously it was guys like Watkins, it was Ben Rama, it was Ivan Toney. And I think once you take those guys out, I really struggle to see where Brentford are going to score enough goals to stay up. There's been a lot of talk about set pieces. Apparently, the set pieces have been looking pretty funky in pre-season. And the other issue I have with them is their injury record. I think they have quite a lot of players like Christopher Ayer, Kevin Schade, Pinnock, who have a history of getting injured. Like Igor Thiago, who they may end up relying on for goals. He hasn't had an injury-free season in his whole career. So I'm getting Norwich 2013-14 vibes off them. Like the Travelator in Gladiators. We may have to explain this to our younger listeners if we have any. But
I think it's back. It's back.
Is it back? Yeah, it's in the Mark. So basically, it's this really, really fast downward escalator that you have to run up. And if you get over the top, you're fine. But a lot of teams get right to the a lot of contestants get right to the top, and then they end up falling right back to the bottom. And I think Brighton and Bournemouth have just about made it over. And I think Brentford, they're not quite there.
It's no Awuga for them.
No
where are you putting them?
I'm 13th.
13th. I have them 16th. Jordan?
14th.
Johnny?
19th.
19th, relegated. Let's go to Brighton then. They brought in Charalampos Kostoulas, a forward from Olympiacos, Maxim de Kuiper, a fullback from Bruges, Tom Watson, obviously scored that winner for Sunderland in the playoff final, and Diego Coppola, a centre-back from Hellas Verona. João Pedro's gone, Adingra's gone, Estepinan's gone, Evan Ferguson's out on loan, Carlos Baleba might be off to Manchester United. They play Fulham, Everton, Man City, Bournemouth and Spurs in their first 5. They came 8th last year, but as we've established, Jordan, you trust them.
I trust them. Away TC, where I've placed them in my table. That's it. Really. Again, my prediction where they will finish is predicated again on them keeping Baleba. I think he's a brilliant player. I think he'd be better suited to stay for another season. I know United are lurking. I would stay another season, establish himself. I think if he does, he could prove to be the hottest prospect in the league come this time next summer. I think he's a brilliant player, and he's an example of their model working and me trusting what they do. The manager, he's like 12 or something. He's very, very young. Forgot his name. Forgive me. What's his name?
Hurtzler.
Hurtzler's the guy. It's an interesting year for him because the first year I think he might have just kind of got through on energy and vibes. The second season it's like, okay, now let's see what you're really. Can you do it again? And I think he will. I think he will. I think they've got Mitoma, who I'm surprised nobody has tried to get. I rate him so highly. One of the smartest and effective, I think, Premier League wingers out there at the moment. They do have Minter. They've got some really good players in there that I think are going to really kick on this year and surprise lots of teams.
Yeah, 32 Hurtzler. Barry?
Yeah, I agree with Jordan. I think they had a good season last season despite an injury crisis, despite their inability to beat some of the worst teams in the league. I think of the 3 sides that went down last season, they didn't beat any of them at the Amex. So I think they dropped an awful lot of cheap, sloppy points last season that, if Hurtzler can tighten things up, won't happen again. They've got some terrific players. Goals come from all over the team. I think in Diego Gomez, they've got a fantastic midfielder. There's quite a few. Tommy Watson's the only one of their signings that I know much about, and they tend to sign good players. Even their duds who get moved on tend to be pretty good. And I have high hopes for Brighton this season.
I have 9th hopes for Brighton. Johnny, what do you have?
I have them 12th.
12th, okay.
Did you read the Fabian Hurtzler interview in GQ?
I didn't.
This was a few months ago, maybe a couple of months ago. He wanted to be a model when he was a teenager.
Okay.
And basically, I want to quote this. It turns out, he says, that no company really wanted to hire me I had to accept that my body and face are not perfect for being a model. But he had that kind of, you know, he's very clearly a nutter. He's very clearly a strange young man.
He's not a bad-looking guy. You could see him as a model.
Right, but nobody wanted him. Like, who has that ambition without, you know? It's mad.
Did you read the Sharon Stone interview in The Guardian yesterday?
I didn't.
It's sort of the polar opposite. If anything, she's too beautiful and she's too smart, and that's what's been holding her back.
Doesn't Sharon Stone have an IQ of like 150?
Yes.
Right, but, you know, so...
Yeah,
Did she want to be Brighton manager?
No.
Right, okay.
No. Well, if she did, she didn't tell Simon Hattenston.
Right, understand.
The point being that he believes that human potential is ultimately limitless. He genuinely believes in the idea of like the perfection of humanity. He talks about you know, he wears a sleep mask. He talks about melatonin production.
Right.
And the trouble at Brighton is that you come up against the reality that there is a very clear limit to human potential. And that is the point where Chelsea and so I worry slightly what happens at Brighton when that model kind of hits a rough period. I always feel like...
Don't say that model. That's not fair on Fabio.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's probably very triggering.
Yeah.
I always feel like at Brighton, they don't... They're more likely to get booed off after a drab home draw against another mid-table side than they are at, you know, than say Bournemouth or even like Everton. I think if you...
You can't say they're more likely to get booed off than Everton. That just, I mean...
Oh, yeah.
I think if... Like, look, it's hard to explain because I still think they'll be fine. I think, you know, I think they're a great side, but there is an expectation now of mind-bending brilliance that they may not be able to sustain. Like, I think, yeah, they obviously have great players. I think, yeah, Minte could be £100 million player, but this time next year we don't like their ability to develop talent is insane. But I wonder what their why is. Like, you know, see, Tony Bloom just bought Sachin Hearts,
yeah.
right? Like, at what point does he start to get a little bit? Does he think now that Brighton can basically run on autopilot? It's an interesting question.
I would say Tony Bloom has very high hopes for Brighton of them getting in the Champions League. And I think this season, the fact that they're not in Europe will stand them incredibly, and I think they're going to finish fourth.
Fourth? I have them 9th, you have them 12th, Jordan?
Mine was I got 6th.
6th, okay. This is very interesting.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they were only 8 points behind Chelsea last season. Chelsea finished fourth. And Brighton left a lot of points out there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And if they can, I think they could be up there.
Interesting. Burnley have brought in, 1,000 players. Someone called Luam Shauna from Lazio. Bazir Humphreys, not Barry Humphreys, sadly. Marcus Edwards, who was there already. Jaden Anthony.
Quite a few of them were there already.
Yeah. Kyle Walker, of course, is an interesting signing. Martin Dubravka comes in because James Trafford has gone. They begin at Spurs, and they play Sunderland, Man United, Liverpool and Nottingham Forest. They came second in the Championship last season. Rich, as everyone appears to have us down as 20th. Can you make us 19th for some variation, please? I have them 19th. They've signed a lot of players, Johnny, and they've lost James Trafford, which seems key to me.
Obviously, everyone talked about the defence last season, like incredible defensive record, 16 goals conceded in the Championship, but it was off an XG of 38. It wasn't even the best in the division, and I don't want to, you know, it's basically the same. They're a similar level defence to the company promotion team from 2 seasons earlier, and I don't want to, you know, posit that the difference between that is between James Trafford and Muric, you know, who was their keeper 2 seasons earlier. But I noticed that Muric isn't snapped up by Manchester City. So I don't think the Championship is as strong a league as it used to be. I think the gulf between the Championship and the Premier League is huge. I think a lot of their summer business smacks of panic. To me, it's a club that I think doesn't really know how it's going to approach the Premier League, because you can't just sit 11 men behind the ball. You will get picked apart with a Championship level side. So I think they're going down.
It's going to sting when they get a draw at Spurs in the opening day, isn't it? What about you, Baz?
I think they've struggled as well, and I was trying to find a case, trying to come up with a way of making a case for them staying up, and I just can't. by all means, prove me wrong, Burnley. But even the fixture generator has conspired against them because it got quite a brutal start to the season.
Sean Dyche will be back.
Do you reckon?
Sean Dyche will be back by January.
Okay. I mean, it's highly possible, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Trafford's a huge loss. I don't think there's the slightest hope they can be as defensively solid as they were last season. Goals were hard for them to come by last season. They signed Armando Broja. I mean, with the best will in the world,
I think there's a good player in there somewhere.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right, well, I've yet to see him.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Where are you putting them, Baz?
I have them bottom, 20th.
Jordan?
Just briefly, I tried to find a reason. I've been a bit generous, maybe. I've not got them going down, although I might reconsider that. All the talk last year was about, as Johnny was saying, defensively they're solid, they'll be good next year, that will serve them well next season in the Premier League. I agree. I think the gap between the Premier League and Championship is so big, I don't think you can do what they were doing in the Championship. I don't think you can survive. I've got them 15th nervously, but I
like how you say you can't do that and survive and then having surviving.
That's what I'm thinking. I might change
Well,
that.
you can't change it.
There's 2 or 3 teams I did think might be worse, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why I got them 15th.
No, fair enough. Chelsea then appointing João Pedro, Liam Delap, Jamie Gittins, amongst others. They have sold a lot of players as well. Madueke, João Felix. They begin at home to Palace. They play West Ham, Fulham, Brentford and Man United in their opening games. They came 4th last year. Real Bagel says, I think Maresca ball might just work. Jordan?
The talk around Chelsea is really pissing me off because people are making the same mistake they made last year. I was on this podcast at December when they were, I think, 3 points off the top. Oh, Chelsea in the title race, Chelsea. And I said they're not in the title race, they're not contenders, and they, as I predicted, fell off. You don't win a title with a keeper like Sanchez in goal. You don't win a title or even compete for a title with defenders Levi Colwell and Tosin Adarabioyo in defence. You just don't do it. I accept their midfield is excellent and they've upgraded up front, but I'm just not having them as title contenders. And everybody's got them in like a 4-horse race. They're not for me. The manager is a good manager, but it's his 2nd year in the Premier League. He's still learning. They've got European football again to a higher level. I'm just not having them in that kind of clutch of teams that can compete for the title. Just not having it.
Well, I would say to Jordan that they're unlikely to have Levi Colwell in the hurt.
I know he's out, yeah.
Because he's done his ACL, I think. But I take your point. My concern for Chelsea is how their exertions over the summer will affect them. I think it will affect them at some stage, whether it's at the start of the season, towards the end of the season. Because they haven't really had a proper pre-season, and I appreciate it sounds stupid because they haven't had a proper pre-season because they were away playing games, but how rested are they? How fit will they be? How will they drop off towards the end of the season? So I kind of expect them to be up there, but not particularly challenging for the title.
I mean, they have got a really exciting midfield and attack now, John.
Yeah, I mean the level of the squad is pretty good. I mean, I don't know if it's better than any of the teams they're going to be challenging for the title. But is there a plan to improve them? Like who is really improving at Chelsea? Is there a coaching structure there that is going to get the best out of them, or is this basically a club that is? I don't think Chelsea are going to win the title. I can't remotely see them because they are not a football team. They are a player trading vehicle. They are a floating entertainment orb in the ether. And I think however good the players you assemble are, you're not going to get to the business end of the season and win those 10, 12 games in a row that you need to, because
don't you think you can develop a soul? You know, like the players, even though the players who become part of the first team setup and aren't frozen out, etc., will just organically become like a football team, even if they are a hyper entertainment.
I think
orb.
They can do it on an illusory basis for maybe 2 or 3 months. I don't think they can do it for 38 games. I think there are too many disparate interests there, and I don't think they need to win the title. I don't think the Chelsea entertainment vehicle needs to win the title. I don't think they need it enough, and I actually don't think their signings this summer have been like. everyone assumes they've brought in incredible talent. Have they brought it? Is there anyone there who's a potential Cole Palmer? Maybe Esteval.
I mean, Pedro is a brilliant player.
He's good.
He's an upgrade.
He's an upgrade
but
on
he's not
Jackson,
like-
but marginally, I think. Delap is a very good player, but is he a title winning? Is he a Premier League winning striker? Is João Pedro a Premier League winning striker? Is Sanchez a Premier League winning goalkeeper? I don't think so. Where is your Van Dijk?
Well,
Where is your De
their
Bruyne?
fans will argue that they've just won the Club World Cup, so they are winners.
Well, they may well win the Club World Cup again.
Yeah, and I've got them just again previewing earlier on. I've got them winning the FA Cup, so I think they can win something this year. I just don't think they'll be title contenders this year.
I have them fourth. Barry?
Fifth.
Fourth.
Fifth.
Where are we going next? Oh, we're ending part 2, and part 3 will begin with Crystal Palace. Welcome to part 3 of the Guardian Football Weekly. I'll start with Crystal Palace. They've signed a left-back, Borna Sosa, from Ajax, who hit the bar with that penalty in the shootout in the Community Shield. Not that it mattered. Jeffrey Schluppers left. I noticed he was playing for Norwich at the weekend. Their basic...
Joel Ward has left.
Joel
man.
Ward has left. They're waiting. They're just waiting for the window to end. I think they want to sell Mark Gay. They're hoping Eze doesn't go, but apparently Spurs are now interested. Of course they are. Arsenal as well. They begin at Villa, then they play Sunderland, West Ham, Liverpool and Everton. They came 12th last year. Since we last did a pod, they've lost that appeal, demoted to the Conference League from the Europa League, which feels like complete bullshit to me, but it has happened. Do you think that will have an impact on them, John?
I think I think it'll give them extra motivation to want to get back into the Europa League, and I think that the Conference League is an incredible vehicle for them to do that. I think they'll go out there with a we'll show you UEFA, we'll show everyone, and I think they're a really good shout to win the Conference League. Like if
It'd be quite good to see Steve Parish shaking Seferin's hand, getting the Conference League, and then coming back next year and winning the Europa League. Like I think must be so galling for those fans, but it could work out for them and sort of extend another bit of silverware.
Yeah, and they probably won't have to put out a full strength side for most of the group stages. There's not a huge amount of competition. Fiorentina are there obviously because Fiorentina are there every year, but I think it's Mainz and Rayo Vallecano and like the Palace should be targeting that to win that trophy and get back in the Europa League. And I think, but it has had an impact, I think, on their summer because they've not been able to plan, they've not been able to budget properly. Glasner, I don't think is very happy with the lack of business that they've done. But they're like, if they can stay injury free, like relatively free of injuries, that their 1 to 11 is, I think, good enough to get them off to a decent start.
Yeah. They have a good side, don't they? And it does. I mean, it's really hard to talk about because we don't know what's going to happen with Eze, and Gay will probably go. I think they want to sell him because they want to make some money.
As far as I can tell, most Palace fans would not be happy to see Gay go, but they would accept it without complaint because of the money he would bring in. The problem with, I think Gay would possibly be better off staying there for the season running up to the World Cup because he's been linked with Liverpool. Would he get in the Liverpool side ahead of Virgil and Konate? Don't know. He might, given Van Dijk's performance on Sunday, but I'm not going to read too much into that. They have a really good side. They have a very good manager. I'd be concerned about their lack of strength in depth. They do have a playoff to get through before they go into the Conference League group stages. It would be hideous if they mess that up, but it seems unlikely. I think they'll be fine.
I have them 11th, Jordan.
I have them 11th as well. Just to say, I think the Gay thing's interesting because I think him staying or leaving, I think could determine whether they win the conference or not. I think he's that good a player for them. I think if he stays, I think they could be one of the favourites to win that. I think he's a really, really good defender. One of the best in the league, I would say. And I'm a big fan of Mateta as well. So they can keep Gay, Eze and Mateta coming in the window. I think they can have a Palace season in the league, but do something quite special in Europe.
I think if they're safe mid-table in February, March, and they're still in with a shout at the Conference League, I think they sack off the last couple of months. So that's why I've got them 15th. But I think they'll be solid mid-table.
10th.
11th for me. Let's go to Everton, who obviously have a new stadium. They brought in Tierno Barry, a striker from Villarreal, Carlos Alcaraz, who was there last year, wasn't he? Yeah. A left-back from Bayern, Adam Asno. Neil Maupay has left, but they have brought in, of course, Jack Grealish. They begin at Leeds, then they play Brighton, Wolves, Villa and Liverpool. A lot of enthusiasm, Barry. A new stadium. They finished the season brilliantly under David Moyes. They have a new hero in Jack Grealish. Is there reason for optimism?
I'm sending them down.
No, you're
Yeah,
not.
I am.
You're relegating Everton.
I am.
How are you relegating Everton?
Because I think they'll finish 19th.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, tell me more.
Well,
This seems like the hottest of hot takes.
I'm getting warm off.
Oh, I feel so bad for them already, and it's hypothetical, and they won't get relegated. But
yeah.
oh man,
The bottom 7 in my predicted table, you can more or less have thrown the 7 names up in the air and, just pick them out of a hat. So I will say that. But I foresee a struggle for Everton. I am not convinced by David Moyes at all.
he did brilliantly last year.
He did okay.
Okay.
He did okay. There was a low bar, and the vibes. There was a lot of vibes. But I think when we get into sort of entrenched Moyes territory, I'm thinking back to,
Sunderland.
his last spell at Everton, his spell at Sunderland, his spell at Real Sociedad, the final season at West Ham. So much has been made of this move to Bramley Moor Dock. I just think they're going to have a nightmare of a season and possibly get relegated. I may well be totally wrong, and to be absolutely clear, it doesn't matter what I think.
No.
But and another reason is I really don't want to relegate Sunderland in my predictions. So
There we go.
Because I sort of think when you add Grealish, and if they free him up in the 10, Johnny, and Ilian Ndai is a brilliant player. Obviously, a lot depends on their new striker Barry, because that position has been a slightly poisoned challenge. Calvert-Lewin and Beto sort of did okay, but I am surprised to have heard them be 19th.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be okay. I mean, if you look at West Ham's home form, the season they moved to the London Stadium, it's they have a decent season, but it's their away form that does it for them. Their home form falls off a cliff. It's going to feel that the stadium's going to feel really weird for a while, and they're going to try and force things, because that's what you do with a new home. You try and fill it with memories. It gets in your head a little bit, and you don't play the kind of the consistent football that you want to play week in, week out, because you're just feeling so many feelings. Grealish is an interesting one, because Everton have again, they've disobeyed the rule that it should be the iron law. They should put it on they should stick it on the wall in huge letters. Don't buy players from clubs that are better than you. Just stop doing it. They have Moise Keane, Dele Alli, Fabian Delph. Stop doing it. James Garner, stop buying. They see you coming, right? I think.
Iwobi.
Yeah, Iwobi. I think Everton's recruitment has been so bad for so long because they are still enamoured with the idea of themselves being a big club and being able to attract big players. Everton need to ask themselves why no other club in Europe was prepared to take on Jack Grealish at his age on his wages. Obviously the financial package is something to be considered, but why is no one else taking a shot? Why is it Everton? It's always Everton lining up going, yeah, we'll have him. We'll have this broken
James Rodriguez.
Who again, he was great for like 4 months, then he got injured, and then cost them tens of millions of pounds.
Did they buy
in
Morgan
wages.
Schneiderlin off United?
They did buy Morgan Schneiderlin.
See, even you're getting it now.
Well, I'm relegating them now.
Donny van der Beek. This is not what smart clubs do, but it is what fallen giants do. Tierno Barry looks like a decent signing. He'll probably need half a season maybe to adapt to the Premier League, and Beto will have to fill in. I think he'll have to step up pretty big time in his absence.
I think it'll be a disaster for them as well.
Wow.
And to the point that Johnny's making there, if you think of the one player in that team who the last couple of years been injured, but I think has been a success, is the guy they signed from Burnley on the left,
Dwight McNeil.
Dwight McNeil.
Yeah, he's good.
Do you know what I mean? Solid Premier League player, who they got from a team who they would consider below them. I think it's going to be a disaster for them. They haven't got particularly good players, in my opinion. Njai is a good player, but that's about it. Jack Grealish, I think, is a car crash. I would have stayed well clear of that. That would be fun for a few games. I think that the fun will stop very, 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 very soon on that one.
They don't have a right back to speak of. Jake O'Brien isn't a right back. He's been playing a right back. Seamus Coleman is,
He's gone now.
as far as I know, the pre-season's been a mess, and David Moyes is already getting his excuses in. I've seen this before, and it happened at Sunderland when he was there.
I've got them 12th, the giddy heights of 12th. And I thought I was being a bit harsh, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm not as down on Moyes as Barry is. I think they'll finish 13th, but I think they'll be in relegation trouble for quite a bit.
19th.
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 Holy moly. Now, this is from A.B. Chapman's Boots. Says Fulham have signed no one. I actually thought producer Joel had just forgotten to fill it out when he'd done the ins and outs. I was just like, hang on, transfers in, nothing. Transfers out,
They've
nothing.
signed a reserve goalkeeper.
They go to Brighton, then play Man United, Chelsea, Leeds and Brentford. They came 11th last year. Are we in trouble, asks A.B. Chapman's Boot? Are we fine? Do we not know what we're doing? Are we geniuses? What is there to say? I mean, I suppose the thing is,
And as far as I can remember, I had nothing to say last season. I was just like, 11th, yeah, good, next.
but they were more fun last year.
They were more
and
fun, but
Marco
they still
Silva-
finished resolutely mid-table,
Sure.
as everyone predicted.
But they were more interesting, and they had that sort of Expendables vibe. You mentioned Iwobi, they got him and Adama and Raul Jimenez and sort of managed to resurrect these careers. I'm just desperately trying to be nice to Fulham
I
here.
can see. They've got some good players. They've got a good keeper in Leno. They've got some exciting wingers. They've kept hold of the left back, Robinson. Raul Jimenez, I've always liked him. He had a poor period for understandable reasons after his horrific injury. I think they're a team that will just finish mid-table again. I think the Fulham fans that I know and speak to, as long as they can get some good football to watch and they can get the odds upset in terms of beating a big head every now and again, they're happy with that. That for them is a good season. Mid-table, maybe a little cup run, beat United or an Arsenal every now and again. Happy days.
That felt, you're worried about patronising someone earlier in the pod.
They told me.
That feels like
They
it.
told me.
So yeah, I didn't, I was struggling to generate opinions on Fulham. So I asked my friend Andy McGrath, who's a Fulham fan. He's a brilliant cycling journalist and a Fulham fan, and he's worried. He's worried that this is the oldest squad in the Premier League last season. They haven't refreshed it. I looked up Anthony Rock. I couldn't believe he's 28.
Is he?
But yeah, they have all of their decent players are either late 20s, early 30s. There hasn't been enough refreshment in that team. He reckons, my friend Andy, I'm borrowing his opinion, and he basically gave me his opinions in return for a plug for his forthcoming Tadej Pogacar book, which is coming out later this year, I think.
Great.
So he's a very good journalist. But and thank you for your opinions. But yeah, he told us to watch out for Joshua King, who's not the
Norwegian Josh
not
King.
the Norwegian Joshua King. He's a teenage midfielder who they rate very highly. But he reckons they'll get sucked into a relegation battle just because Marcus Silva's not that happy there, and they were really inconsistent last season, and it's an issue because Spurs and United aren't going to be as bad, I wouldn't have thought, as they were last season.
I have them 13th.
Their big problem last season is they couldn't hold on to a lead. They gave up 28 points from winning positions last season, which is diabolical, you'd have to say, but they were still fine.
Yeah.
I have them 12th.
16th.
I had them 9th, but
Ninth?
I might revise.
You can't revise it.
Sorry,
That's
no,
not how
okay,
this
it's
works.
locked in.
I look at how I've relegated. I'm
Recorded.
thinking it's a terrible idea, but there we go. Well, look, that's the first half of the alphabet. A few questions. Nicholas says, now Dyche has gone, even though you think he'll come back, who is the hardest Premier League manager? There aren't any standout candidates. Pulis, Dyche, Allardyce would run amok in the modern game. It is difficult for the which manager would do X when Sean Dyche isn't in the Premier League.
I think Glasner.
You think Glasner?
Glasner's pretty hard.
Tough elbows.
Yeah.
Moyes?
Ah,
No.
he's 60.
Sure, he's old, but
He's
you know,
old,
like
but he won't give up.
What are we talking here? Is it a manager most likely to
Just his hardest. I don't know. I don't know if it's the most likely to knock you out. I'm not sure what the... Nicholas hasn't given me the parameters of the question.
There's a lot
Moyes
of nice
isn't hard.
managers.
Moyes is not a hard man. Moyes is a nice man. Yeah, but people just think he's a hard man because his teams play uncompromising physical football and he is Scottish. But he's like Moyes is a pussycat.
Yeah, producer Joel says Scott Parker has a bit about him.
Scott Parker's had a bit about him since he was 16.
True. Hoi Polloi Boy Toy says, we know the 8-second rule will apply to David Raya, but how long will it be for other keepers? 15 seconds, 20, 30? I did like this bit of conspiracy theory from the Arsenal fans.
Well, we did forget to mention in our assessment of Arsenal how many points they'd lose because of the refereeing conspiracy against them. So I just hope we don't have to put up with that. Absolute balderdash.
Well, it is, you just don't have to look at social media. I think there are normal Arsenal fans out there, like every other club. I think so. Yeah. I want to, Johnny, because you're not here for the second half of the alphabet, so I'd like to hear your league tables in full, but have you got any other strong thoughts on teams from the second half of the alphabet?
I'll jump in first. I've got, and this is going to surprise so many people and also get me chucked out of lots of WhatsApp groups, Spurs third.
You've got Spurs third.
I've got them third. I've just got, and I accept this could go badly wrong.
Is this after they signed Eze and Slovenia, which they haven't done?
I didn't think about that. I rate Thomas Frank really highly. I think they'll make some more signings in this window that will be smart. And I think the monkey of not winning the trophy, having that off their back, I think there's just a pressure that's just not there so much anymore from the fan base. I think the football will be better. I think that they'll concede less goals. It's a bold shout, I accept that, but I think they're going to have a really good season, and I hate saying that.
Give us your 1 to 7 and your bottom 3.
I've got Liverpool to win it, Arsenal, Spurs, City, Chelsea, Brighton, Newcastle, United, Manchester United.
And who are you relegating?
My bottom 3 are Sunderland bottom, sorry Barry, Everton going upwards, and Leeds.
Okay. Johnny, your second half of the alphabet thoughts and your top 7 and bottom 3.
I have Manchester City 6th.
Choice.
I think they'll have. I think the trajectory that we saw last season wasn't a blip. I think what we saw towards the second half of last season, that was the blip. I do worry about Guardiola and his ability to create a third new team. I think it's hard because the characters that you're dealing with, because you're building a team basically 10 years after your first team. The characters that you're dealing with are so different. You have to rebuild the mentality. The champion mentality as well. I think they've lost too much experience. And again, Rodri's injured for the start of the season. I don't know how long Rodri's going to be out.
September, I think this is.
Right. And I think there's a lot of promise again, but I don't see them. I didn't like their trajectory last season. I saw a lot of downed tools at certain points last season. I think that's a little bit of a warning sign. We have the charges coming. At some
Do we?
At some
Do we? Do we?
Yeah, but again, that helps to create the emotional temperature. It's Guardiola's last season, probably. Maybe that gives them a little bit of an extra push. Maybe that the whole thing disintegrates. I suspect it might just disintegrate.
Okay, well, what's your top 7?
We have Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle 3rd, Chelsea 4th, Tottenham 5th, Manchester City 6th, Bournemouth 7th, and going down to Sunderland, Brentford, and Burnley.
And hang on, Newcastle, where did you have them? 3rd?
3rd.
Because that will surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, they have a very good team, Newcastle, and they play very good. What I do, the way I do I always do my Premier League predictions on the day after the previous season finishes.
Okay.
Because I think you just get too swayed by who won the window, by transfer intrigue. I think, we've probably spent like 50-60% of the time talking about new signings, right? Who's coming in and who's left. When in fact, what determines how well a team does is how much the existing players have improved in that summer, how much time you've had to work with them, whether there's been an international tournament, So I think the fundamentals of Newcastle, for all the shenanigans that have gone on in the transfer market, the fundamentals of that team are really, really sound. And Eddie Howe is a great coach. I was a doubter, but Eddie Howe is a great coach. I think they'll be 3rd.
Lovely stuff. Oh, well, that'll do for part 1. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thanks.
I'll see you for the next one, Barry.
Okay.
Which we're recording in about 3 minutes' time. Producer Joel writes, this feels like desperation, but as it is the start of the season, these apparently are our biggest...
So I'm excited about the Premier League, but
Right.
I'm also a little gassy. So
Yeah, you
sorry, everyone.
you slathered the eggs in Tabasco, didn't you? So that you said the studio wouldn't smell of egg.
Yeah,
and I would
just
argue it
Tabasco.
just smelled differently of egg.
It smelled of better egg, a better quality of egg.
You dirty old rotter.
You dirty old eggy rotter.
You old rotter.
The football I'm a preview show. I'm excited, Marcus. We're in a new studio.
Yeah.
I'm with you. We had like 2 weeks in the wilderness where we were recording on Zoom,
Yeah.
and now we're in a studio together. It's very exciting.
It's too exciting, quite clearly. But the eggs have brought us back down to earth.
Yes.
Jim Campbell, we don't have to wait till tomorrow for the first game of the
Tonight,
season.
Come
it's
on.
tonight.
The opening game of the Premier League features the current champions, Liverpool, host Bournemouth tonight at 8 p.m.
I'm so excited. I've been jonesing for the Premier League to come back. I'm
Right.
looking forward to all of it.
Phil Jones in.
I'm looking Phil Jones in, yet gurning away with excitement. I'm looking forward to all the stress of it. I'm looking forward to Gary Neville sounding like a goat that's also a deputy head boy. I'm looking forward to just the new match of the day stuff. I've been jonesing for some football that means something.
Yes.
And yeah, I can't wait for this. It's going to be great.
And I can't say, are you looking forward to a second place finish again? Because I've predicted your lot to win the bleeding title.
Yeah, you can still say that, mate. Don't deny yourself a little treat if it presents itself.
Even if it's mathematically impossible, I will still be standing here.
It's more of a curse, really,
Yeah.
as we head towards the end
But
of the
of course,
season.
you weren't here for our predictions, of course.
No.
But yours have been on social media. But
They
what-
have been on social media, and they were incorrect because I said
No, they will be proved to be incorrect.
they would be proved to be incorrect by the final league table standings.
You
in
reckon
the
you'll go
Premier
to the
League.
last round, will you?
Yeah, no, probably Christmas would probably be sensible. But I believe in Team Vish. I'm a Man City. I'm a Man City to win the league kind of guy. I'm excited.
I see.
I'm excited because it's
You're
more
excited
exciting
for Man City to
Well,
win
no,
the
I'm more
league.
excited to for me to be right, and that's the only thing that we need to worry about. I think.
Well, Liverpool, of course. Could they... well,
Second.
They can't prove us all wrong on the opening day, but they can give us all a scare. And we certainly got a scare from them. In general, just how good they looked at moments in that first half of the
Certainly the
Community
first
Shield.
10 minutes was scary, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah. But they have a chance tonight to really flex and show everybody what their new shiny players can do in the Premier League. Of course, you know about Wirtz, one of the best players in the world. You might say Ekatike looks great. Blah blah blah. I mean, a home victory will be on the cards. this
Yeah,
evening,
you would
Jim
think so.
Campbell.
And also Bournemouth, the 4 of the 5-man defence that were so good for them last season have departed.
One
So
of them to Liverpool.
Well, indeed. So that is potentially going to be really, really tricky. Obviously, they've had a bit of time on the training ground and they've got defenders that have been there for a while that obviously know what they're doing. But it's not ideal, is it? It's really, really...
not ideal.
It is literally the worst fixture you could have on the opening day when you're kind of your new defence is settling. I suppose you get it out of the way.
We
But
can-
in terms of the experience that
Yeah.
you are likely to have, it's probably not ideal, is it?
It wasn't that long ago they lost 9-0 there.
True.
Can't
Yeah.
be that bad.
Well, it can't be that
can't
bad.
get any
don't-
worse than that.
So
It
are you
just
saying they'll
can't.
take 8-0 and go, you know what?
Well,
It's been worse than this before.
if they're 7-0 down at half time, they take 8-0. No, I don't think. I think a few people are saying, and I get the whole, they've lost Helson, they've lost Kirkish, a bunch of others. I don't think Bournemouth are going to be that terrible this season or that
No.
bad. It might be unlikely because there was a period of time last season where we were thinking, blimey, are we going to see Champions League football at the Vitality Stadium?
Yeah.
Next season, which would have been something.
We said that. We probably said that about Brighton in the past, though, haven't we? In the same.
Yeah,
kind
there's
of-
always a team that threatens it.
Yeah, but Brighton have got European football, though, not Champions League. So I'm not sure we're going to maybe talk about Bournemouth in that way this season. But I really don't worry for them because if you think about the players that people thought they were going to lose, like Semenyo, for example.
Yeah.
Well, he's still there. Crucially, the manager is still there. The manager was being linked. How good were Bournemouth at periods? Look when they turned up and hammered your lot at St James's Park. The football they played at times last season, lest we forget, was scintillating.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to probably lose Dango Ouattara. It looks like he's going to go to Brentford. But otherwise, in the forward areas, they're intact, aren't they?
Evan
Which is
Nielsen's still
absolutely
there.
Key.
Yeah,
Justin
and-
Kluivert as well.
Exactly, yeah. So they've still got players. So I think that this game will be more keenly contested than perhaps maybe one or two think.
Early penalty for Justin.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice. Yeah.
VVD doing a little bit of.
Yeah.
I do think he's going to drop off this season. He has to. He's 35.
If he drops an absolute stinker tonight, then that is that's interesting.
It's a
isn't
fly in the ointment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that like when a big team at the World Cup it gets a bit of a bloody nose in like the first or second game,
yeah.
and suddenly you think, oh my goodness,
It's all up for grabs.
Yeah, we
But
can win it,
everything
yeah.
just reverts to mean by
Yeah, true.
the end of August.
I should point out that Virgil, I didn't call him Dick Van Dijk. Virgil van Dijk is 34.
34.
Does
Sorry,
that
yes.
change your opinion?
He's in his 35th year.
He's in his 35th. Yeah.
Forgive me for doubting.
Like the Koreans. You start at 1, don't you? In Korea.
Yeah, they changed that.
Is that
didn't they?
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone got a
some
year
year
younger
older, yeah.
recently.
Not bad, is it?
It's a bit like if your man from Avengers
Right.
Endgame was the
The
president.
purple guy.
Yeah.
Barney.
Thanos. Yeah.
Thanos. It was like Thanos.
the friendly dinosaur.
Yeah,
Bang,
Thanos
you're a year
the-
younger.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like he was the president.
Is that what? Is that because I've never watched any of those gopping films? And when he snaps his, I thought he just kills the whole world in the universe.
No, half of it.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Just to
What,
make a bit of room.
Australia?
No, just it's at random.
Right. It just
Be
thins out
harsh.
half of the
Half of
universe.
everyone. Yeah.
What did you say
Oh.
Australia there? Well,
More letterheads.
we're going to have some nonsense at Sunday at 4:30 because Manchester United host Arsenal. I don't know how and where the nonsense is going to come
Yeah,
from.
but it's pretty much guaranteed with this fixture, isn't it? One way or another.
Would we call it an opening weekend barn burner?
I think so.
The
yeah.
size of the clubs,
Yeah.
I think you got.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this weather,
Was it
very
a lot of-
dry.
Yeah.
That's true.
All these new players, they're the petrol. All over the barn.
Right.
An accelerant, if you will.
I will. Very
okay.
much so, yeah. Manchester United have only beaten Arsenal once since 2022, and that was a penalty shooter in last year's FA Cup. So, I mean, technically a draw. Obviously, needed the penalties,
sure.
won the penalties.
Yeah.
So,
That should sound encouraging to me, shouldn't it?
Should get Arsenal over the
actually,
line.
Arsenal have a terrible record at Old Trafford. So they won there in May 2024. Before that, the last win was in November 2020, and before that was an FA Cup game in March 2015. So they very rarely win at Old Trafford. And obviously on the opening day, the feeling is certainly that they need to do that because as the Premier League is now, the points totals are high, the margin for error is very, very small. We think it's going to be tight this year. So there's a lot of pressure immediately on Arsenal to go out there and just perform straight away. And I think there's a lot of good feeling around United at the moment. In the context of how they generally feel about the club, and there's a sense of
better feeling.
there's a sense of the unknown, and also I think there's a sense that they're playing without pressure to a degree. I don't think a lot of United fans will just be happy to finish as high as they possibly can. There's no you have to get this or you have to get that. So
Yeah.
I wonder if they might play with a little bit of freedom.
Maybe they've pulled that plaster for a little bit. And against a footballer like David Raya, he'll be playing, won't he?
Ray will play. Yeah.
He very much likes to come out of his box, and those Man United strikers, they love shooting from miles out, so watch out.
Matthias Cunha does love a ping.
Hang on.
Yeah, I mean,
and David Raya, obviously brilliant last season, the season before. He had one of the strangest pre-seasons I've seen an Arsenal player have. Just flapping around all over the shop when he's really normally commanding.
I was roundly criticised by a lot of the ramble.
'Cause you
and I
were
said
wrong.
that David Raya needs to.
Because what
I don't think he's
happened,
good enough for
he
Arsenal.
made a mistake in a Newcastle game.
No,
That's what
I
happened.
don't think he's very good. I just don't think
Because
I don't think he's up to
you've
Arsenal's
only
level.
watched him play for 90 minutes in that
I
one game.
I just don't think he's. No, I was watching.
I mean,
the Champions League.
he raised the level
Right,
significantly.
Fine. Yeah, he did raise the level, and now the levels. He's drowning in the level.
He's really not.
He's under the level.
Drowning in the level.
He's under
What
the
does
level.
that mean?
Remember when Sunderland did that badge change
Yes.
in the a little while ago, where they because of not in tribute to climate change, but they basically they've got like water in their badge.
Is that why David Raya's drowned?
The actual water level goes up over the top of the badge. Basically, they sort of raise the water.
Right.
David Raya. He's raised the level and now he's drowning in it.
Oh well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand what you mean. Well, Arsenal, they play Manchester United, Man City, Liverpool and Newcastle in their first 6 fixtures of the season. So you're right, Jim. They're going to have to hit the ground running if they're going to prove me right,
Yeah.
which I hope they do.
Yeah.
But I just think, what is it, the last 2-3 seasons?
3.
That Arsenal finished second. Me to say that I just feel that this season, as I say, I think they've done some good business in the transfer window. There may be one or two more, maybe we'll see. But even if they don't, I think that they've they've signed well. I mean, Zubamendi and Gyökeres are the two players. I think Madueke is a good signing as well.
I agree.
Kind of divides a bit of opinion, and there's a little bit more context needed there.
Yeah.
But I just feel that what they did last season and the confidence and encouragement they'll have got from that Champions League run and so on and so forth, I think that they'll have the bit between their teeth, and I think we'll see them come out and really give Manchester United what for. The thing that is what I find hard to predict is Manchester United in this.
Well,
match.
indeed.
I think I expect to see Arsenal, really not mess around.
They'll know what's on the table as well from the match on tonight.
Yeah. And also, so from the Man United point of view, they've got 3 new players up top. Let's assume they're all going to start. That might not be the case, but you would think they would. They will possibly play Amad Diallo as a wing-back. And he was a stand-up performer for them last season.
Yeah.
So he's still in the mix there as well. So that is a pretty kind of exciting prospect. And obviously Bruno Fernandes is a brilliant player in the middle of the park, just at all times.
He's got a lot more help, though, with creativity.
He does potentially now not have to do absolutely everything around there. So we'll see. But Arsenal, despite the signings, 6 signings coming in, they're not all starters, obviously. So it's quite a settled team as well. They're very hard to beat, very hard to break down. But yeah, I mean, they have a terrible habit of drawing games that they should win at Old Trafford, where it just feels like they don't quite go for it enough. There's still a sense that they're like a bit too respectful of Old Trafford and Man United as an institution, and they need to overcome that.
Yeah, they do. Well, Wayne Rooney has predicted Manchester United will sneak into the top 5 this season, which is a bold prediction, but I like it.
He's like the idea they're going to sneak in.
Yeah. well, when pressed on this, he said, "I hope they do, and you never know, they might finish higher." Go on, Wayne.
He's not proved to be an excellent judge of performance over the past couple of seasons, managerial-wise.
What, picking his jobs, do you mean?
Picking his jobs and picking his teams as well.
Well, he's responded to Tom Brady after he questioned his work ethic. Rooney said, I think this was when Tom Brady, obviously when Rooney was at Birmingham City, and he said, I'm not sure about our coach's work ethic, and kind of questioned Rooney because he was sat around having a tab. No, it was that's
licking a massive lollipop.
Exactly, singing
having
karaoke.
a pepperoni at the same time.
Yeah.
And this was at half time. Brady obviously said what he said, and Rooney responded saying, I think that was a very unfair comment. Tom came in once, which was the day before a game where the days are a little bit lighter anyway. And I don't think he really understood football that well. Football is not NFL. NFL works for 3 months of a year.
Which is apparently wrong, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a bit longer than that, yeah.
They showed on the BBC.
I want to see them fight, Peter.
On the BBC, and well, I think Rooney would probably win that one. But I think if you...
But the thing is, Brady would think he would win easily, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
It'd be a surprise.
well, you just think that like mentality over might would probably get him through.
I mean, I think you said that quite quickly as you're just sort of brushing Brady.
Look at the size of him.
I know, but I think Brady would be quite hard.
Of course, he would be quite hard. But I mean, I would say that if on the BBC piece there was a picture of Tom Brady and Wayne Rooney next to each other, Wayne Rooney looked like he was in landscape. They'd done something to his head to make it look wider, and so therefore, like if you were looking, who's the NFL? Quarterback. I know Tom Brady he's not a quarterback, is he? Is he? Wow. I thought it'd be massive if you were a quarterback. All right, well, maybe Tom Brady will win then. Oh,
no, I don't know. I think Rooney can take a lot of punishment.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to hit him extremely hard for him to even feel it.
Right. It's like a boss battle in a video game. You've got to get him under his right tit or something to make him explode.
He's just shrugging it off.
If Rooney went, it would be terrifying.
Although Phil Bartley knocked him out fairly easily, actually. So maybe
I don't think he's got it in him, though. He's too lovely. Yeah, he's too lovely.
He's too lovely. And we don't want to see any fighting, for crying out loud. Now, have you seen Mikel Arteta has landed a new job as Under Armour's new director of performance? What the hell's going on, Jim?
Yeah, I don't care about how Under Armour do. So from where I am,
what happens when Under Armour play Arsenal? Conflict.
I don't know.
You won't be able to play in the Europa League, will you?
They think they should be demoted to the Europa League.
Take them out.
Palace in the Champions League.
There's an Under Armour kit in the Champions League, right? Arsenal, you're out.
Yeah. Under Armour are constantly trying to be cool after their CEO, very Trumpy CEO, came out. in favour of some quite problematic policies a few years ago. And they're just constantly just trying to claw back that. His name was Kevin Plank, which is even funnier.
That is funny.
And they never really sort of got it back. So they're just trying to this isn't a cool move for Under Armour.
Well,
I mean, Arteta's a lot of things. I don't think he's cool.
Well, hang on. Let me read out why Under Armour have done this. See if you think this is cool. Under Armour said they have got him into mentor and guide the next wave of disruptive athletes.
Ooh. Lovely.
So he's spoken like a true kind of Trumpian guy. We want disruptive athletes. It really is.
Yeah. I suppose if your target market is intense weirdos, Arteta probably is quite a good figurehead.
That's the modern sports person, though, isn't it? Really intense weirdos.
Oh dear.
Bring back the fat alcoholics.
Oh dear. Now, calling all FPL fans, we're giving you the chance to join our Fantasy Premier League alongside your favourite Ramble presenters and other Ramble listeners. Do you back yourself as the best FPL player among the Ramble community? Well, just hit the link in the show notes to join. The sign-up code is E44OHQ. All lowercase, of course. That's E44OHQ. Come and have a go now, if you think you're hard enough. Right, coming up after this, Thomas Frank reveals why he isn't a doctor. Tottenham versus Burnley on Saturday at 3 p.m. Those poor Spurs boys lost the Super Cup to PSG on penalties on Wednesday night. Blimmin' heck, that was a good Spurs performance.
It was a good
I was genuinely
performance,
gutted for them after that. I don't expect you to be, Jim, but I was gutted that they didn't do that. They're obviously leading 2-0 until the 85th minute. 2 late goals and then lost on penalties. But
there's so much encouragement to take from it.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Realistically, I would think most Tottenham fans will already not care, given the nature of the cup. But I suppose there's a caveat as well that PSG haven't had much of a preseason, but it's still PSG.
Yes.
And they're 2-0 up against them in the 85th minute, having played really well. Most teams aren't PSG and will not be able to turn that around. I think that there are signs that, they are very close to turning the corner already before the season has even started. It's a really good game to take part in, actually, isn't it? Yeah. It's way better than the Community Shield or anything like that.
It's the UEFA Nations League of pre-season.
Yes.
As I said on the WhatsApp, the Super Cup is very much the person I introduced myself to by saying good to meet you rather than good to see you.
Because
I've already met them 14 times.
Yeah.
You forget how long this actual cups. It's not really a cup, is it? It's just a match, I suppose, isn't it?
It is. There is a cup.
Well, I don't see a cup involved, right? Okay, fine.
It's a super one.
It's a one match cup.
Yeah. It's called the Super Cup.
Give us a third and fourth playoff, and I'll be happy.
Well, that would be great. The runners-up.
The runners-up play each other as well.
Seldom do you stumble upon such a tasty morsel, Peter, but that is one.
And they have to play in Stoke.
Oh, there it is.
And the pitch is on fire. But yeah, it was a really good performance, I thought, and everybody else did. Their set piece game was very, very strong indeed. Good press. I mean, they focused. Thomas Frank basically meant, get all the big lads on.
Yep.
PSG are tiny.
Yep.
Let's absolutely dominate, and they did.
But that's the thing, that's why I have real hope for Spurs this season, is because of Thomas Frank. I think they've made some good additions. I mean, Kudus, he's a player. We know this again, but Palhinha as well. Oh my goodness! Like I'm not at all jealous. I don't mind it. No, it is just great to see him playing football in the Premier League.
In white.
I just squint my eyes. Well, obviously we haven't seen him back in the Premier League just yet, but we will do. But I think, but you're right though, and that set piece chat is indicative of what Thomas Frank brings. How much stronger and more robust did Spurs look? We haven't seen them look like that at all.
Completely different.
Because bear in mind,
apart from in the Europa League, weirdly.
No, but even in the Europa League, I'm not taking anything away from that because I can't, and it would be stupid to do so.
I guess the level of opposition.
It was a competition that it wasn't a huge surprise that they won it, and even in the final, it was just Manchester United were particularly poor, weren't they?
I just like that they're sort of kind of they're playing to their strengths that they haven't in the way that they haven't over the past sort of couple of seasons. Like they've got big dance-or throw-ins on both sides, just absolutely hosing them in.
They had a throw-in competition, didn't they? Wasn't there was there a leaked photo or something of Spurs where it was like a throwing competition at 3 o'clock or whatever it was, But I mean, all this stuff. Because from
back to basics. Back to basics, Marcus.
Well, bloody has to be. I mean, how many league games did they lose last season? So I think under Frank, you look at that
Well, hope you all enjoyed the weekend. That was it. A full programme of EFL football for the first time this season, and it gave us all the drama that we hope for, and we get weekend after weekend across the EFL. So it was great to be back. It was great to be... I was at the Saints this weekend at St Mary's, and it was an incredible finish that we're going to discuss, of course, Cameron. But firstly, how are you? How are things at the moment? You been to any games? You been watching much football?
All good, mate. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
To be back on. Season starting again, so yeah, exciting times. Saturday I was watching games, but not been to any yet, due to go to a few this week, so fingers crossed the weather stays good and get out and see some good footy.
Yeah, I did say at the weekend, it's probably going to be the only weekend this season that I've not got thermals on. So there you go, one weekend a season. It will turn chilly before we know it, believe it or not. The leaves are already off the tree, so we might as well savour the sunshine. It wasn't an afternoon to savour at Bramall Lane for those Blades fans, so let's start there, shall we? Sheffield United 1, Bristol City 4. City stunning the beaten playoff finalists. The game a repeat of the semi-final between the pair in the playoffs last year. The Blades won it 6-0 on aggregate, you might remember, but this time Scott Twine scored twice. It was good to see him back enjoying his football. He also helped to set up his side's 2 other goals in an impressive away display for the new Robins boss Gerhard Struber. Now, Sheffield United have the depth of squad, which makes you feel like they could be title contenders, but they look shaky at the back, and they were given a post-match dressing down in front of their fans on the pitch by their new boss, Ruben Sayers. Here's what he had to say after Saturday's defeat.
Massively disappointed. I thought we came today, we wanted to have a good performance in front of our fans, and nothing went in the side that we wanted. There is some tactical aspects that we need to improve, but we have some parts of the game, especially after we equalized, that we can use that moment to score the second one and change the dynamic of the game. We didn't, they did, and I think the third goal was a massive factor in the game, and we conceded the fourth one too quick, so I think there is a lot of things to improve. It's not good enough from anyone, starting from my side.
So, Ruben Sellers off to the worst possible start. A huddle on the pitch at the end of the game and getting a dressing down in front of the supporters on week number 1, Cameron. Do you think that's the right move for him to be doing that so soon?
Not for me, Hugh. Talk about losing everybody. You know, you go in there as a new manager. Obviously, you've got pre-season where you're going to try and implement your ideas and philosophy. And you know, first of all, home game, can you get off to a good start? No, okay, it's a bit of a disaster in terms of the game, but then don't go and start remonstrating and showing your frustrations in front of the world on the TV, in front of the supporters. It just gets you off to a negative start, and you're just building pressure from day one, really.
Yeah, I thought it was the wrong choice. You know, I think you've got to put things into context as well, and maybe this is a wider conversation about the club. This is a group of players, albeit, of course, there are changes, as we expect every summer at every club in the EFL, but ultimately a team that earned 92 points on the pitch last year through what they did. They've lost their manager in Chris Wilder. Maybe continuity would have been the right thing. So some of the Blades fans already questioning if the changes that have been made by the club are the right thing. They're looking at Ruben Sellers and hoping that he can produce something like what Chris Wilder did. Immediately, it looks like there's disharmony there. And I couldn't quite believe it. I mean, the result I couldn't quite believe. I'll be perfectly honest with you. It was great from Bristol City, but, you know, the idea that Sheffield United are going to concede 4 at home is a very, very foreign feeling for us watching on. They've lost some big players, Cameron. They've lost Kiefer Moore, Anil Ahmedhodzic, Vinny Souza. That's the spine of the team, of course. Sorry, I've just been distracted by watching you play Ipswich in 2015 on the telly in front of me, and you've just scored. Congratulations. How big a blow is it to lose Kiefer Moore, Anil Ahmedhodzic and Vinny Souza, do you think?
Yeah, like you said there, it's the spine of the team. You know, and vast experience as well. You know, some quality in there in terms of Vinny Souza in the middle of the park. So, you know, like you alluded to earlier, Sheffield United have got strength and depth, but like you said, it's not ideal. Recruitment, obviously, they're going down a different avenue, which is well publicised in terms of the data-driven model, which the new owners are taking that approach. That's another conversation.
What do you think of that? No, very quickly, what do you think of that?
I think that's modern. It's the modern day approach, don't get me wrong. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like football has to move with the times, don't get me wrong. And a lot of clubs do use them approaches. And you know, you're searching for that minute sort of head up on everyone else sort of thing. You're looking for that little edge in the market. Where's the edge? And if it's cutting edge sort of scientific data what you're using, then yeah, that's the avenue sort of what football's leading you down. So I've got no qualms with that whatsoever. But it's about getting the right profile of player and also for the leagues. A lot of these players what are coming into the leagues, if you looked at the Championship as a whole in terms of the window and what has been brought in, it's a lot of relatively unknown quantities. So who knows how they're going to fare? Data can maybe point you in the right direction or the best option in terms of price or what's out there, what's available, age brackets, all these sort of things. But ultimately, you can't beat experience at the level you're trying to compete at.
He's got to get them, I was going to say get them confident, believing in what he wants them to do very, very quickly. We got it live on TalkSport midweek. Birmingham City against Sheffield United in the EFL Cup first round. Away for Sheffield United is not an easy tie at all. And then they're away at Swansea at the weekend. I already heard at least one Blades fan on local radio claiming that the manager needs to go. I'm not going to be claiming that anytime soon, but there needs to be a sense of togetherness at that club very, very soon, because there are some big question marks. So it's a very big week coming up for Ruben Selles and Sheffield United. Just very quickly, we've got to give credit to Bristol City. That was a fantastic performance. People looked happy, together, on the same page. It was also Gerhard Struber's first game in charge. How impressive was that performance?
Absolutely. I mean, as a new manager, that's exactly what you want. First day of the season, you've gone to somewhere where, you've been outclassed almost in the playoffs. It looked a gulf apart in terms of the back end of the season. That gap now looks closed in terms of how Bristol went there and easily dismantled Sheffield United. And for the manager, it's fantastic to go there, score 4 goals, impressive away performance, fluid in attack, players looking happy again, smiling on their face. Good to see Scott Twine popping up with a couple of goals and an assist. But yeah, Sheffield United obviously be disappointed at home, but take nothing away from Bristol City because that was an outstanding away performance.
Yeah, absolutely it was. And speaking of very good away performances, it was a defeat for Wrexham, but they can take plenty of positives from what they put in the game away at Southampton. I was there, it went right down to the wire. If it was 3-3 or 4-4, it probably would have also been a fair result. There were plenty of good opportunities for both sides, penalty shouts for both sides in the game as well. But in the end, Wrexham rather cruelly denied a statement opening Championship victory at Southampton. 2 late goals give Will Still a dramatic victory in his first game of charge of the Saints. They were, of course, relegated from the Premier League last season. Trailed for most of the game. 90th minute free kick from Ryan Manning from 25 yards before Jack Stevens bundled in the winner 6 minutes into injury time. Wrexham actually have the highest net spend in the Championship so far. A host of new signings gelled very nicely on the pitch for not knowing each other for too long. They did impress, I think, despite not earning the 3 points. We're going to talk about Phil Parkinson's side in a moment, but first let's hear from the new Southampton boss, Will Still, who spoke to TalkSport after the game.
It's special. I think your colleagues just said it. It's like welcome to the champ. It was tough, it was difficult, but we were pragmatic in the way we did things and managed to get it over the line. I think the goal we conceded was a bit frustrating, and we don't need to sort of lose the ball on a high throw like that and then concede a transition and make that foul. But stuff happens. We picked ourselves up from it. We floated for about 5-10 minutes, looking for our bearings and trying to work out where and what the game was. But created sort of more than enough opportunities to get back into the game. Didn't quite happen. And then the sort of strength of the squad and the collective that we're trying to build came to the fourth with players coming on, making a difference. And 2 set pieces were important. I know how important set pieces are going to be. And then with that energy, with that sort of grind and determination, you managed to somehow poke the ball over the line and grab a winner in the last minute, which is why we do this job and why it's so special.
It was a special end. It was very important, I think, for everyone inside St Mary's. After relegation, it was at Luton's first home game of the season. They snatched a late 3 points in their first game against AFC Wimbledon last weekend, and it was all about the 3 points. It felt like they just needed a confidence booster after a season of relegation and full of defeats. They just wanted to leave the ground with a spring in their step. In the end, they got it. They had 76% possession. They had 27 shots in the game. They were good value, I think, for what they got out of it, despite Wrexham's good performance as well. But I don't know, have you been there, Cameron? After a relegation, that first game, especially a first home game, just feeling so desperate to pick up the 3 points.
Absolutely. I've been there a couple of times in my career, with Birmingham and Norwich, and ultimately, like you say, it's not about the performance. That's irrelevant. It's about, like you say, picking up that first 3 points, getting that victory on the board as early as possible, and especially at home in front of your home crowd, where there's a little bit to prove. After the big question marks over a lot of them Southampton players, attitude, application, all them sort of questions will be thrown their way. And the manner in which they won the game on Saturday, scoring 2 late goals, that will please the manager the most. That continuity, that belief, and that desire to keep going till the end. Where maybe question marks was asked of them last year about giving in too easily and down in tools almost when things weren't going their way. So I'm sure we'll still be absolutely delighted in terms of the victory, but just the way the team fought till the end.
I was surprised by just how cohesive Wrexham were. They're going to trouble a lot of teams. I think the good thing is they're not changing. Phil Parkinson has his own way. It's direct. When you've got Kiefer Moore there, a great foil to play off the size of the man. I know he got a little injury in the game, and hopefully he's not out for too long. But Lewis O'Brien, with the energy and quality that he's got, Josh Windass made a difference in the game. It also, by the way, included 2 players that were actually starting in the National League for Wrexham. So they've managed to develop some talents over their years, 3 promotions on the bounce. I'm sure you all know about their story. But, I think lots of people have pointed towards Birmingham City and said, well, with the players they've got, the quality, the excitement, they should definitely be in the top 6 picture. Not many people saying that about Wrexham. On the basis of what we saw at the weekend, they are going to hurt a lot of teams in this division, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. I feel like the recruitment's been smart. They've gone and got proven championship players. You talk about Lewis O'Brien. He brings a bundle of energy in the midfield as well as quality. Josh Windass is a great addition on a free transfer from Sheffield Wednesday. And like I say, Kiefer Moore leading the line, that big point man. We know Phil Parkinson's style of play.
Connor Cody was there in central defence as well. He started.
Connor Cody there as well. A lot of experience there. Someone who's a great leader on the pitch naturally, who can organise and knit things together. So, the recruitment's been good in terms of, getting campaigners in there. And like you say, there's been maybe a lot of talk about other teams who have come up, Charlton and Birmingham, the players what they've got, but Wrexham have sort of, they've gone a little bit under the radar in terms of what people actually feel like they will do in the league. And I think, like you said, they'll cause a lot of teams a lot of problems. There's a little bit of luck on Saturday, and they'll take a lot from that defeat, actually.
One thing I did want to ask you about was Tyler Dibbling, the Southampton youngster. He's been subject to bids from at least Everton, actual bids from Everton, but interest from other Premier League clubs as well. Now, he wasn't in the matchday squad, wasn't in the ground, and of course he's a player that's come through the academy. I'm sure he would have wanted to be there, but Will Still said he didn't feel like Tyler Dibbling was in the right headspace to contribute to the team at the weekend. He left him out. He said that was his decision, not the club's, not Tyler's. Mateus Fernandes, we know, has got some interest as well. He was on the bench. He came on. He made an impact on the game for sure in the last 15, 20 minutes or so, showed his qualities too. But have you been in that situation? Can you put yourself in the shoes of Tyler Dibbling and also Will Still in terms of, making a decision like that for an important first game of the season?
Yeah, I've been in there as a player a couple of times where you've had interest where maybe there's 1 or 2 teams interested from higher divisions, and it does unsettle you as a player. You're a human being at the end of the day. It's naturally, as a footballer especially, you want to play at the highest level. And he's had that early introduction to Premier League football last year, and he equipped himself very well. He's got many suitors out there, and he's a fantastic young talent. But it shows a good little bit of management there from the Southampton manager, just taking him out of the firing line a little bit, taking that pressure away from him. Obviously, if he said it's his decision, then I feel like it's a great bit of my management to say, look, your future will be sorted out in the weeks coming up to the transfer window closes, and one way or another we'll get this resolved. But in the meantime, if you're not right for the team, then you're more harm than good, really, aren't you? Sometimes, so it's a good decision from the manager, I feel.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. I really appreciate your view on that. It's a difficult situation for Tyler Dibbling. By the time you're listening to this, who knows? His future may well be decided. We shall see. Okay, up next, we're going to continue our focus on the weekend's championship action. We'll talk about a late penalty at St Andrews, which spoiled Birmingham's opening day. Millwall kept up their fine form from the end of last season as well, and Leicester fighting back to beat a depleted Sheffield Wednesday. That's all coming up on EFL All Access next.
Ultimate Sports Radio.
What a moment! This is TalkSport 2. This weekend, TalkSport's morning conquest continues with another Breakfast of Champions. The Weekend Sports Breakfast with NordVPN.
Here and get wrecked your land.
In Week 1 prize draw.
Welcome back to EFL All Access on TalkSport 2. Hugh Woozencroft and the former Birmingham and Norwich City striker Cameron Jerome are with you. So let's talk about your former club, the Blues, that is, who had a draw with Ipswich on Friday night to start the EFL season in the Championship. George Hurst with a controversial penalty in the 5th minute of injury time. That rescued a point for Ipswich and denied at Birmingham that opening victory. They had looked on course for it after Jay Stanfield had given them the lead early in the second half. Ipswich really didn't threaten much until they were awarded that controversial spot kick for a handball by Birmingham's Lyndon Dykes. A big call. Let's hear from the Blues manager Chris Davis, who admits the result is tough to take.
It's natural for when you get into that 94th minute or whatever it is, that's pretty harsh. That's pretty hard to take, especially with the build-up to the game. But, you know, to be honest with you, I can take a step back quite quickly and look at the bigger picture here, because we were playing against a really strong team, possibly the favourites, and I thought we were the better team. We pressed them well, got the ball back quickly, we were really organised in that, and then when we had the ball we played some really nice football, had some good moments around the goal and scored a good goal. So yeah, I thought we were the better team, and at the end they've pushed and got fortunate really with a refereeing decision, but you know, that's going to happen. Hopefully we'll get a few of those ourselves over the season.
So a controversial moment. Cameron, Lyndon Dykes, hand in the air, it was headed against him by Jacob Greaves. A penalty for you?
Not sure, Hugh. No. The letter of the law, yeah, obviously, look, it's a penalty in terms of the letter of the law, but he's going backwards, he's backpedaling in the box. Obviously, you've got to have your arms up to jump for momentum. He's not looking at the ball, so he's facing away from it. There's not much else he can do. Like, it's a harsh penalty.
Nah.
You think it's handball?
Let me tell you why it's handball. His hands go up in the air above his head early. The ball's travelling in from the corner, and for some reason, he's got his hands up for an extended period of time. I get your point about needing to get them up to jump, and if it was in the motion of him just thinking, right, this is my moment, I'm going to jump, and at that moment, as he went to leap, his hand was up, I would totally agree with you. But because he kept it up in the air for a few seconds there, I'm sorry. I just think he's playing with fire on that one. You know, it was probably a little bit soft, but I wouldn't call it harsh.
I think the letter of the law tells you it's a penalty, but like in context, when you're looking at that, you're thinking, right, there's no other way he can jump without using his arms. He's not a fish, not a salmon that's jumping popping out of a string. Even though he's a big boy,
yeah,
Dax is a big boy. But what I'd like to say, I'd like to see consistency with the handball decisions, especially the handball, because there's so much like this is where every interpretation is different from a referee's perspective, from a viewer's perspective, a fan's perspective,
as we've just shown, yeah.
Yeah, so it's got to be consistent. If you're going to give them, like you did on the opening day, be consistent throughout the season and give every single one what it's like. If you see it, of course. If you see it, you call it like it is. But you just don't get it. So then it creates this debate where everyone reverts back to what is handball? And everyone's a big argument where nobody can quite know what it is. You speak about letter of the law, you speak about context. Is his arm close to his body? Is it away from his body? Is it jumping? So it's just so confusing.
Either way, it was tough for Birmingham to take. Yeah. I think they sent a fairly strong message to the rest of the division. I know Ipswich weren't at their best, and I still expect them to be in the conversation for automatic promotion. But Birmingham City have a lot of quality, and they've clearly added a lot of quality as well.
100%. I'm in agreement with you. I feel like Ipswich are the team what's probably head and shoulders above everyone in terms of the squad depth, the continuity between the squad, the manager. They've added one or two additions. Look, they're going to lose one or two players before the window. That's probably well documented, but that will give them funds to then go and strengthen again. The addition of Chuba Akpom, I think, is a great addition. And obviously, you know, George Hurst, can he fill the void left by Liam Delap?
Yeah, that's a big question mark. I think it was great for him to get that penalty and score it. And when he went off to the corner, he went, "That's what I do." And I thought,
I was pleased for him. He's a good player.
Yeah, he is. And it's a big season for him. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. You know, before the window closes, I'm sure he'll want to impress on the hierarchy at Ipswich and his manager. They don't need to bring in another number 9 or another centre forward to ensure they do get into that automatic promotion picture. I mean, the likes of Kyogo, Furuhashi for Birmingham City, he looks like he could be a really exciting player, maybe even a pick for player of the season at this early stage. I'm not saying he's definitely going to win it, but he's got that quality as he's shown before previously with Celtic. So who knows? Looks like a great bit of business anyway. Let's talk about one of your other former clubs in the shape of Norwich City, who were beaten at home by Millwall. Macaulay Langstaff, with his second Millwall goal 7 minutes from time, earned the Lions their first victory away at Carrow Road since 1968. He'd only been on the pitch for a few minutes when debutant Alfie Doughty knocked a nice ball down the line in behind, which allowed him to register his second goal in 37 games. But Millwall were worth the win, I think. They stepped up in the second half. The goal that Norwich scored was obviously fairly fortunate. Josh Sargent charging down the goalkeeper. And they won 5 of their final 7 games last season, Millwall. Just missed out on a playoff spot, but they have brought some momentum in the new campaign. So, do you think with this newfound confidence under Alex Neil, they can go one better than they did last year?
Well, they've certainly got off to the right start. I know Alex. I've worked under him at Norwich myself, so I know how he is. He's a steady campaigner at this level, and he's been given the tools in terms of he's been given a little bit of money to spend, bringing a little bit of additions who he wants. He's gone out there and got some some shrewd signings in Alfred Doughty, like you say, a little bit of quality on that left hand side, and Macaulay Langstaff. Obviously he's got great pedigree, scoring a lot of goals at lower levels, and took his finish really smartly on Saturday. Showed a good turn of pace and a nice composed finish. But Millwall will be a threat. They're going to be a dark horse this year. Well, I don't even say dark horse, because I think people will actually expect them to be up there after the finish they had last year. Coming so close to the playoffs, I feel like they can go one stage better this year. I feel like it's a really wide open division. But with Alex, the way he knows the division, I feel like the way they've recruited, and if they keep hold of 1 or 2 of their key players, they can be a really strong force this year.
What about Norwich City? Liam Manning, of course, a Norwich boy, coming to take over at the club, having led Bristol City into the playoffs last season. It's one of those. There's no parachute payments at Norwich this year, and yet all the fans will expect them to go up a gear from where they were last season. Can he turn them into a team that does fight for promotion? And what did you see, positives or negatives, in terms of their first performance of the year?
Well, look, they've lost 1 or 2 key players. I think the key with Norwich for me will be how quick the new players bed in. There's a lot of new players, a lot of new additions. And if they can keep hold of Josh Sargent, that's the big one for me. Can you keep hold of your main man, one of the better players in the division in that position? If you can keep hold of him, then it gives you a chance to try and compete, top 10, push on towards the playoffs. I really like Liam Manning as a manager. I think his trajectory in terms of his managerial career is on the up. Being a hometown boy, I think he'll relish that. He won't shy away from things. And like I say about the parachutes money, it's the first year Norwich are actually out of it without the parachute. So it is a little bit of, come on, we need to get our act together and start, pushing up the league. If not, can we then produce players or give players a platform to buy and sell and generate transfer income that way? I mean, I like the kid who took from Man City, Jacob Wright. I think he's a fantastic addition as well. So they've done some smart bit of business. But Liam Manning's a good manager, and I feel like the club's in the right hands.
No worries as yet for Norwich City, despite that opening defeat. What about Leicester City? They won, of course. Sheffield Wednesday beaten. Wout Faes with a late goal. It was a 10-man Sheffield Wednesday, of course, after a red card for Barry Bannon. It was 3 minutes to go in the game. That was after Yannick Vestergaard had cancelled out Nathaniel Chalobah's first half opener. Obviously, first game for Marty Cifuentes as manager. Same for Henrik Pedersen in charge of Sheffield Wednesday as well. What did we really learn from this game, do you think, about both teams at the moment?
I don't feel a great deal, to be honest with you. I feel like in Leicester's position, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Look, everyone's written Sheffield Wednesday off the predicament and situation they find themselves in on and off the field. And from a Sheffield Wednesday's perspective, you've got nothing to lose. The world's against you, everything's against you at the minute. So you've just got that togetherness as a group. Can you remain together? Roll your sleeves up, you against the world, sort of siege mentality. And I feel like obviously the opening day of the season, sun's out. Leicester have lost quite a lot of experience throughout their squad. Losing the likes of Jamie Vardy, Conor Cody, people like that, Wilfred Ndidi. So I feel like Martin Cifuentes has got a little bit of a rebuild on his hands. Will he be given the funds to do so? I'm not quite sure. So I feel like Leicester are in a bit of a transition period at the minute. But more importantly, first game of the season, like you said, just to get off to a winning start, get used to winning games again, because obviously losing relegation last year, losing a lot of games, you're sort of in that losing mentality of negativity. So can you change that? Can you address that within the stadium? Get the supporters back on side of you, and try and make a push up the league.
Wout Faes, when he scored the goal, cupped his hair to his own supporters when he was celebrating. That was after he got booed, to be fair. Have you ever done that? Responded to the fans with a little bit of a "let's hear you then"?
Yeah, once or twice. I'll be lying. Home and away fans, by the way. You both ways, to be fair. But yeah, it's just like a little bit of like, all right, I'm going to show you. It should, as a footballer, that shouldn't, it can happen in every sport. You can have your critics, you can have people who really like it, people who dislike it. But it just shows what you're made of as a character, really. To go, all right, then I'm going to show you. And a little cupping of beer, there's no harm in that. To be honest with you, it's like, all right, I'm going to show you. If you're showing a little bit of, negativity towards me, if you say, yeah, all right, I'll go out there and show you. So point proven, and yeah, let's hope he can build on that, because last year he was poor, to be honest with you, and the fans have got every right to be on him, if I'm being brutally honest, because he was at fault for a lot of things.
He's a tough case, because I think at this level he should be one of the better defenders in the division. He showed that under Enzo Maresca when they romped towards a title. He was very comfortable. He goes to the Premier League. He's obviously very uncomfortable at their level, so he really is in that middle ground as a player. But they should expect a lot from him at this level for sure, because he does definitely have the ability to be one of the best defenders in the league. We'll see if his form continues and he can score a few more goals as well. We'll be back talking Preston North End and Paul Heckingbottom. You're a Huddersfield boy, Cameron. We'll talk about Huddersfield Town. They look like they could be a promotion player. Same, though, can't be said about Tom Cleverley's Plymouth Argyle or Steve Bruce's Blackpool. All that coming after the break.
No-nonsense sports coverage.
Oh, he's going all the way! This is TalkSport 2. TalkSport 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action, featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing, and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Touchdown! Plus, TalkSport 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need.
Brought to you by Final One Standing. New from William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply.
Yorkshire tea, where everything is done proper. Yorkshire tea, where everything is done proper.
Maybe not.
Yorkshire tea, where everything's done properly. Yorkshire tea.
Right, enough of that. How about Yorkshire tea, where everything's done proper?
Power up your business with Peugeot's new LCV range. Discover the new partner, expert and...
What, 18 or over? We'll talk Preston North End next, because I'm very intrigued to know what Cameron has to say about their manager Paul Heckingbottom calling out personal trainers. He's criticised one for an injury sustained by his striker Daniel Jebbison. Now, the forward's on loan from Bournemouth. He actually missed the club's 1-1 draw with Queen's Park Rangers this weekend because of an ankle injury that he said stemmed from a private fitness session. The 21-year-old likely to be out for a month. Heckingbottom said, "I'm really angry about that. There's a growing trend of footballers to work with people from the outside." He said, "It's an accident, I get it, but it's not happening anymore with Preston's players. These guys work with the players and they post all their work over social media and they want to promote their business. They're happy to take their money. They don't give us any money back, though, when they injure the players during their sessions." I found it very intriguing, because a lot of us, when a player doesn't come back in peak fitness, they're on social media being ridiculed by all the fans and saying they're not taking their careers seriously. Okay, I get it, and injuries occurred here, but injuries do happen. I know that you, Cameron, you help run kind of pre-season fitness sessions for elite performance. Tell us about your company, why you decided to get involved in it, and what you make of what Paul Heckingbottom had to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an unfortunate accident, isn't it? Let's be honest. He's not gone out there with the intention of getting injured. He's gone out there with, good intentions in terms of, okay, I'm on loan. I've got to make a bright start to the season, so I'm going to do a little bit extra, which is nothing wrong with that. He obviously cares about his career, which you say. People are too quick to criticise you when you're not doing the right things. So I feel like there's a big growing trend in this in terms of players taking that extra little bit of responsibility and wanting to improve on certain aspects of their game, whether it's fitness, whether it's S&C, strength and conditioning, dietitian, video analysis, individual technical things. There's many different practitioners out there who offer different services. Myself, I'm an individual practitioner who offers different services myself, so I can sort of sympathise with this. The market's there ultimately for players to go and do extra things, and if football clubs is providing every single thing at clubs day in, day out, then there'd be no reason for people to go elsewhere. But the fact is they're not. These markets exist, these practitioners exist. And like I said, in the summer, I helped a friend of mine who is one of these practitioners who does S&C stuff, fitness work. We collaborated and did something together. We ran an off-season camp for players, and it was in a controlled way. We did it at the Manchester Institution of Performance, which was under the guidance of experts. So there was no sort of danger of endangering anybody. But it sounds to me like he's had a freak accident. Obviously, the gaffer's fuming, and yeah, I mean, look, he's got every right to be on it. But it was done in the best intentions. But he, obviously, as a manager's perspective, putting your cap on there, he's not the best pleased, is he? One of your main assets coming in the summer has then got injured doing something externally away from the football club. You can look at both sides, can't you?
Exactly. I can imagine what he would have had to say if Daniel Jebinson, a loanee from a Premier League club, had shown up out of shape. Do you know what I mean? We all heard about that as well, I'm sure. So just a tough one to take, I think, for Heckingbottom and Preston. Let's move on then to League One and wonder if we can really learn anything 2 games into a season. We'll start with Huddersfield Town. Lee Grant off to a flyer. Second win on the bounce. 2-0 victory at Reading. Jack Watmo put the visitors ahead in the 74th minute. Substitute Cameron Ashia sealing the 3 points in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, which was a lovely moment for the youngster. Grant, of course, left his coaching role with Ipswich in May to take his first job in management. He has seen his Huddersfield side win their first 2 games after a 3-0 success against Leyton Orient on the opening day. Let's speak to Matt Shaw, Huddersfield supporter from the And He Takes That Chance podcast. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Hi, Hugh. I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
Very well. Thanks for being with us. Tell us how happy you're feeling as a Terriers fan at the moment. The 2-0 win over Reading at the weekend, and as I mentioned, that special moment for the youngster at the end.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really positive, the start. I think all Huddersfield fans have been really positive over pre-season. Lee Grant has changed the mindsets of a lot of fans. We had a really bad end to last season, and I think a lot of fans were very much umming and ahhing whether to renew the season cards and to go down this season. But what we've seen over pre-season in the first 2 games, albeit a small sample, is very positive, and Lee Grant talks very well, and I think people are getting on board very, very quickly. And one of them was Cameron Asher at the weekend. He came on in the 84th minute for his league debut, and the way he's cushioned that in was unbelievable, really, for an 18-year-old on his debut. And the celebrations afterwards were different class as well, running towards the away end. And there's a real togetherness and a bond forming, and things like that are so important when you're trying to get out of League One.
Yeah, so just following on from Hugh's question there, so you must be delighted in terms of the start what Lee Grant's made. Obviously his first managerial appointment, but it looks to have turned that place around in terms of the environment, the atmosphere, the belief and the hope within the supporters, and especially on the training pitch as well with the players, and recruitment is done.
100%, Cam. It basically, at the end of last season, there was a lot of talk about a culture issue at Huddersfield Town and things not being correct and right behind the scenes. And bringing someone in like Lee Grant, who's incredibly positive and is very infectious as well, and you can just see the club released these YouTube videos, the inside access videos, and you can sort of see the players are gravitating towards him, and they hang off what he's saying, and it's all very positive so far. People will reel me back in and say that we did win the first 4 games of last season, and then that didn't end particularly well. But it feels different this year. We feel more joined together, and everything just feels like it's going in the right direction, rather than people splintering off in different parts and people wanting out and whatnot. So Lee Grant's done great so far, and there was a lot of scepticism when he came in because it's his first job, but he's taken to it really well, and I think everybody's impressed.
What changes has he made on the field in particular? Is there a big change in the style of play or the approach?
Yes, so we've been married to a 3-5-2 system really over the last 2 or 3 years under both Michael Duff and before that Darren Moore and the other managers. He wants to play it's like a 4-2-3-1, but it's almost like a hark back to Herbert Chapman from 100 years ago in many ways, because in possession it looks like a WM. 3 defenders, 2 midfielders, and the right back flies forward to make a 5 in attack. And it's very much... It's been described by the Huddersfield owner as Northern football, and everybody's kind of gone, what's Northern football? And we're sort of finding out now what that is, and it's very much in your face. It's very forward thinking. It's not always the prettiest. We've had 2 very different types of games against Orient and against Reading, but the Orient one was a little prettier on the eye, whereas Reading was one where we've had to tough it out with grit and determination. So there are more strings to the bow as what we're finding out as we're going on. But so far, the system that is brought in is similar to how Ipswich play. But instead of Leif Davids going down the left-hand side and the back four rolling into a three, we do that on the right-hand side. So it's slightly different, but I think the ethos behind it is quite similar.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I watched the game on Saturday, brief moments of the away game, and look, like you said, it wasn't the prettiest on the eye, but going away from home, I think that sometimes you need that resilience and that little bit of pragmatism, in terms of, can we go away to a decent side in Reading? Okay, they're a young side, but they're a good side. They had a high players finish last year. Can we go out there? Can we just implement a different style of game plan, but still come away with a good outcome? And I think looking at 2 games, we've played two teams, Orient who lost in the playoff final, and Reading who just missed out in the playoffs. So I feel like it's 2 positive results, and definitely a springboard in the right direction in terms of Huddersfield's trajectory this year. League rank, like you said, there would have been a little bit of criticism and skepticism in terms of him being appointed as the manager in the summer, first job, but so far so good.
Yeah, 100%. And the way that we won at Reading was good as well, because it was probably a game 6 months ago that we'd have lost, because we'd have been it was very much an arm wrestle, if you like, and those were the kind of games we were losing, especially after January onwards. And we stayed in the game, and we stayed strong and resolute, and we didn't give a lot away. And when we did, Owen Goodman was really solid in goal as well. And it's the 2 centre-backs, Watmore and Lowe, who were really solid and decent all game. And I've never seen a manager before win a game by changing 3 of the back 4 to actually win a game when you're 0-0. He's challenging all sorts of stereotypes of what you would have on the game as well. So to sort of win a game from 0-0 by changing 3 of the back 4 is something very, very new. And it was very interesting, and he's getting a lot of buy-in at the minute because things are going quite well, and hopefully it continues.
We shall see if it does, and we agree. Hopefully it does continue for Lee Grant, who's made the perfect start at Huddersfield Town. Thank you very much. That's Matt Shaw, Huddersfield supporter from the And He Takes That Chance podcast. So make sure you do check it out if you're a Town supporter.
Straight talking and straight to the point.
All too easy. This is TalkSport 2.
Have you ever wondered what becoming
authority?
The opening round.
Conjunctions 23.
And lone striker Mason Burstow scoring on his home debut to seal the win after Owen Toll had given Wanderers a 20th minute lead. For the Pilgrims, they're winless under their current manager Tom Cleverley. They're now beaten twice with just 1 goal scored and 5 conceded. They hadn't lost a game at Bolton since 1993, but they failed to even produce a shot on target on Saturday. Let's hear from the man himself. Tom Cleverley feeling a period of self-reflection for the team can help them get back on track.
I need to address the mentality. They looked a little bit of an acceptance of defeat today, and that comes from 2 years of treading water and defeat being the most common result that this group suffered. So maybe the first signs of the hangover of relegation and the mentality. So we need to address that quickly, and that'll start with all of us going through an internal reflection of the last two results, and work harder.
No, I couldn't disagree more than that, but I want to hear from someone who does watch Argyle a lot more than I do, and that is Argyle reporter for Plymouth Live, Chris Errington, who joins us. Good evening.
Good evening, Hugh. How are you?
I'm okay, and I'll tell you why I just take a little bit of umbrage with that is this team never felt like they'd given up on results, really. There were maybe 1 or 2 occasions I can think of last year where I felt that they hadn't shown that real passion and determination to try and get back into games. They won 5 of their last 10 games, by the way, at the end of last season in the Championship. You know, I felt, I get it, there have been changes in the squad, but I felt in terms of the attitude of Argyle as a club and of that playing squad, he had a great basis to work with. To suddenly say everyone's so down in the dumps, is he right?
A little bit, Hugh, yeah. I mean, there's been massive changes at Argyle over the summer. 17 players left one way or the other. 10 new ones have come in. So there's a lot of players in the squad that aren't carrying the scars of the relegation from the Championship last season. But in the 2 games they've played this season against Barnsley and Bolton, when they've gone behind, they haven't had a good reaction. And I think that's probably what Tom Cleverley's hinting at. At Bolton, for example, on Saturday, the first 20 minutes, they were decent on the ball. They played it around, not too much end product, but they were in the game. As soon as they went behind, then there wasn't the reaction that he would look for. And pretty much for the rest of the game, Bolton were well in control. So I think that was probably the point he was trying to make, that in a little bit of adversity, so far, this squad haven't shown the capabilities to come back.
Not the start you'd have wanted down there at Plymouth, and obviously Tom Cleverley, not the start he would have wanted either. But are you slightly concerned, even at this earliest stage of the season, in terms of some of the comments echoing from the manager in terms of how he wants the squad to play, how he thinks they are doing, in terms of the reflection he just mentioned there in his interview, and the way he perceives the players to have this sort of losing mentality? Is it something what needs to be addressed directly and quickly, or is it something that's not a concern to the supporters?
It definitely needs to be addressed and looked at. As I said, Cameron, they have brought 10 new signings in over the summer, and all Argyle fans are hoping there'll be 3, 4, maybe even 5 more before the end of the transfer window. That's going to be key for Argyle. That might change the mindset a little bit. But I was told by reporters who covered Watford that Tom Cleverley, when he was asked a question, he would give a straight answer, and I think there's been examples of all that already during his time at Argyle, that he doesn't just come out with the sort of standard answer that you might expect from a manager, particularly early on in his time at a club. He's clearly trying to make some points in terms of the squad, and depth isn't deep enough. The quality isn't maybe there at the moment. You're a striker, Cameron. They haven't got a proper number 9 in their squad at the moment. No, but not many maybe of your type. But I mean, they literally haven't got a number 9 in their squad. The 2 strikers they've got, where they're 18 and 27. So it's been a very challenging start for him, and but it is only 2 games out of a 46-game season. I mean, you can't get too carried away by results after just a couple of games, but you'd be a bit naive to not be a little bit worried, having seen the way that it's gone for Argyle in those first 2 games.
You're right, he does give us a straight answer as well. Of course, Argyle lost Ryan Hardy and Mustafa Bundu. You spoke about the lack of firepower, but he said when it comes to the approaches Argyle have made for players, that they're down to options D and E. A, B and C have been exhausted, they've been rejected, or for whatever reason they haven't worked out. So in a way, does that concern you slightly about the types of players that might come in now, whether they're going to be really players that he truly wanted?
I mean, he did say that. He said we're down to plans C, D and E. So clearly they're not the first choice options. They were very strongly linked with Rumaan Burrell, who went from Burton to QPR. They were in for Dale Taylor, who went from Nottingham Forest to Blackpool instead of Argyle. And Tom has mentioned a couple of times about geographical issues and problems. And I've been fortunate to cover Argyle. This is my 29th season now, and one of the big problems that has always held Argyle back is getting players to come all the way down to the southwest. It's not easy. You are a long way away, and sometimes you might have to consider playing a Plymouth tax to a player to get them to come down, i.e. pay more than another club would do to persuade them to come all the way down here. I did make that point to Tom in a press conference last week, and he said, well, the problem with doing that is that, and he's not keen on doing that, is because it only fuels his belief that the players don't really want to be here, and they've only come down because they're getting paid more money than somewhere else. But the situation is that at some stage you've got to strengthen your squad and bring players in, and they might have to do that. Cameron might have a better perspective than I do, but I've spoken to lots of Argyle players over the years, and when they come down to Plymouth, they love it. It's a great part of the world. Fantastic club, fantastic fan base, but a lot of them would rather be closer to Birmingham, Manchester and London, and that is just the reality, and Plymouth isn't going to be picked up and moved to a different part of the country on the map.
We're going to see if he can maybe exhaust his contacts with some of his former teams to see if he might be able to rustle up a young forward or two. But anyway, thank you very much indeed, Chris. Not too much to give us an update on at the start of the season, but really appreciate it nonetheless. Argyle reporter for Plymouth Live.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, let's very quickly touch on Blackpool. Whether they should panic as well is an interesting question. A 4-1 defeat at Exeter City. They lost 3-2 to Stevenage on the opening weekend. They're winless. They've shipped 7 goals as well. Some thought they were going to be promotion challengers. Obviously, they still could be, but they look far from that in their opening 2 games. Steve Bruce described the Exeter defeat as arguably the worst afternoon since he's been at the club. They're simply not defending well enough, are they, Cameron? That's honestly how you see it, because they've had the majority of the possession actually in both of their league games, and at the weekend, majority of the chances as well. But they seem too easy to score against right now.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen the goals at the weekend, and some of them came from set players, which, Steve being a centre half, he would have prided himself on defending the box first and foremost. And yeah, you look like, conceding 4 and 3 in the first game, it's a little bit too easy at the minute. So he'll be looking to shore that defence up soon enough. But, you'd have put Blackpool down for one of the teams probably challenging at the top end of the pitch. I know it's early days in the season, and, you sort of try not to look at things in sort of panic mode, but yeah, he won't be happy at the minute in terms of the way his team started off. That's for sure.
Okay, yeah, absolutely not. I agree with you on that one, Steve Bruce. Listen, he's got vast experience. You could imagine he's going to get the best out of those players, or somewhere towards it by the end of the campaign. But we'll see if the pressure grows. One interesting thing about Steve Bruce for me is I think you still sit there and go, it's great he's come back to football. But if the fans turn on him, I think he would also be the kind of guy that would say, well, listen, I've done enough in the game to sit and get a lot of abuse. So hopefully the Tangerines fans do stay behind him for the foreseeable future, as long as the, of course, results turn around. I haven't teed you up for this, but I am kind of interested in your views on the Championship in particular this season, Cameron. So before we go, your predictions of who you think might finish in the top 2?
Top 2, I'd say Ipswich will definitely fill one of those places. I'm not quite sure at the minute who is going to fill the other one.
Who do you think your top 6 will be then?
In
no
order?
No particular order.
No particular order. I would say Ipswich definitely. I would say Southampton, Coventry, Millwall.
Millwall?
Yeah, I think Millwall will finish 5th or 6th. Yeah, so I feel like Ipswich, Southampton. I feel Coventry will be up there. I feel Millwall, Birmingham, and I don't know. I feel like it's the widest open it's been for a long, long time. Like for me, like when your eyes are automatically drawn to the 3 that come down.
Yeah.
I don't see Leicester as being strong this year. I feel like they're in a massive transition period. I feel like Southampton, okay, there's some good quality pedigree in there in terms of Adam Armstrong, Cameron Archer, people like that. They've got goal scorers. Leicester have lost Jamie Vardy. It's a massive void to fill. And I don't see where they're getting the goals from at this moment in time, where I feel like Ipswich have got goals in them. Southampton have. I think Coventry have. Frank's a great manager. I feel like they've got a good squad that came close last year. I feel like Millwall with Alex Neil will be a dark horse. I feel like Birmingham, like you say, with Kyogo, I feel like it's a great addition. Great pedigree, goals. They've got athleticism, pace and power, so I feel like they'll be in there. And yeah, I think it's open. I think it's anyone's, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. What do you think?
All teed up for a big season, I think. I've got Leicester just coming in 6th. My top 2, I did Ipswich and Southampton. I can't remember I put in my top. The rest of my top 6, I think I put Coventry in there for sure. Leicester were in there. Birmingham City were in there. And I can't remember who the other team was at this stage. But if you listen back to last week's show, you'll hear my predictions for the start of the season. So my memory's not great, but thankfully it was all on tape. Anyway, Cameron, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate you. And remember, we've got more live football coming for you across this week on TalkSport 2. Loads of exclusive commentaries. Saturday lunchtime, we're back to the Championship exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. We'll have Wrexham against West Brom at 2:30, Blackburn Birmingham at 3 o'clock. And on Sunday, massive game so early in the season, Ipswich will take on Southampton. That is a midday kickoff on Sunday right here on TalkSport 2.
Will Victor Gyökeres barrel through all comers and transform Arsenal into a direct lethal collective? Can Florian Wirtz make the Premier League look easy? Twist defenders' brain cells with his movement, his passing, his joyful heart. Will Pep's new number 10, Ryan Cherky, puff out his chest and ensure Manchester City fans do not miss KDB at all? And can Benjamin Šeško mind meld with Mbeumo and Cunha to help United fans surge once again? This is the Men in Blazers Big Weekend Preview, presented by Prize Picks, show that takes your best questions and revels in answering them.
It's time to explode now, like the volcano that is there and is ready to go, and we have everything, and we need to play with that excitement. We want to win every single match, and no doubt that we're going to continue that way, but with that fire, that is the joy to play with each other and win football matches together.
Yep, that is Mikel Arteta answering our question about what the identity of his Gyökeres Arsenal team is going to be like. A volcano! I tell you. And you can find the rest of that quite fantastically energised interview on our YouTube right now. But happy new Premier League season, dear listeners. Today is the best day of the year. Everything's still possible. The dreams we harbour so deeply are not yet dashed. No matter what team you support, everything is filled with a sense of expectation, hope, possibility. The cup half full as 380 games lie ahead of us, scattered over 283 days each. An unknown voyage of discovery in which everything feels pure and within your grasp. Week by week on the big weekend preview, we'll be here to break down your questions. Send in your video messages, text in your voice notes of your best weekly question to this number, 646 450 9472, 646 450 9472. The videos could be featured in next week's show. There's a link in the description which will help you get them to us. The better we get, the more joyous the show. So let's dive on in. Oh, God, I can't wait for some Peter Drury. That man's always on mid-season form. First quick message, new season, new way to talk with us and the entire community at Men in Blazers. Join our Discord channel now. We built it as a way that you can chat with us and each other before, during, after games. Remember what Twitter was like back in 2014? Oh, it sounded like Tracy Chapman driving in your car. It was a warm, creative, insightful place. We thought it'd never end. It deepened the match day experience. And then the bots and the nut jobs took over. So the Men in Blazers Discord, we hope, is a safe, open, joyous conversation for every single game, grounded in camaraderie, meaning, football obsession, passion. Early kickoffs will be there. Your club scores a late winner, suffers heartbreak, we're still there for you. Either way, celebrating or commiserating in real time, it's free. Football is better with friends. Remember that. To join, find the link in our show notes. Come and be with us. We'll be chatting all bloody season long. Okay, question the first. Let's start with Liverpool because, well, the season begins there this afternoon at Anfield. A wash of emotion. First call of the season. Take it away, Katie, from one of the other greatest footballing cities in the world.
Hi Raj, this is Katie from Portland, Oregon. Apologies up front, I am a red. This has been such a strange summer for Liverpool fans, like coming down from the high of winning last season, and then obviously the loss of Jota, and then getting excited about all the new signings and the rebuild, and then that mild reality check last Sunday. So I guess my question is, what does a successful season look like for us this year? Is it repeating the title? Is it winning the Champions League? What can we finish the season and feel good about? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Katie, what a question. Probably the definitive question of the season. Look, success you're asking about for Liverpool really depends how you define it. There's a level, probably the deepest, richest, most meaningful level, which is about human success, which is just this collective, this set of individuals getting through the season emotionally intact, emotionally whole. I can't imagine, especially what they're going to go through together this afternoon as Liverpool welcome Bournemouth and an Anfield that will be both in mourning and ready to roar on its defending champions of all of their energy. An emotional juxtaposition of just gigantic human extremes. I spent time at Liverpool this week and it's really not clear to anybody how all of this profound public collective mourning, which is beautiful and meaningful, will impact the players as individuals as they're trying to process their private grief at the same time. Arne Slot addressed this in an interview with Sky this morning. It was a written interview. He said the first time we arrive for a session, the first time we play a game, the first time after 20 minutes, the fans sing your song. All of these things are difficult. All I can say is I wish everyone at the club strength and love as they navigate this loss, which will exist as almost a parallel narrative to the football for the entire season. From a footballing POV, though, success is, well, it's to defend the title. Something Liverpool haven't done since 1984, go back to back, and it is so bloody hard. Remember, last time they tried to do it, they came third, 17 points behind Manchester City, the ultimate champions. And they're also trying to do something quite mad, really, which is, as champions, to bed in so many massive names to a squad that already won the bloody thing last season. They're going to be taking the field with a rebuilt front line. Good Lord, can I just say, Ekitike, let's all overreact to the Community Shield. Man looks electric.
Ekitike. He's worked the shooting chance! Oh, that will certainly do for starters! Hugo Ekitike, less than 4 minutes into his Liverpool debut on the score sheet at Wembley.
But more concerningly, for Liverpool, they are going to take the field with the need to create an instant chemistry in that backline with Milos Kerkez and Jeremy Frimpong replacing Andy Robertson and Trent Alexander-Arnold at fullback. I asked Virgil van Dijk this week, how long does it take to build chemistry? And he was honest. He said, that's an unknown. But he said, we are working very hard. I actually said to him, I was like, don't work so hard, Virg. Just take it easy, man. But another element of success for Liverpool ultimately revolves around one man and one man only, and that's Arne Slot. This is a massive test for him. It sounds crazy. Gent just won the bloody title. But he is under immense pressure. Sometimes managers inherit the DNA of the previous manager and win with it. Arsene Wenger won early at Arsenal. But he still had the echo of his predecessor, George Graham, who gifted him defensive solidity that, in a way, he was never truly able to resummon. Slot has to show he can evolve away from that Klopp foundation, exert true slot ball and win, having spent really the GDP of a small nation over the summer on pulsating new talent. By the way, I don't think Bournemouth will be the test. They themselves have lost Kepa, Kerkez, Dean Howson, Chilgai, Zabania, Utara, and Tyler Adams said, God, I just can't wait for the whistle to go and that first tackle with Milos Kerkez, he said with a smile. But a lot of this is going to be on Slot. As he asked him last week, this was fascinating to me. I asked him, how will it feel for the first time when the cock raises that iconic banner of the iconic giant Liverpool managers past? Bill Shankly, Bob Paisley, Houllier, somehow Everton's Benitez is on there, I think, too. Obviously Jurgen Klopp, and now for the first time Arne Slot's head will be there. It's worth listening to, because it's a question that he's so bloody brilliant at dodging. He did not want to place himself into that panther. He didn't even want to discuss it. I keep listening to this clip, because I'm actually trying to nudge him towards saying something profound, beautiful about legacy. He's like 1 year in, he doesn't want to proclaim that, doesn't want to go there, which I understand.
TV, Saturday
and so
morning, Premier League opening weekend is
to do ball bits
Liverpool
with me.
won last
Your
night.
face was
Manchester
added to
United
Liverpool's
lost out on
managerial
Carlos
Mount
Baleba.
Rushmore. How will it feel to see your big, beautiful head amongst those Liverpool greats?
Till now I was quite happy with this interview. Bald head wasn't the biggest problem, but to use the word big.
I said that was respect.
Do you have a camera in front of you or a mirror? I didn't know actually that my face was on it. If it is, it was already special to win the league in this country, let alone at this club. That is definitely special. To be in the same group as these unbelievable successful managers this club has had is for sure going to be special to see this.
God bless the Dutch sense of humour. By the way, my big takeaway, having spent time this week on our football holiday, about Arsenal, Liverpool and City. I've spent time in all of those clubs over the past 5 days, and then some time with Chelsea and Spurs before that, is that each club has the case to believe. Each has also those profound vulnerabilities, unknowns, questions even they don't know the answer to. Liverpool, how the glut of new players will bed in. Arsenal, how that new bolt-on of Gyökeres, who we'll talk about, will change the balance of attack. City, whether the loss of aura of last season was just a blip or a true decline for the squad, probably more importantly for Pep. We'll find out. By the way, find these conversations with all of these protagonists on our YouTube. The calendar schedule is Mikel Arteta on Friday. Virgil van Dijk will drop on Saturday. God, he smells good. And then the Pep Guardiola interview scheduled to drop Tuesday. Let's take our first video call.
Hey Raj, Matt from Syosset here. Huge sycophant of the pod. My question for you is, as my Gunners go up to Old Trafford this weekend, if United are able to pull off the upset, is that the bigger story, or is it Arsenal beginning their title charge with a loss? Thanks.
I love that, Matt. Huge sycophant of the pod, which kind of describes the levels of affection I have for Iliman and Dai. What a great question. Ahead of the most delicious matchup of this first weekend, Manchester United host Arsenal, Sunday 11:30am Eastern Time on NBC. Thank you, Premier League scriptwriters. Thank you. Mikel Arteta's most demanding season begins at Old Trafford. We heard up top, what did he say? He's going to bring the energy of a volcano. I also asked him this. I asked him what data told him that Victor Gyökeres, who scored, 54 goals in 52 games, but in the Portuguese league, a lower league, he's never ever done it in a Big Five league. I said, how do you know, what data did you look at that confirmed for you that ecstatic scoring rate can continue at the highest of levels? And, well, Mikel told me this.
The best data was my first Zoom call with him. That was the best data. I told him the idea that I had, and I wanted to just look at his reaction. Like coming to Arsenal, imagine yourself putting that shirt on, walking into a dressing room, the expectation is around you. How do you handle it? Eyes open like this. That's my dream. So that's the best data, because you can have all the data, but this guy has to come in that locker room with that pressure into that league, and that, for me, that was the most important data. The other data I knew is how this guy is going to behave when he comes on that pitch, with that security, with that dominance, and with that arrogance almost, to say, don't worry, I will do it.
Looking into his eyes on a Zoom. By the way, that's how we all do it. Volcano! It's going to be fascinating how Gyökeres' arrival honestly changes that Arsenal attack. Think about it. The impact of the need to deliver more early passes into space as opposed to the controlled, some would say over-controlled build-up of seasons past. It's going to be the story this early season, which begins with that quite unforgiving first test. By the way, Arsenal's first 6 games, we'll talk about that, is a brutal gauntlet. I think the player, we're all focusing on Gyökeres, I think the player for Arsenal who's going to be utterly key is Martin Zubimendi. His ability to lie deep, recover possession, and then instantly break the lines with crisp, clean passing, which he makes look simple but is deeply, deeply, deeply difficult. If he is able to sing, he can create an unpredictability in the point of the Arsenal attack, which is something that they have lacked last season. They need that game changing to sit in an instant, because these are Arsenal's games. United, Liverpool, Nottingham Forest, Manchester City, Newcastle in 5 of their first 6. That is a brutal start. But my God, Manchester United also have quite a dark opening run. Arsenal, Manchester City and Chelsea in their opening 5 games. So Ruben Amorim is similarly under deep, intense, immense pressure. United have been loyal to a gentleman who came in and disappointed in every way apart from his willingness to be a radical truth teller. They won 7 home games out of 19. This is why this weekend's game is so massive for Manchester United. They have to symbolise change because they've spent heavily. They brought in battle-ready creators. There's no uncertainty. We know what Brian Mbeumo can do. We know what Matheus Cunha can do. Or should I say, we know what they have done. Can they combine together with the rest of this Manchester United unit to almost solve the constipation, which was damning in front of goal last season? Their big striker purchase of their own, Benjamin Sesko. What a subplot. Well done again, Premier League scriptwriters. He was looked at by Arsenal, 22-year-old, an athletic unit, still raw. You look at Gyökeres and you kind of know what he can do. I'd say you look at Sesko, still in development, and you think, whoa, what is that gentleman's ceiling? But the duel for the spotlight between the two of them is just like a great first round draft pick quarterback QB1 matchup. And here's Amorim.
We cannot change everything in 4 weeks, but we are better. I know that we are training harder we are training better. So I know that we are more prepared to cope with the demands of the game. We have new players that we need to understand in the real game what they are capable to do in the moment. But I'm really more confident. That is clear. I'm more confident in this moment. But again, we cannot change everything in 4 weeks. But we step by step we are going to be a better team. But of course, I'm more confident.
So to answer your question, Matt, narrative will be hyperbolic either way, whatever the result, but mostly bolted on retrospectively. And the theme of this game is going to be the theme of the early part of the season, a summer of enormous striker moves. Which striker will bed in first? Will it be Gyökeres at Arsenal, Ekitike at Liverpool, Šeško at United, or João Pedro at Chelsea, who settles best, most potently, and makes their team so bloody dominant? It's going to be Beto, isn't it? Next question.
Raj, this is Eli calling from Sacramento. Premier League season's just around the corner. Want to get your opinion on something. Who is your dark horse to win the league? And why is it Chelsea Football Club? Thanks so much, Raj. Love the show. Bye.
Eli, I don't know if you can call Chelsea a dark horse. They are wearing world champion patches on their jerseys, you know.
You know, a young team. Everyone's talked a lot of shit about us all season, but I feel like we're going in the right direction.
Never change Cole Palmer. By the way, if you don't believe me that they are not dark horses, here's no less an expert on winning the title than Arne Slot, giving you his read.
I expected them to win last season already. The amount of quality they have. In the start of the season, they were into it. After 10 games, they were...
Even by December, they were...
Yeah, they were still there. Squad depth, quality they have. Very good manager as well. And I think they've showed this by winning the trophies they won last season. Good for us is that they also had a period last season where they struggled. And that's why they couldn't compete till the end for the league title. But now, again, they are strengthening the team again. Very good team, good players, good manager. So a team that's, in my opinion, one of the ones that are going to challenge for a league title.
So it will be very intriguing this weekend to watch Chelsea open up against Crystal Palace, a clinically organised outfit. It's on Sunday, 9 a.m. on the USA channel. I think about Chelsea, the one challenge is the strange unknown preparation to the game, the Club World Cup. Which they won, and then had 3 weeks off. Everybody on vacation, came back late, just 2 pre-season games. I asked Maresca himself whether that would impact the season ultimately, and he was very honest. He said, ultimately, this is the unknown. Nobody knows.
Roger, this is the question of the moment. We don't have an answer, because it's the first time happen. So it's very difficult because you don't know what you expect from the season, you know, because it's something new. So in terms of tiredness or injury or these kind of things, we see.
If I had to name a dark horse, I actually think it's going to be a season with no dark horses, but I'm going to go Brighton, top 4, not title. But as the next answer goes, Premier League is less equipped for dark horse runs than ever, which I think is an agony. It's going to be a heavyweight, heavy arms battle of the bastards this season. Let's go there.
Hey, Raj, it's Frank from Kennebunk, Maine, Crystal Palace supporter. Let's just suppose I had fallen asleep at the end of May and I just emerged from my summer's nap and hadn't really known anything that happened in the last few months in the world of soccer. I'm just curious, would you be able to tell me what you think is the best thing that happened in the world of soccer, the worst thing that happened, and maybe something that just seems a little bit ridiculous? You know, just for fun. Courage.
Frank, oh mate, hello to everyone in Maine. I love that state, but wow, were your Palace screwed out of Europe? I do ache for you. Let's start with the worst thing that happened since May. I think it's the passing of Jota, of which we've talked a lot on pod and preview. So I'll move to the footballing from the human. I think the fact that the biggest teams have fished out the threats, Bournemouth, Palace, almost their heartbeats ripped out talent-wise. In England, actually a lot of the journos when I was there are calling it the raiding of the middle class, which I kind of love. Brighton have done Brighton things. They've flogged their best talent, but they've also praying, they've reinforced like they always do. We will see. Villa and Newcastle, who were aspiring and within touching distance, actually clashed this weekend, kind of caught in a battle to fight against inertia, stasis, showing that they've stalled out. But Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, Manchester United have rearmed in astonishing, greedy just an exhilarating stockpile of talent. It feels like Fabrizio Romano every day is just his fingers almost bruised typing their acquisitions. Best thing, oh man, that football's back. That's the honest truth. And you're back with us, celebrating every second. I think the best thing for me is probably that Sonny has arrived in LA. I think this is a really significant moment for that arrival. Footballingly, for MLS, but culturally, for football in America, I think it is going to resound and be enormous. Massive moment. By the way, for me personally, Wrexham in the Championship is up there. Surreal thing, I'll shout out quickly. Brace yourself for some pretty surreal refereeing changes this season. There's talk of refs looking for holding on corners, about bloody time. Also, if a goalkeeper holds the ball, talking about holding for more than 8 seconds, get this, they'll be punished with a corner given to the opposition to try and tamp down on time wasting. That is going to be quite the thing. Also, for a joyous thing, I'll go with this one. Sunderland back in the Premier League after 8 years away in the wilderness. That city, I adore it. So far north, so many hard times. Former mine town, former steel town. It is football mad. By the way, they have sold their complete allotment of 38,000 season tickets. Stadium of Light is going to rock once again. Football is so crucial, like Newcastle, which is so bloody close to it. Football is everything in that city. Proud, historic, deeply, deeply, wondrously local. They'd fallen as far as the third tier and they're now back. 11 signings, including Granit Xhaka, $180 million spent, starting with an opening fixture against West Ham. Really, bloody hell, a relegation 6-pointers so early in the season. I just need to watch Sunderland fans, but I need to watch Leeds fans too, to be honest. Leeds fans denied the chance to welcome their team when they got promoted last time because it was in the middle of fanless pandemic football. Watching them savour this moment, each other, savour their memories.
Hey Raj, this is Maya calling from LA. I'm a Spurs fan, but I'm actually calling because of your old friend Jack Grealish. You must be amped, but I do have to ask, and I don't quite know how to say this, but why did he only have Everton to choose from? Anyways, love the show. Hope you answer this. Bye.
Possibly my favourite question of the week. Maya, LOLA, the town that Sonny built. Good Lord, Everton fans will have to wait an entire extra day to be disappointed this season. Leeds United versus Everton, Monday 3 p.m. Eastern Time on USA. Football gods getting their cruelty in early this season. We have to wait extra time to have our heart broken by Everton Football Club. But then again, Jack.
Haaland to Jack Grealish!
I love this man so much. Just an authentic character of English modern football.
Dean Smith also says you're an encyclopedia of football. Where does that come from?
A what?
An encyclopedia of football.
I don't know what that means.
But he, at his peak, was capable of some of the most transcendent moments.
And in towards Grealish! The early boost that Manchester City so craved. And a goal that will mean a lot to Jack Grealish.
So the honest truth is, he came to us because he's damaged goods in two ways. Number one, there's a stigma around him right now after being run out of town by Pep Guardiola. He's a player in need of redemption. There was a lot of talk, a lot of rumour in football, and Jack is seen by agents and football directors as a bit of a lad, bit of a risk, lost his focus slightly on his game, which kind of knocks out all the big clubs. But tactically too, he's a bit of a gamble. Are we going to get the Jack of our imagination? Are we going to get a distracted Jack? And even the best Jack doesn't exactly give himself to tracking back, which kind of takes him out tactically of the ambition for any systems manager. But for Everton, he's a perfect fit. We need a star. We need a big name to excite us. We need to fill this new stadium. We need moments of transcendent football again. I'll be honest, I am so unbelievably happy, giddy, unbearably joyous to have him play in our jersey. He is a skill-soaked human being. Yes, he's fallen from the highest heights, but he's still a maverick. What happened to him? He got trapped in a system team Pep Guardiola, I wrote about this in the newsletter this morning. Think about one of the world's great outsider artists being forced to attend the Royal College of Art suddenly and just losing all sight of themselves, their belief, their sense of self, their confidence, just not able to inculcate the new skills and losing all sense of their realness. That is what happened at Manchester City, and whether he can resummon the glory days, the poetry, it depends ultimately what's going on inside of his head. None of us know. Spoke to someone at Everton this week who said Jack knows exactly what Everton is about. The phrase he used was beautiful. He said he's heard the Goodison roar. And that's ultimately it. What does Jack want? Does he want, or what does he want more? To be in the England team for the next World Cup, which he can do? Or does he want more extracurricular activities that are honestly copiously on offer in the city of Liverpool? I believe in him utterly, and I know he can make our hearts soar.
Hi, Raj. This is Dan. I'm a Spurs fan from Sussex County, New Jersey. You've described the state of modern football management as an ultra-marathon a lot of times, and ultra-marathons have been described as eating competitions with some running involved. So that has me wondering, if the Premier League was decided by an eating competition among all the managers, who would be in your top 4? And how much would the big clubs be shelling out to bring Sam Allardyce back? Thanks for all you do for football in America.
Danima, what a great question. I've actually thought about this one a lot, so I'm glad you asked. The answer's obvious in this post-Sam Allardyce world. It's got to be about, well, Thomas Frank, because competitive eating is now not about girth or volume or poundage. It's about discipline. You look at the greats, your Joey Chestnuts, your Kobayashis. They're not gluttons. It's about brains. And the most dangerous are those who you'd least expect. Hence Thomas Frank. Plus, you just know that man's got some pie-themed set pieces. By the way, Thomas Frank, post-game against PSG in the Super Cup, so close to victory, but then the late collapse, which was like, oh, Thomas Frank, welcome to the history of the Spurs. I did love his line post-game, though.
It was medical terms, the operation succeeded, but the patient died, so it was not that good in the end.
God bless. What a note to end on. The patient died. One quick note, Columbus, Ohio, we're coming for you. September the 8th, Kemba Live in downtown. Clint Dempsey will join me live on stage with your incredible manager, Wilfred Nancy, amongst the guests. We will revel both in the US game to come. We'll also celebrate the unique place that Columbus has played, the unique role that your fortress has played in American soccer history. Herc Gomez also going to be there. Frankie Hager, my mate, I cannot wait to raise a beer. You can't really say beer singular with Frankie, can you? Tickets are on sale now, thanks to our friends at Purina. There's a link in the show notes of this episode. Come, raise a glass and revel with us. It's more or less brought to you as ever by Prize Picks, and with a new season comes new responsibility. This segment's jumped from the audio world to the video in full Technicolor. Joining me now in this brave new YouTube world, it's my friend Charles Kipp.
We're on the big screen, Raj. A trivial fact I'm well aware of is that Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles was the first music video ever played on MTV, and I can't help but think in 40 years' time, this segment's going to be viewed in a similar way.
Yes, I think the video quality is about the same, baby. In my mind and in my car, we can't rewind. We've gone to what, Kippo?
Far.
As I would legitimately enjoy chatting 80s music video culture with you. Do not get me started.
Welcome to
on
the
Steve Winwood Higher Love. We've got picks to give out. Let's get down to the business, baby.
All right, well, we're going to the Stadium of Light, hosting a top-flight game for the first time in 8 years, Raj. And, well, I do not know how Sunderland is going to fare this season. I just think they have too much resolve, too much gumption to get utterly blasted by West Ham in their home opener. So we're going to go ahead and take the less than 2.5 total goals allowed between keepers Robin Roofs and Alphonse Areola. I think it's going to be a cagey affair.
Got to be honest, Kippo, I'm not sure there's ever been a football game in Sunderland where more than 3 goals were scored, so it's quite a good pick. If crab cakes in football are what Maryland does, or tackles and, you know, beautiful, beautiful stomach tattoos are what they do up there on Wearside, and I love it. One more for us, please, baby.
Yeah, okay, purely vibes, just for you, Raj, but Monday Night Football, dun, 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 dun. Ellen Road is going to be rocking when your Blues come to town, and we like new boy Jackie Grealish to hit the more in the shots on target department. I'm calling for an instant impact.
He's going to do that from the bench. We are talking more about the Grealish signing in this show, but it feels like a true, I wouldn't say a statement of intent, but a statement of something from Everton. And for the first time in a long time, I'm feeling emotions other than just existential dread. Don't get me wrong, the old, I'd say existential dread, ED, I think the kids call it, when I look at this team, but I don't know exactly what it is. But I'm I love a lukewarm bath, and I'm all right with it.
Dare I say content?
Oh, I thought you were going to say content. One or the other, baby. I'd bite your arm off for contentment, Kippo. Let's just see how it goes. It is so good to be back with you. It's to another incredible season of wonder ahead.
Oh, pleasure's all mine, Raj. Come on, you Whites.
Oh, come on, you Anthony Robinson. Health, happiness, you beautiful man. Get back into that tea. And that's it for this first ever big weekend preview presented by Prize Picks.
Soccer Show and Part 4, the final instalment of our 2025-26 Premier League previews. On this episode, we're taking a look at Nottingham Forest, Sunderland, Tottenham, West Ham, and a side we have a fondness for around these parts, Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be looking at where each team left off last season, their summer business, their manager and style of play, their key players this season, and our patented Total Soccer Show very specific predictions. My name's Ryan Bailey. Joining me as always is Mr. Taylor Rockwell. Hello, Taylor. How are you?
I am splendid, my friend. Excited to talk about Sunderland today. That's who I'm previewing, back in the league after 8 years. Hopefully no more depressing documentaries in which they pursue strikers they should not be pursuing for way too much money.
You are reviewing Sunderland today, Taylor. You're wearing a blue and white shirt. Is that fair? Is that okay?
What happened was I was not planning to wear this one, and then I went into my small recording booth in my house, forgetting that we had jumped from 80 degrees yesterday to 95 degrees today, and that non-breathable material was not comfortable for a recording session, so here we are.
It's okay. It looks quite similar to Sunderland's away shirt this season, so it works. Still works, Taylor.
I'm neutral between Sunderland and Newcastle, so it's not black, it's not red. I'll go blue.
Very good. Very good indeed. By the way, went for a run last night in 87 degrees, lasted about 18 minutes. Won't do that again. Woo! Hot stuff. Talking of hot stuff, hey Joe Lowry, how are you?
Oh, cute. I'm good. I don't think I really have much positive to say about y'all's heat tolerance, so I think we should just move this thing right along and get to Graham's introduction.
Let's do that indeed. Graham's got a twofer. He's got Nottingham Forest and Wolves today. Graham, are you ready?
I am ready. I'm ready for the final instalment of our Premier League previews. We did it. We've only got 380 games to consume over the next 8 months.
Wow.
We all ready for that?
Graham's only going to accidentally watch half of them. The other chunk, he's actually going to watch on purpose.
Yeah, how many on purpose will it be? What percentage-wise?
Well, now I've got multi-view. I can consume 4 times as many accidentally. So maybe I'll get all 380 in.
Multi-view. Sky Sports in the UK finally coming into 2016 or whenever that was popular elsewhere.
Yeah.
Amazing.
3D TVs as well. They're making a comeback.
I hope so. That curved TV of yours you're watching your 3D broadcast on, I look forward to you enjoying that on accident or on purpose. Before we get to our main reviews, patreon.com/Total Soccer Show is our bonus feed. It is the best way to support us. Bonus episodes, bonus videos, and access to our Discord server. Patreon.com/Total Soccer Show. Thank you to everybody who supports us via that medium. We love you. And if you'd like to see Taylor's lovely shirt and our visages, YouTube, like and subscribe, link in show notes, smash buttons when you're there. There we go, very YouTube. Graham, let's start off today with a little chat about Nottingham Forest. 7th last season, finished well above expectation, I think it's safe to say. Can they keep up the momentum? What do you think?
Yeah, Nottingham Forest, the Tricky Trees, as they're sometimes known, which might be the best nickname in the Premier League. They've also got...
Did anyone call them that?
You said Snitchy Trees? Snitchy Trees.
Yes, that's it. You heard right. No, Tricky Trees. They are... I mean, that is a good nickname, objectively. Surely.
Does
Ryan.
anyone actually use that nickname, is what I'm asking.
I mean, you dropped Trippy Digis on us the other day, so I feel like Tricky Trees is quite close to that. But they've also got, for my money, the best badge in the Premier League, and maybe the best pre-match anthem in Mull of Kintyre. Don't at me, Liverpool fans. Mull of Kintyre's great. So plenty to like there. And there was plenty to like about how last season went for Forest as well. They went into that campaign with most people expecting they would be in the bottom half of the table, maybe even in a relegation fight. That's how the last 2 seasons had gone. Instead, they spent a lot of last season in the top 4. And for a long time, it looked like they were going to qualify for the Champions League. In the end, unfortunately for them, they faded a bit and dropped away. They finished 7th, as you said, Ryan. which was a disappointment from where they had been. It was very similar to, do you remember the Leicester City season under Brendan Rodgers, where they were, I think that happened twice actually to them, very similar. But nonetheless, 7th was an outrageously strong finish. That put them in the Conference League for this season. However, they will actually play in the Europa League. I'll explain that in a second. I already explained that earlier in the week with Crystal Palace. I got the duo, the warring duo for this season in the Premier League. But Forest, they'll feel they've got a real chance of going deep in the Europa League this season. Basically what happened was Forest complained to UEFA about Crystal Palace's multi-club structure, which then led to Crystal Palace being demoted from the Europa League, which they qualified for through winning the FA Cup. Snitchy trees, there we go. And that didn't exactly go down well at Selhurst Park, especially because Evangelos Marinakis, who is the Forest owner, also owns Olympiacos, so he also owns another team, but he pointed out that his shares had been put into a blind trust to then allow Forest to play in Europe. But still, there is a lot of politicking there, and to make matters worse, Forest took Palace's place in the Europa League. UEFA swapped them around, so that all feels very toxic, I guess. Then there was the Gibbs White saga. Now Spurs, they activated his £60 million release clause, but then Forest complained that Spurs had found out about this clause illegally. They threatened to take the case to CAS, the Court for Arbitration for Sport, and Ola Aina is really important as well at right back with how strong he is defensively. He also facilitates the attack, and when he was injured for a couple months last season, they really missed him. They had a dip when he was out of the team. And then Matt Seltz is one of the best pure goalkeepers in the league. He doesn't really need to play much with his feet because Forest, their line of confrontation is so deep, their defensive line is so deep, so he doesn't really have much space to play into with the ball anyway, but he's an excellent shot stopper. So they have got quality throughout their team, Nottingham Forest. The worry for Forest in a broader sense is that towards the end of last season, when they dropped off and faded away, it felt like a number of teams flipped the script on them. So Newcastle, Brentford, Villa and Everton. I remember the Everton game in particular. They all sat deep and then they broke against Forest. They gave Forest the ball, which is not what they want to do, and in possession they just didn't have the nimbleness to find a way through. I don't see them having solved that issue this summer. I think that's going to be an issue for them again, and I expect to see more teams do that to them this season. So my VSP is that Forest will concede just as many or more counter-attack goals as they score this season. I do suspect that to a certain extent they have been, quote, I hate this term but I'm going to use it anyway, quote unquote, I think they've been figured out slightly. I think we saw that at the end of last season.
Equilibrium there with the counter-attacks then. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think they had 13 counter-attack goals that they scored last season and conceded 8, and I think that's going to either level out or actually they may concede even more goals on the counter-attack this season. I seem to be very down on the teams that I'm previewing this season. I'm not doing it deliberately. Besides Liverpool yesterday, I think I have the champions in them. But I don't know, I just think we might see a little bit of a revert to the default from Forest this season.
Graham, it's interesting because I think it's a thing that gets talked about like in previews but not really actually talked about, is the idea that I think so many teams that have more advanced like scouting departments and have a little bit more money or a little bit greater budget to do a lot of film analysis and study and data analysis tend to spend the off season trying to figure out their opponents if they weren't able to last season, or if they didn't have the time to do so, to come up with a kind of more clear plan for when we're playing this team who sprung a surprise on us and we didn't know how to deal with it next season or this coming season. How do we do it? I think it's a really good point that if you look at Nottingham Forest, if they have one very specific way they want to play, you can kind of undo that, and then the question becomes, how do you evolve? And that has been the knock against Nuno, right? Even going back to Wolves and before, is how do you kind of evolve this team? How do you get them to play more proactive when a team is sitting off? And I'm not sure we have an answer to that from him.
Yeah, and Wolves is the perfect case study, Taylor, that you mentioned there, because first season when they come up from the Premier League, they take the league by storm. I can't remember off the top of my head where they finished, but I'm sure it was in the it was in the top half as a promoted team. And then progressing from that point to be in a team that could do more on the ball, they struggled. And actually, when Nuno leaves for Spurs at the end of his final season there, I think fans were kind of ready for him to move on, and then we all know that stylistically it wasn't a good fit for him at Spurs. So yeah, I kind of envisage a similar struggle for Forest, unless they go out and they spend a bunch of cash, which is not beyond them. That they have a habit of doing that. The problem is, I just don't see who they're going to get that's going to come into the team and dislodge Morgan Gibbs-White from that number 10 role, which is the area of the pitch you would be looking at someone who can unlock a low defensive block. Morgan Gibbs-White, I'm a massive fan of his, but he does his best work in open space, and so you're kind of needing to change the entire profile of the team, I think, to fix that issue for them.
So, a second go with Gio Reyna, that's the answer?
That's it.
Solved it.
That's it.
Cool.
Move over,
Glad we figured this out.
It's the answer to everything. All of life's problems. Very good. That is what's going on at the City Ground. Thank you very much indeed, Graham. One quick pause. When we come back, we're going to talk Sunderland and Tottenham. Join us then. Total Soccer Show, welcome back to our Premier League previews. We go now to Mr. Taylor Rockwell, who's going to tell us all about Sunderland. They're back.
They are.
Spent lots of money. Can they stay up? Let's see.
We'll see. I think they might stay up, but I'm aware that I might be in the minority on that one, but I'll tell you why I think that, and then I'll tell you also why I think they might not. It's going to be a whirlwind. But yes, Sunderland back, as I said, after 8 years away. How they got here is by finishing 4th in the championship, but then stringing together some results in the playoffs. They finished the regular season, I think 5 losses in a row. Not really the momentum you're looking for going into playoffs, but they beat Coventry on the road, draw them at home to make the playoff final. They beat Sheffield United 2-1 with a 96th minute winner. Unfortunately, some of the players involved in that team are no longer around, but it was a very pragmatic and occasionally entertaining season for Sunderland supporters. 58 goals and 44 against. In a 46-game season, that tells you that they were defensively strong, somewhat limited in the attack, still where they led is in attendance. 42,500 plus on average is higher than any other team in the league and shows you they continue to have that very dedicated fan base. In terms of how the organization itself got back to this position, a lot of it goes to 27-year-old Swiss-French businessman Kirill Louis-Dreyfus, as Graham has pointed out before, a distant or maybe second cousin of Julia Louis-Dreyfus? I forget. But yeah, they're all loaded, is the gist. And he is a trust fund billionaire who is also a businessman, kind of blend those two things together. And I think he is blending the industrial vibes of Sunderland with a classy sophistication, and I find it pretty fascinating. He has empowered sporting director Christian Speakman to oversee a strategy of recruiting gifted, kind of raw, young players from around the world. You bring them in for smaller fees, you develop them, you give them minutes, you give them opportunities, and then you sell them on, or you don't, and you keep them, and you make the Premier League. Here we are. They also have former Nice and Roma sporting director Florent Gilsofi. He's in the organization doing a very similar role. They've got now multiple people identified, focused on identifying talent and strengthening. But Fulham, with your champagne and caviar approach, Michelin-starred chef Tommy Banks has opened an upmarket restaurant, Banks on the Wear, at the 49,000 capacity Stadium of Light. So you do have a Michelin restaurant now, or at least a Michelin-starred chef. So
that's the chef's name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Fine.
What's
Gordon
Ramsay? That's kind of a
Tommy Banks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound fancy enough for a Michelin-star chef. No offense to Tommy Banks. I'm sure he's doing wonderful.
We're talking about a Michelin-star chef here. It's still not fancy enough for Ryan Bailey.
Are we? That's the question. Tommy Banks. Are we?
Tommy Banks.
But I think that is to me, strangely, a very good representation of Sunderland. That you still have the kind of working class industrial vibes. I think of the taxi driver in Sunderland Till I Die and how it was the most important thing in his life. But then you have a Michelin-star restaurant and a billionaire owner, and it feels like it's this weird blend of things that's working out so far.
I mean, at least go Thomas. That's all I'm saying. Sorry.
No, all right, Lord Bailey. From last year, they were 13th in possession in the championship, 8th for shots per 90, top of the table for attempted take-ons and successful ones, third best for progressive carries, second for progressive carrying distance. They basically do not control games. They will break with speed and individual dribbling to punch opponents in the nose on the counter. And the goal is now basically to scale up that approach. And their transfers do back that up because they have been spending some money, as Ryan said, and they needed to because they lost Tom Watson, who scored the winner in the championship or in the playoff final, sold to Brighton this summer, and then the big one, Joe Bellingham, sold to Dortmund for about £26 million. He was absolutely instrumental in Sunderland getting to this position, and so it's a very big question as to how they will then kind of engage without him. But they've got plenty of talent to try to make that happen. They spent £132 million on 8 players, plus 2 on freeze, plus 1 on loan. That includes 21-year-old Senegalese central midfielder Habib Diarra from Strasbourg for £27 million. He's a club record transfer. He captained Strasbourg last season as a 20-year-old. He is all action. He is all over the pitch. He is probably going to be signed by a larger club if and when Sunderland don't stay up this season, because he is so much fun on both sides of the ball. He's a defensive workhorse, but then he can also kind of carry the ball forward in the progressive carry department. He can also help facilitate attacks. I think he's going to be very good. Another smart signing would be Brighton's former Brighton winger, Simon Odingra, brought over for £21 million. Right-footed left winger, and he's like the Ivorian winger is expected to be just another player who can help them kind of scale up that counterattacking with speed approach. Granit Xhaka would be a name that a lot of people would be familiar with from his Arsenal and then Leverkusen days. He is automatically given the captain armband, and I think representative of where Sunderland are willing to be somewhat flexible in that recruiting approach. So many of their signings this summer have been between like 23 and 19 or even 18. And then you've got a few like Xhaka, like Arthur Masuaku, like Ronaldo Mandava, who are all over 30 but are bringing either Premier League experience or a wealth of top-tier experience. Mandava most recently from Atletico Madrid. And so you get sort of this combination of players with plenty of experience and then really exciting youngsters who could break through and could help solidify Sunderland as a Premier League team. Their manager, Joe, are you familiar with their manager? I'm asking you specifically.
Say more, Taylor. Regis.
Regis, that's right. Or Regis Lebre. I'm not sure which one it is, but I like Graham's more. Joe, here you go. You ready for your new favorite manager?
I'm there.
From the Guardian's Sunderland preview, I'm quoting directly. The 49-year-old Frenchman holds a doctorate in physiology and biomechanics and a diploma in the mental training of elite athletes. He spent a decade as a youth coach at Lorient in his native Brittany before taking charge of the first team in 2022, with his love of trigonometry underpinning a coaching philosophy that sees football as being all about triangles. The Brie began learning English almost from scratch the same year, and he just signed a lucrative long-term contract. Joe, triangles, trigonometry, physiology, doctorates. I feel like all of that blends together to make you excited to watch Sunderland.
Nerd boss. I'm here for it. I'm very, very here for it. Granit Xhaka really was all I needed, but that will help.
Does he have a Michelin star, though, Taylor?
Not yet. He's working on it. After he fully completes English, once he gets the Duolingo classes down fully, then he'll switch to Michelin star.
That line about learning English almost from scratch is super weird. That's how everyone learns a new language, either from scratch or they've had... you're always starting from nothing. You don't
just... preloaded already.
Doesn't make any sense.
Anyway. He had never seen an American film. He had never seen any sort of English...
But he had seen some of it, because it was only almost from scratch.
Exactly. He'd seen one.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. That's he'd seen the Rugrats movie, weirdly. That's the only
Shout
one.
out Trig at the end of the day.
Another famous Tommy in that one, of course.
Hey! I like that Ryan won't let that one go. Still bothering him. So I do think the plan for this season is basically sit deep, absorb pressure, and then ramp up with direct, quick-footed wing play. But they are then capable, those passing triangles I mentioned, of then kind of playing quick passing sequences out wide to then get into the box with numbers to then create good goal-scoring opportunities. It seems like the base formation is going to be a 4-3-3. In defense, that will be a 4-4-2. But they have like really clear ways in which they want to progress. So they will attack. Maybe if they go down the right with a right back, the right back goes forward. Left back tucks in, so you've got the back three, which is pretty conventional. But then as soon as they establish possession, the left back will push on. Granit Xhaka will drop between the two center backs who spread wide. And they go into like a 3-2-4-1, but the two are the wide fullbacks, kind of staying wide, staying like between wide and half spaces in there. And they just kind of overload the wings to then crash into the box and make things happen. And I think they're going to be a fun team out of the break, because teams won't really be expecting them, or maybe teams, even if they do, haven't faced them before or faced them recently. And so I think they're going to be okay to start, and they do have a pretty forgiving opening schedule in their first 8 games. West Ham at home, at Burnley, home to Brentford, at Palace, home to Villa, at Forest, at Man United, and then home to Wolves. So I have a feeling that with some of those veteran players, plus really exciting youngsters like local-born midfielder Chris Rigg, he's 18 years old. He played 42 games last season. He played over 3,000 minutes. He is a very hyped young English talent who maybe could make a national team appearance this season if the season goes well. they've got plenty of talent. They've got some Premier League experience. They've got a lot of youngsters coming through. They have Wilson Isidore, 24-year-old French striker, loaned and then signed from Zenit last season. He was their top goal scorer. Somewhat difficult end of the season, had some injuries, didn't score as many, only got 12 in 43 games, but is expected at time of recording to be a critical attacker for them once he recovers from injury. That is where they may still strengthen. They've signed a couple attackers, including Marc Guiu. I have no idea how to pronounce that one. I should, but I don't. Guiu? Guiu. I leave it to you all to figure that one out. 19-year-old Spanish striker on loan from Chelsea. Not surprisingly, everybody's on loan from Chelsea. And it's kind of up in the air as to whether or not he is actually going to be a starter or if he's going to be somebody that they give maybe minutes to here and there and then see how he performs with them. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go back into the market for one more kind of conventional, proven attacker. There was some speculation they might go for somebody like Dominic Calvert-Lewin, but that ship has now sailed. Reason for concern is my very specific prediction. From December 3rd through January 3rd, this is my prediction, Sunderland will take a maximum of 5 points from the 7 games they play in that 1 month period, and I would not be surprised if it is even fewer. I wouldn't be surprised if they take 3 points from those 7 games, for a couple different reasons. Number one, they play a lot of very good teams in that time. Number two, Africa Cup of Nations, a thing we have not really talked about in some of these previews, starts December 21st, goes till January 18th. Players are usually released 2 weeks before the start of the tournament. With AFCON, there tends to be some level of flexibility, which means that players will likely be able to stay like right up until the start of the tournament, which would be game week 16. So even if we assume that last game, by the way, would be Newcastle at home, you're going to assume Sunderland would like all of those guys available against Newcastle. But even if they have them, they are then losing 6 players to that tournament, 5 of whom play for national teams that are very likely to make at least the quarters. That's Adingra, Talbi, Diarra, Renildo, Masuaku, and Siddiqui. Many of those players are starters. I think that's 2 of their 3 central midfielders, some of their more experienced defenders. So you've got 5 of 6 starters missing 4 league games at a minimum. That's at Brighton, home to Leeds, home to City, and then at Spurs. That's going to be a tough run without those players. But then even before those games, if you include Newcastle, you've got December 3rd at Liverpool, December 6th at Man City, then home to Newcastle before all of those players go away for AFCON. And so I think Sunderland need to have a very bright start to the season, need to put a decent number of points on the board, because I think in that month they're going to really struggle to get results against good teams while playing with basically half their team, half their starting 11 at least, away. So yeah, December 3rd to January 3rd, Sunderland will take a maximum of 5 points from 7 games.
Wow. They're a super interesting team and club at the moment, Sunderland, and you kind of got to this, Taylor, but the fact that it is Sunderland who are doing these things somehow makes it even more interesting. I don't know if anyone has just like visually seen the owner, Dreyfus, but like interesting looking guy as well, like a 27-year-old.
What do you mean by interesting? Because that can go either way. That could be
I'm picturing top hat, monocle, like a fox pelt around the neck.
Picture a 27-year-old trust fund Swiss billionaire. that's what he looks like.
Yeah. He looks a little Quantum of Solace is the Bond movie where like the villain is kind of like an eco-terrorist nerd who's like, I have figured out the accounting to make this ship crash. Like, yeah, I mean, he looks a little bit like that.
I can picture Rami Malek playing him in a film at some point in the future. But yeah, they're a super interesting club. I kind of want them to stay up for that reason. I just have concerns over how many goals they're going to score this season, Taylor. The other striker they've been linked with just in the last 24 hours, you're right, they wanted Calvert-Lewin, is Artem Zhobik, who is the most conventional of conventional number 9s and would give them a physical presence. But between Mayenda, who I think was relatively prolific last season, Wilson Isidore, and then I don't know how to pronounce that name either. Is it Jude? He's the guy who came from Barcelona, right? He's the young kid that Chelsea signed from Barcelona. I've never actually said that out loud. It just feels
George. We're going to call him George.
Tommy Banks. Let's call him that. It just feels like they're relying on, with the exception of maybe Adingra, who does have a experience at this level. It just feels like they're relying on a lot of potential to make an immediate step up to Premier League level.
They're definitely relying on a lot of potential and young players coming in, which is the model. I should note, they haven't really gotten rid of a lot of the people who got them here. I mentioned the 2 major departures. Aside from that, they have kept pretty much everyone except for a few people who are on loan. I think, like last I checked, their squad size right now is 45 players, maybe 46. And I do wonder if some of that... What's that?
And Chelsea's smiling somewhere.
Exactly, right? Yeah. Yeah, same page. And so I do wonder if some of that is maybe like with an eye towards AFCON and knowing that they need players who've been there and been reliable and can kind of come in and do the job and do the getting stuck in defensively work. And I mean, I think that would also be an interesting approach. But they will have a few of their team from last year starting. Ballard and Hume would be two of the back four. I would expect them to be starters, and Mayenda up top could also be a starter. So you're going to get a few of their Champo players. I hate that word. But you will get a lot of newbies starting. My guess would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 starters will be from those new signings they have made this summer. And one correction, Graham said Rami Malek. It's Daniel Brühl, the B-R-U with the dots H-L. Put some glasses on him. He is playing Kira Louis-Dreyfus in the Bond villain role.
Oh, yeah, that's spot on.
He's a good villain. I like that. Taylor, you said they play Newcastle on the final day? So there is...
Of the
stretch of AFCON.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I was thinking final day there could be like a relegation Champions League thing going on. But
you mean with Sunderland trying to get to the Champions League and Newcastle fighting relegation?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There we go.
Exciting times ahead. Taylor, one final question for me. How big a difference to the season would it have made if Joe Bellingham had stayed on the books?
Huge, I think. Because like you have a talent that is a known talent and obviously has a known connection, but I think would then kind of generate just some general like interest and good PR, because I think that's a popular name, that's a popular family, he's a popular player, and I think would have gotten a bit more like buzz and enthusiasm for Sunderland back in the league. But then also, as I said, he just did so much for them. He was, again, kind of an all-action central midfielder. He did things on the defensive side. He could facilitate attacking play. He scored some goals. And I think was a really, really, really important like teammate and then also performer. And so to lose him, it's not surprising. There was always going to be massive interest, and especially if they hadn't gotten promoted. I think there was maybe a little bit of hope that with the promotion he would stick around, but I think with how much they wanted to spend, and I think with PSR being a factor, even with the promotion and the amount of money you get for winning that playoff final, you still need to have some expenditures, and I think it's why they've been okay with parting with two promising youngsters, because again, that is kind of part of the model. They're going to be a selling club. They're going to be okay with moving on youngsters who become kind of proven talents for huge profits, and I think that is what they are targeting, along with survival. I think that first 10 games is going to be critical, and I think we'll know a lot about this team and how likely they are to survive after the...
Eight swords. Bournemouth, who were one of these surprise packages of last season. Can Antonio Iraola's side push on now and add to his already blossoming reputation? It's not going to be easy for Bournemouth. They lost several high-profile players over the summer. Kepa to Arsenal, Hudson to Real Madrid, Zubali to Paris Saint-Germain, and of course, in tonight's opposition ranks, Milos Kerkez to Liverpool. That is a lot of defensive strength Bournemouth have lost here, difficult to replace.
I totally agree, and you know, defensively they did extremely well last season, broke a Premier League record for the club, and now it looks at this moment in time that they're starting with a weaker back four, shall we say, but maybe they'll prove me wrong.
Well, the quality of the clubs that Bournemouth players left to join just shows how impressive this club has been. And now they must hope the new recruits settle in well and quickly. And with Liverpool hoping that the cherries who've come here tonight could just be ripe for the picking. Touch for Bafoude Diakite, Bournemouth's newest recruit, signed for just shy of £35 million. Szoboszlai to Salah. Nice touch from Scott. Everybody's too close to Konate.
Yeah, Brooks is playing from the left-hand side, and Semenyo is operating on the right for the Cherries.
The Anfield roar rising and relentless as they laud their reigning champions. Anfield on opening day, not for the faint-hearted. This is McAllister, who's been put on the long list for the Ballon d'Or nominations. Ekitike. Now that's what Liverpool want to see from their attacking players, a willingness to have a pop early on.
Yeah, I think it might have been a little bit of a mind change. I thought at one stage he was going to put the laces through it, and then he went for the side foot.
82 days since the end of last season, and we're right back into the flow and into the groove. Thumbs up and a smile from Ekitike. Just shy of £80 million from Eintracht Frankfurt. Scored 15 goals for them in the Bundesliga last season. 2 seasons ago, Bournemouth took a very early lead against Liverpool. They scored inside 3 minutes through Antoine Semenyo. Liverpool came back to win that day by 3-1. Semenyo, who signed a new 5-year contract with the club. Wilson has done well to chase that down and keep it in. Smith. McAllister had to be careful, and it was left at Tavernier after Brooks dummied. I'm not sure Tavernier was fully expecting that until the last split second.
I think that's spot on, Connor.
Salah looks for Wirtz down the other end, the game beginning to stretch. But once again, Bournemouth, as they have been doing since kickoff, doubling, tripling up on Liverpool's new record signing.
We saw the work ethic from last season, and it's been reintroduced already this season. I mean, this is lovely from Evan Easton to take it into Smith, and once it did come back, yeah, I think he did get a little confused. Was he expecting it? He would have preferred it to have been on his left foot. He could have hammered it then, but with the right, lack of confidence.
Semenyo with the early opportunity off target. You can see the anguish in the face of Andoni Iraola. He knows his team won't get too many chances like that tonight. Taking one would provide a huge shift in the narrative here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's credit to Bournemouth, really, that they've had that much of the possession, really, in coming here. But that's the new Bournemouth, the Iraola Bournemouth, and you know they're staying with Liverpool in terms of attempts too.
10 minutes or so of normal time remaining in the first half. There will be extra added on for that incident, which we believed involved Antoine Semenyo. The talking point here was it a handball from Marcus Senesi. Ekitike, he's in, and he scores! Welcome to the Premier League! Welcome to Anfield! Hugo Ekitike, who scored in the Community Shield last weekend, gives Liverpool the lead. More awards should be announced in September. It's really good from Gakpo, Cody Gakpo, who created the most chances of all players on the pitch in the first half. Ekitike, who took the chance that came his way. Gakpo. It's closely shadowed by Senesi. Kirkes. TK to Cody Gakpo. Loves to weave into this sort of position. 2-0 to Liverpool! After Mo Salah, he was Liverpool's second highest scorer last season. Cody Gakpo with an opening night goal for Liverpool to double the lead.
must admit, I thought for a moment that he was going to overrun this, and it's going to go as an assist as well to Ekitike, but I mean, it wasn't well defended at all by Bournemouth. They just kind of let him float inside, and once he was able to just take it past Tavernier, I think the keeper was always vulnerable. And this is exactly what he likes to do, Gakpo. Get it on that right foot and pick his spot.
He is a home bird. Cody Gakpo, majority of his goals last season came here in Anfield. Just one away from home in the Premier League. And again, the 2 and the 0 in the hands of his celebration, just as Ekitike did in the first half. No hanging about from Salah. This is from Bond. Szoboszlai. It is delicate. McAllister. He was able to set himself up. And it needed to be touched over by Jordan Petrovic. Liverpool have really come out humming in this second period.
I mean, we spoke about this in the first half, Conor, that the precision wasn't quite there once they got around the opposition box. But that's much more like it. And McAllister's not going to turn down an opportunity the way he can ping them.
Excellent play for McAllister. He's been bossing the midfield in this second half. Here's Mo Salah outside of the boot again. Adams retreating and intercepting for Bournemouth. Tavernier can't clear. Liverpool's work rate rewarding them for now, but Bournemouth full of hard running themselves. This is Brooks. First time delivery for Semenyo! 2-1 in Anfield! Bournemouth are right back in it! They lost some big names this summer, but Iraola was determined to hold on to Antoine Semenyo, who's just grabbed his first goal of the season, and this game is wide open again now.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you know, they were turnover titans as well last season. So often they did this sort of thing, and it's all quick. It's no messing about. Brooks is just happy to play it in. Semenyo has gone beyond Robertson, who was a little slow in reacting, and as a result he can't get there, and Alisson's just left alone, exposed. And Bournemouth are not going to go away.
That's what it means to Antonio Iraola. Salah. Liverpool would love the insulation of another goal here. Ahmed Traore disrupts Semenyo. 2-on-2. Plenty support to his left, Semenyo, if he can see them in his peripheral vision. Semenyo! 2-2! Bournemouth refuse to give up and get back on level terms. It's a second goal for Antoine Semenyo. It's a tremor shock at Anfield on the opening night of the new Premier League season.
Well, I think what we've witnessed is character. I mean, it looked at one stage in the second half once Gakpo found that second goal as if Liverpool would take it on, but it's not the case at all. Once possession's lost here, and Traore finds Semenyo, nobody makes that movement towards the winger, even though he's gone right through the middle of everything. And I mean, even Konate at the end has got his back to it. He just kind of drifts away. Go to the danger. Go and make the tackle. Van Dijk too. And in the end, he takes it absolutely beautifully. And on balance, in this second half, it's been coming.
There were other options, but Antoine Semenyo only had eyes for goal. And what an important goal that is. Nine minutes to go. Liverpool make the change. Florian Wirtz, the British record signing, £116.5 million, replaced by Federico Chiesa, Liverpool's only prominent signing of last season. Alisson, Szoboszlai. Salah's ball in. Curtis Jones was close. Chiesa! Federico Chiesa! What a time to score his first ever Premier League goal! The champions are eyeing an opening night victory again after being put through the ringer for the last 20 minutes or so.
Oh, after the set piece, look how many red shirts actually stayed in the vicinity. And once this comes across and gets knocked out, I mean, it's just poorly cleared by Bournemouth in the first place. Just needed something stronger. But this header, I think it's a mix-up, isn't it, between Diakite and Winterburn, and it falls beautifully to Chiesa, who tucks it away on the volley.
Headed by Gomez. It's Winterburn. Hooked on by Endo. Salas on the chase here. What pace to get in ahead of Hill. Can Mo Salah seal it? You bet he can! Liverpool back on their perch since the end of last season, have no intention of toppling off it. Last season's Premier League Golden Boot winner continues his incredible run of scoring goals on the opening weekend of a Premier League campaign. It's the 10th time that he scored on the opening match of a season in the league for Liverpool, more than any other player. And you know what? It was a Diogo Jota type of finish.
Was. I mean, I think Salah should use his right foot more often. Again, I think Bournemouth could have defended it a bit better. And, you know, once he came inside, I mean, he's picked that out absolutely beautifully to deceive Petrovic and find the far corner. It's wonderful skill.
Well, that's surely it now. Final whistle at Anfield, and Arne Slot's pick up where they left off. The crown is polished, the first duel set. Liverpool's title defence begins with a red-hot roar. Who would have thought Chiesa would emerge as one of the heroes? Nobody surprised that Mo Salah did. Ekitike with a very important marker laid down on perhaps the first step to another season's stirring story. Bournemouth battled, they bit back, but in the end swept aside by a Liverpool team with too much rhythm, too much reason, and too much red resolve. Liverpool 4, Bournemouth 2.